Good morning, everyone. Apologies for the late start. Before we start, we would like to play the safety evacuation plan from ICC. Please take note of it.
Welcome to the Durban ICC, where the world meets Africa. As a leading world-class events facility, we make your safety our #1 priority. Please give us your attention for a few minutes to take you through some important health and safety information. As the Durban ICC is a public space, please remember to keep your personal belongings safe and with you at all times. We have many bathrooms for you to use around the venue. They are clearly marked in the foyer and concourse areas. The Durban ICC is a smoke-free building, but we do have clearly marked smoking zones outside the main entrance and in the courtyards opposite the concourse. Please make use of these areas and the ashtrays provided when you smoke. In the event of a medical emergency, please dial the emergency number 031 360 1007 for assistance. The Durban ICC has developed a very simple emergency evacuation plan that everyone must be familiar with. Our staff are specially trained and will be there to assist you in following this plan. In the event of an evacuation, an announcement will be made to leave the venue. Please remain calm and walk swiftly to the nearest emergency exit in the concourse area. These exit doors are clearly marked. Security guards and the marshals will also help direct you out of the building. Please do not use any lifts or escalators in the event of an emergency. Once outside, you will be directed to the nearest assembly point by the marshals for your safety. Please wait at the assembly point until the venue has been cleared and a marshal deems it safe for you to return to your seats. Thank you for your time and enjoy this event.
Thank you very much. Before we proceed with the program of today, ngizocela ukuthi senze umkhuleko wesizwe, where we stand up and the gentlemen take off their hats and we sing the national anthem. Thank you very much. We may be seated. I would like to greet the Honorable Mayor of eThekwini Metro in absentia, uCouncillor Sikaba. I would also like to greet uMngeni-uThukela Water Board Chairperson, Advocate V. Kuzwayo. Also from uMngeni-uThukela Water is our Chief Operating Officer, Mr. Sanele Mazibuko. I would like to also portray a special greeting to the Department of Water and Sanitation. I would like to greet the Water Institute of South Africa Chief Executive, Dr. Lester Goldman. And also I would like to greet uMngeni-uThukela Water Chief Shared Services, Ms. Moleko, in absentia. Also the NEFCOC KZN Chairperson, Mr. P. Ngema. Salga KZN Chairperson, Councillor DT Memela. Salga Senior Advisor Trading Services, Ms. Q Zungu. Salga Advisory Trading Services, Ms. N. Ngala. Zululand Chamber of Commerce and Industry Executive Manager, Ms. V. Ngobela. Senior Managers of uMngeni-uThukela Water, the organizing committee of today, and lastly, but not least, the workforce, the process controllers of uMngeni-uThukela Water, and the municipalities that we service within the KZN era. Ngizocela nje sishayele izandla ukuthi sikwazile ukuthi sigcine silibone lolu suku olukhulu kangaka. As I greet you, we are here at the KZN Process Controller Day and Awards. The theme that we are using today is Empowered Process Controllers, the Guardians of our Water Future. Usuku lethu kwelokuqala, we dedicated it bearing you all in mind to the professional development and sector engagement. I would like to call upon uMngeni-uThukela Water, Board Chairperson, Advocate Khuzwayo, to do the opening and welcome for us today. Advocate Khuzwayo.
Morning, everyone. I think very soon I'm going to be doctor for water. Program director, representatives from DWS, I think, and the minister in absentia. There is a Fourth Africa conference for regulators, which is in Cape Town, so she probably is in that space today. Leadership of the Water Institute of Southern Africa, Dr. Executive management of uMngeni-uThukela Water, I think led by COO, because the CE is representing us somewhere in Madrid. The municipal leaders, representatives, I think I've heard councillors are here. I've heard that the Honorable Mayor is being recognized, I think, for his presence in absentia. And then what we do have here is just distinguished guests, partners, exhibitors, and sponsors, our dedicated process controllers, engineers, technicians, and sector professionals, ladies and gentlemen. I think the theme really today, I'm sure we all know, it's a day where the Kwazulu-Natal process controllers, you see, we gather at a critical moment for our sector, when operational resilience, water security, and public confidence depend more than ever on the professionalism and performance of the people who keep our treatment systems working every day. This event is not only a celebration of service, it is a platform to recognize excellence, strengthen capability, and align the sector around the practical actions needed to deliver safe, reliable, and sustainable water and sanitation services across KwaZulu-Natal. Can I repeat what I've just read? You see, we say this event is not only a celebration of service, it is a platform to recognize excellence, strengthen capability, and align the sector around the practical actions needed to deliver safe, reliable, and sustainable water and sanitation services across KwaZulu-Natal. And then recognizing the role of process controllers as we gather under the theme, Empowered Process Controllers, guardians of our water future. We are reminded that process controllers are truly at the heart of water and wastewater treatment operations. Process controllers safeguard public health, protect the environment, maintain compliance with regulations, and ensure the continuous operation of treatment plants. Their work directly impacts the dignity, health, and economic well-being of our communities. Too often, the work of process controllers goes unnoticed, despite the critical responsibility they carry. This event is therefore important because it provides recognition, professional development, collaboration, and knowledge-sharing opportunities for these essential services. You see, across KwaZulu-Natal and South Africa, more broadly, the water sector is under increasing pressure from aging infrastructure, climate variability, rising service expectations, and persistent skills gaps. Responding effectively requires disciplined collaboration, stronger technical leadership, and continuous capability building. This gathering matters because it brings municipalities, water boards, regulators, academic institutions, and industry partners together to share solutions, raise standards, and reinforce operational excellence where it matters most. As uMngeni-uThukela Water, we are proud to partner with WISA and other stakeholders in hosting this event here in KwaZulu-Natal. We also acknowledge the importance in professionalizing the water sector workforce. The future of water security in South Africa depends on investing in people, building technical capability, and empowering the next generation of water professionals. We encourage all process controllers to take advantage of the technical discussions, workshops, mentorship opportunities, and networking sessions that will take place during this program. Let this event inspire innovation, excellence, and a renewed sense of pride in the profession. I would like to extend sincere appreciation to the organizing committee, WISA, our sponsors, government departments, municipalities, and all partners who contributed towards making this event possible. Most importantly, we thank every process controller present here today for your dedication, resilience, and service to our country. Your contribution remains central to sustainable water service delivery and to protecting our nation's water future. So as we begin this event, let us commit not only to learning from one another, but to leaving this platform with stronger partnerships, sharper technical focus, and renewed determination to protect the water future of our province and our country. Together, we can continue improving quality of life, enhancing sustainable economic development through safe and sustainable water services. It is therefore my privilege to officially welcome you and declare KwaZulu-Natal Process Controller Day event open, with confidence that conversations we begin here will strengthen delivery, deepen professionalism, and advance water security for the communities. We say aye to process controllers, aye to control processors, aye. Thank you.
I'm Nangzwanga kahle. Aye, process controllers, aye. Aye, process controllers, aye. Okay, Kshutsike, that's going to be one of the hashtags that we are going to be using again today. Because today we are actually live streaming this event on all our social media platforms at uMngeni-uThukela Water. So sinama hashtags amaningi. So part of that we enfake no ayeye process controllers ayeye. We've got hashtag water heroes, hashtag clean water for all, hashtag water security, hashtag operational excellence, maningi nje ngizolokhu nginikhumbuza. So when you are posting yourselves on social media, on WhatsApp, don't forget to hashtag, lama hashtag esininika wona, and also tag uMngeni-uThukela water. We're going to be moving forward with our program for today, where we will get Mr. Sanele Mazibuko, who is our Chief Operating Officer at uMngeni-uThukela Water, who is then going to give us the acknowledgement of process controller's role. Also, before he comes through, within the tags that we have, there's a QR code. That QR code, you can scan it and it will show you the program of today. That's why we didn't print out the programs, because see, digital world at the current moment. Mr. Mazibuko.
Thank you, Program Director. Greetings to yourself. Greetings to the Chairperson of uMngeni-uThukela Water Board. Greetings to the Chief Executive Officer of the Water Institute of Southern Africa, Dr. Lester. Thank you for coming. I'm going to stand on the existing protocol and greet the Mayor in absentia as well. Lastly, let me greet our process controllers here today. Welcome, colleagues, friends, compatriots. The day is exciting indeed. We are very happy that we can actually gather like this today and just celebrate process controllers. Colleagues, I think sometimes we take the work we do for granted. We don't really appreciate it because we do it daily. We don't really see the impact. In the water value chain, it is only the process controllers that cannot sit together and make a full representation. This is because someone has to operate as we speak. So as we speak right now, not all of you are here. About half of you are operating the systems. They are making sure that water we drink is safe, is reliable, and is of good quality. And I think that's very key, that's important in the water value chain. When everyone else, they can make means and arrangements to go to an event and do speeches, do presentations. But process controllers, it's not guaranteed. It's always a hassle. So I think we commend you for that. We are happy that you are here. We know you are probably worried to say, hey, this guy is still la. You are worried about when you should be getting back to work. So today we are just here to celebrate you guys in terms of the work you do and remind you of exactly what is it that you do. I think at times we talk about the value chain, we talk about people doing projects, people doing scientific activities as if process controllers are not part of that. The very same log sheets that you fill when you do your work, those are some of the source documents which are utilized to identify key projects that will improve the systems. Those are the very same source documents that are utilized by scientists to improve processes and make more efficiency. So I think today, before we even get the main speaker of the day in terms of from WISA, it's important that you understand that your professionalism, your skills, your dedication is the one that sets everything to light. Without the process controllers, the water will not flow from the taps. When we talk process controllers, it's just a naming convention for today. We know they are shift attendants, we know they are general workers. They form part, everyone that is attached to the treatment system, we regard as process controller for today, for our discussions. So all those employees in the value chain are very critical. You coming here is a demonstration that you take your work very serious, similar to the doctors. In the province of Kwazulu-Natal, I think it's been, ever since I joined the sector, we haven't had a health water-related outbreak. And I think it's attributable to the work that the process controllers do. which I think you must take pride of. You've never let us down as a sector, as the people of the country. You've always, so I think colleagues, as we come here today, people talk of many things. People talk of climate change, pollution, all this and that. But the first people who see that and experiences the potential change and impact would be your process controllers. And this is why your voice is important. This is why today, even if you don't get to be listened in your work, in your various workplaces, but today, this is a chance you are getting to discuss with your fellow process controllers and make a valuable contribution in the province. At times, process controllers will raise issues, propose things, but of course, what do? We don't always listen. I know there is management representation here today, but it's the reality. Not everything that you propose will be implemented, but at the same time, you are the one who's at the coalface. People will get water that is slightly off spec, and then as you be working, so it's the process controller who will be at fault, not the artisan, not the engineer or whoever, but the process controller is seen, is at the face, is the one who treats the effluent, is the one who treats water for potable use. So I think colleagues today, as we will be focusing mainly on professionalization, it's mainly about accountability, which we don't doubt about our process controllers, is to take more accountability, make sure that we value our work, we put some ethics in our work, we understand it in a manner like the medical profession sees it. And I think we are happy that finally, some years back, the Water Institute of Southern Africa was able to acknowledge process controllers in a professional sense. And hence there is now a professional process controller designation, which I think is very important. I will allow Ulesa to speak more on that, but I think for me it is just to emphasize on a point that we do want our process controllers to be professionally registered. This is one way of taking pride in what you do. You make sure that you are a fully fledged professional over and above the education that you have, but as a professional, the work you do, it's got various elements which includes competency and ethical conduct. So it's very important that our process controllers view themselves as such. We really have not seen many issues in the province. And I think one item that stands out, one event, is during the floods in KZN. Not one event, it's that event and during the, when people are looting, I don't know what you call that phase. That phase, process controllers were working, they were attending to site problems. They made sure that people still drank water. And during the flooding events, some of the instances were risky in terms of safety. But process controllers made sure that people still got water. They were able to maintain and operate the systems in dangerous systems. So I think for that, we just want to acknowledge process controllers. We want you to enjoy the event today. We want you to know that everything that happens in the water sector, it starts with you. If you don't propose new innovative ways, people are not going to take that forward. They need to hear it from the horse's mouth for them to be able to take it serious. So colleagues, for me, it's just to set the scene and make sure that everyone understands that how important they are in the value chain. We have amongst us here, we have the water board in the province, we have the municipalities, as well as some private entities as well, who participate in the space of water provision. When you talk water, we also talk wastewater treatment. So our colleagues need to understand that the very same job that you do as a bulk supplier, it affects someone who is a process controller in the reticulation system. So our work is synchronized. So we therefore need to be in sync, try and understand from the point of view of someone who works in the distribution system when you work in the bulk system and also reticulation system. This will enable our water sector to go forward so that we don't view this thing in a silo approach. But you must know that as you take water, as you operate from the dam, you must know that someone must drink water at the end of the day. Someone must get clean, drinkable water at the end of the day through a series of events, interactions with all our stakeholders from the municipalities, from the water boards, and from those who operate privately. It's all the same. Wastewater is also as important. As we speak, I think most of us here, we wear suits. Abazna nokuthi mungena kwi-sewage treatment plant, the smell. People will say, oh, I would never. But process controllers on a daily, they work with sewer systems. They treat that to acceptable standards. That's to show the level, the importance of the work that we do. So I think, colleagues, from today, let's enjoy. And going forward, let's know that our work is important. It's critical. Without us, there can never be a water sector. So welcome to all of you. Enjoy the conference. I know most of you usually don't attend the big conferences like your WISAs because you are always at work trying to make a difference when everyone else gets this opportunity. So take this opportunity, grab it with both hands, make sure that you contribute, you participate throughout all the sessions, and then the value will come out. I thank you, colleagues.
Said I love the word, yeah. 'Cause y'all are so tough, and you put up with so
Thank you very
much.
much, Sibongo. Ngiyacabanga ukuthi manje
And y'all so full of trust, and besides y'all know what's time and time and time again, you let us back in, and I love you so much, I've gotta spell it out for you.
ukuthi size kule event. And one of the things that he mentioned is that thina njengoba sihleli la, we are the people who iraba hits the ground when it comes to ensuring that the final water that we produce is within our standards lawa asigayidayo, and also ensuring ukuthi ama discharges ethu are within the regulations and authorizations. So ngiyacabanga ukuthi manje sesiyazibona ukuthi sibaluleke kangakanani in the water sector. So at no point should we take ourselves and disregard ourselves and the role that we play as our process controllers, as our assistant process controllers, and as our general workers. Every single person is actually important in the value chain of water production. We move ahead to the keynote address that we'll receive from Dr. Lester from WISA. The keynote address will be the backbone of water security, the process controller's role in sustainable water management. Dr. Lester. This will be your next.
Yeah.
Then this is your pointer.
Thanks. Thank you. Program Director, distinguished guests, uMngeni-uThukela, Chair, COO, those dignitaries in absentia, colleagues, partners in the water sector, honored process controllers, friends, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is indeed an honor and a privilege to stand before you today to speak on a topic that is not only important to our sector, but essential to the future of South Africa. Today I want to speak about the people who are often unseen, often unrecognized, yet absolutely indispensable to our nation. The people who stand between clean water and contamination. The people who protect public health every single day. The people who ensure that wastewater is safely treated before it returns to our rivers. The people who keep treatment works operating during power failures, equipment breakdowns, storms, budget constraints, and community pressure. The people who carry enormous responsibility, often quietly and without applause. Today is about the process controller. Because process controllers are not simply operators of infrastructure. They are custodians of public trust. They are guardians of water security. They are the backbone of sustainable water management. And increasingly, they are the professionals who will determine whether South Africa succeeds or fails in securing its water future. Colleagues, water security is not only about dams, pipelines, or treatment plants. Water security is about people. It is about whether a child can drink safe water before going to school, whether a clinic can sterilize equipment, whether a factory can continue operating, whether a river can sustain ecosystems, whether communities can live with dignity. Every economic sector in South Africa depends on water. Mining depends on water, agriculture depends on water, manufacturing depends on water, tourism depends on water, healthcare depends on water, energy generation depends on water. Without reliable water services, there is no sustainable economic growth. Without properly managed wastewater systems, there is no environmental protection. Without skilled professionals operating the systems, there is no water security. And that is why process controllers matter. Because infrastructure alone does not create water security. People create water security. A municipality can spend billions of rand on infrastructure. But if there are no skilled and ethical professionals operating and maintaining those systems, that infrastructure will fail. We have seen this reality across the country. South Africa's water challenges are not simply engineering challenges. They are skills challenges. They are governance challenges. They are professionalization challenges. And this is precisely why Regulation 3630 is so important. Colleagues, when regulations are introduced, people often react with concern. They ask, will this create more pressure? Will this make things more difficult? Will this exclude people? Where will we find the money? But Regulation 3630 should not be viewed as a punishment. It should be viewed as a recognition. For too long, process controllers have been the unsung heroes of the water sector. For too long, their expertise has been undervalued. For too long, highly skilled operators have carried enormous responsibility without receiving the professional recognition they deserve. Regulation 3630 changes that. It formally recognizes the importance of process controllers in safeguarding South Africa's water future. It acknowledges that water and wastewater treatment plants are not facilities that can simply run themselves. They require knowledge, they require competence, they require accountability, and most importantly, they require professionals. Regulation 3630 creates a framework that elevates process controllers into the professional standing they have long deserved. It creates pathways for growth, pathways for learning, pathways for recognition, pathways for career advancement, and pathways for dignity. This regulation tells every young person entering the sector, this is not just a job, this is a profession. A respected profession, a profession that matters, a profession with purpose. And importantly, it aligns process controllers with the same professional expectations we expect from engineers, scientists, accountants, doctors, and other recognized professions. That is not a burden. That is empowerment. That is progress. That is nation building. Process controllers here. Professionalization is about far more than obtaining a certificate. Professionalization is about identity. It is about standards. It is about accountability. It is about ethics. It is about competence. And it is about continuous growth. A professional is not someone who knows everything. A professional is someone who commits themselves to lifelong learning. Someone who accepts responsibility. Someone who understands that the work they do affects the lives of others. When a process controller makes a decision at the treatment works, that decision may affect the life of thousands of people, sometimes hundreds of thousands. The dosage of chemicals, the management of sludge, the monitoring of water quality, the response to operational failures, the management of compliance. These are not routine tasks. These are public health responsibilities. And because the stakes are so high, professionalization matters. Professionalism means doing the right thing, even when nobody is watching. Professionalism means showing up consistently. Professionalism means being honest about failures and committed to improvement. Professionalism means maintaining competence. Professionalism means understanding that your work has consequences beyond the walls of the treatment plant. Professionalism also means understanding that every action contributes to the reputation of the entire profession. Every ethical decision strengthens public trust. Every careless decision damages it. And that is why professional registration matters. Because professional registration is not merely administrative. It is a public commitment. A commitment to competence, a commitment to ethics, a commitment to accountability, and a commitment to serving society. Ladies and gentlemen, at WISA we believe deeply in the value of professionalism, integrity, excellence, inclusivity, collaboration, and service. These are not simply words written in a strategic document. These are principles that shape the future of our sector. Integrity means doing what is right for the public, even when it is difficult, even when it means not being popular, when tough and nasty sentiments are banded about you, about your organization. Excellence means refusing to accept mediocrity in systems that affect human health. Inclusivity means creating opportunities for people from all backgrounds to enter and grow within the profession. Collaboration means recognizing that solving South Africa's water challenges requires all of us working together. And service means remembering that the ultimate purpose of our work is improving people's lives, even before our own career or opportunities. When this is done, I firmly believe the right opportunities will come and your career will improve. Water is not a luxury. Water is dignity. Water is health. Water is economic opportunity. Water is environmental sustainability. And the people who protect that resource carry a profound responsibility. But they also carry a profound opportunity, because every process controller has the ability to leave a legacy of healthier communities, a legacy of cleaner rivers, a legacy of stronger municipalities, a legacy of safe water systems, a legacy of professionalism, and ultimately a legacy of hope. Professionals. Technical skills are not enough. The future of the water sector will not only be shaped by qualifications, it will also be shaped by character. Character determines how people behave when conditions become difficult. And we know that conditions in the water sector are often difficult. Many process controllers work under tremendous pressure. Aging infrastructure, resource shortages, operational failures, community frustration, political pressure, skill shortages, long hours, and yet, despite these challenges, hundreds, thousands of process controllers like you continue showing up every day to keep systems functioning. That takes resilience. That takes commitment. That takes professionalism. But professionalism also requires humility. The humility to keep learning. The humility to ask questions. The humility to admit mistakes. And the humility to mentor the next generation. One of the greatest responsibilities of experienced professionals is not simply to perform their own duties well. It is to develop others. Because no profession survives if knowledge is not transferred. Every experienced process controller, engineer, scientist sitting here should ask themselves, who am I mentoring? Who am I helping grow? Who will replace me one day? Because leadership is not about status. Leadership is about impact. And the strongest legacy we can leave is not infrastructure. It is people. To the young people in this room, to the operators, to the trainees, to the students, to the individuals wondering whether this profession has a future, let me say this clearly. South Africa needs you. Your country needs skilled process controllers. Your communities need ethical professionals. And this profession offers something incredibly meaningful. It offers purpose. You are entering a profession where your work matters every single day. You're entering a profession where you can build a career, where you can continue studying, where you can grow, where you can become professionally registered, where you can lead teams, where you can manage facilities, where you can become a specialist, where you can contribute to innovation, where you can shape policy, where you can help transform South Africa. But growth requires sacrifice. There is no shortcut to excellence. Professional growth requires discipline. It requires study. It requires continuous learning. It requires commitment. And sometimes it requires perseverance through difficult circumstances. But every great profession is built through sacrifice. Nobody becomes excellent accidentally. Excellence is developed. One lesson, one shift, one challenge, one qualification, one experience at a time. And the beautiful thing about this profession is that opportunity exists for everybody willing to grow. Your background does not determine your ceiling. Your willingness to learn does. Your willingness to improve does. Your willingness to remain disciplined does. Your willingness to uphold professional standards does. South Africa's future water leaders are already sitting in rooms like this. The next generation of professional process controllers is already here, but we must invest in them. We often speak about infrastructure, but infrastructure alone cannot build a country. People build countries. Ethical professionals build countries. Committed professionals build countries. And right now, South Africa needs professionals more than ever, not only in water, across every sector. People who understand that their role is bigger than themselves. People who understand that public service is about responsibility. People who understand that competence matters. People who understand that integrity matters. Because when systems fail, It is communities who suffer. Children suffer, patients suffer, businesses suffer, the environment suffers. And therefore, professionalism is not an abstract idea. Professionalism protects lives. Professionalism protects economies. Professionalism protects dignity. Professionalism protects democracy. That is why the professionalism of process controllers is not merely a sector issue. It is a national issue. It is about building institutional capability. It is about restoring trust. It is about improving service delivery. It is about ensuring sustainable development. And it is about building a future South Africa that generations can be proud of. Colleagues, the water sector is changing rapidly. Automation is increasing. Artificial intelligence is emerging. Remote monitoring systems are becoming more common. Data analytics is transforming operations. Digital technologies are improving efficiency. But technology will never replace professionalism. Technology is only as effective as the people managing it. The future process controller will need both technical expertise and digital competencies. They will need to understand systems, data, compliance, environmental sustainability, risk management, and increasingly integrated water management. This means the profession is becoming even more valuable, not less. The process controller of the future will not simply operate equipment. They will manage increasingly sophisticated systems that directly influence water resilience, climate adaptation, and environmental stability. And that means continuous professional development will become essential. Learning cannot stop after qualification. The professionals who thrive in the future will be the professionals who remain adaptable, who remain curious, who remain committed to growth, who remain willing to evolve. There is a burden that comes with professionalism. When you become a professional, society expects more from you. Higher standards, greater accountability, better judgment, ethical conduct, continuous competence. That burden is real, but it is also an honor because it means society trusts you. It means communities rely on you. It means your decisions matter. And few responsibilities are more important than protecting public health and water security. Process controllers carry enormous responsibility, but they should also carry enormous pride. Pride in their contribution, pride in their professionalism, pride in the value they bring to society, pride in the knowledge that their work improves lives, and pride in the knowledge that they are building a stronger South Africa. To the leaders amongst us, professionalism cannot succeed through regulation alone. It requires support. It requires investment. It requires leadership, like uMngeni-uThukela have shown. Municipalities must invest in training. Industry must invest in skills development. Leaders must create pathways for growth. Experienced professionals must mentor younger staff. Training institutions must align qualifications with industry needs. And organizations must understand that compliance with Regulation 3630 is not simply about avoiding penalties. It is about strengthening the sustainability and resilience of water services. When organizations invest in professional process controllers, they are investing in operational reliability, public health, environmental protection, infrastructure sustainability, institutional credibility, and ultimately, national water security. That is not a compliance cost. It is a strategic investment. At some point in life, every professional must ask, what legacy will I leave behind? Will we leave behind failing systems or functioning systems? Will we leave behind declining standards or stronger professions? Will we leave behind polluted rivers or protected ecosystems? Will we leave behind skills shortages or empowered young professionals? Every process controller has the power to influence that answer. Every shift matters. Every decision matters. Every act of professionalism matters. Every young person mentored matters. Every system improved matters. And collectively, those actions shape the future of our country. The story of South Africa's water future will not only be written in government plans or infrastructure projects. It will be written in treatment plants, in laboratories, in pump stations, in control rooms, and by the professionals who operate them. Ladies and gentlemen, the backbone of water security is not about concrete and cement. It is not about steel. It is not about pumps. It is not about pipes. The backbone of water security is people, skilled people, ethical people, dedicated people, professional people. And among those professionals, process controllers occupy one of the most important professional roles in our society. Regulation 3630 represents a turning point towards professional recognition, a turning point toward accountability, a turning point towards skill development, a turning point towards restoring pride in the profession, and ultimately a turning point towards a more resilient and sustainable South Africa. To every process controller here today, never underestimate the importance of your work. Never underestimate your ability to grow. Never underestimate your ability to lead. And never underestimate the impact you can have on this country. Because the future of South Africa's water security depends not only on infrastructure, it depends on professionals. Professionals willing to sacrifice, professionals willing to learn, professionals willing to grow, professionals willing to uphold standards, professionals willing to serve society, and professionals willing to leave South Africa better than they found it. That is the opportunity before you. That is the responsibility before us. And that is the legacy we must build together. I thank you. I wish you well over the next 2 days. And congratulations in advance to those receiving awards. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lester, for the insightful keynote address. Mhlambe mangizothi nje hala muzi ngomageba ukuthi ubethini uDr. Lester without me diluting his speech. Ukhulume ngokubaleka kwethu njengama process controllers nokubaleka kumsebenzi esiwenzayo othinta izinto eziningi emhlabeni esiphila kuona. Ekuphehlweni kwagesi kudingakala amanzi, in irrigation kudingakala amanzi. So ubezama ukuthi aphakamise lelo zinga lethu njengama process controllers. Khona okunye akubalulile engikuthandile la ekhulume khona ngokuthi wenze into right ngaso sonke isikhathi noma ngabe kuthiwa akekho umuntu okubonayo. Lapho ubezama ukwenze njani uku-elevator i-ethics, indlela esisebenza ngayo ukuthi kumele ngaso sonke isikhathi sisebenze ngokuthembeka. Siyakwazi-ke ukuthi ngesinye isikhathi kuke kwenzeke umuntu afisa ukubhala u-0.5 NTU kanti into ephuma emshinini ibhala u-1.9. So uthi-ke ngaleso sikhathi cabanga ukuthi mangabe ufuna ukubizwa njengochwepheshe, a professional, kumele uthembeke. Uphinde ke wasinxenxela abaphathi bethu, ngiyithandile-ke leyo ukuthi uphinde wasinxenxela abaphathi bethu ukuthi mangabe sizohamba lo mgudu lo wokuthi sibizwe ngochwepheshe ama-process controllers, kumele phela nabo basisupporte nge-training, basisupporte nangama-tools esiwadingayo ukuthi nathi sigcine sikwazi ukwenza umsebenzi wethu ngendlela efanelekile, sikwazi ukuthi nathi sithi sihamba ezweni sibizwe ngobani, ngochwepheshe. Ukhulumile-ke nangokuthi zama-process controller kumele sibuye sibuze ukuthi mase sishiya thina lo mhlaba sizoshiya kunjani embonini yamanzi. Yiphi incwadi wena ozoyibhala ngemboni yamanzi? That is when he was talking about the legacy that we should live as ama-process controllers. Okunye ke futhi okubalekile, which is going to drive into our next session, ukhuluma indaba ukuthi u-regulation 3630 awuzile ukuthi uzosinda as ama-process controllers, but u-regulation 3630 uzele ukuzokwenza njani, ukuzolekelela thina ukuthi sikwazi ukuthi sigcine sibizwa ngochwepheshe. So asingawuthathi-ke njengento esindayo u-regulation 3630, asiwuthathe ngento ezenjani, ezele thina ama-process controllers, ngoba bonke abantu laba bakhona kule value chain of ukukhuculula amanzi, bona baya-recognizwa, bayaphakanyiswa, iqhaza labo liyaphakanyiswa, kodwa thina elethu aliphakanyiswa. Nangoku-regulation 3630 uzele lokho, thina ukuthi nje siwubambe, sibone ukuthi sishodaphi, sizame ukuvala lezo yikhala ezivulekile. Thank you very much to my panel. Move to the next session. Ngiyazi ukuthi according to the program, we are supposed to go to tea time, but because we had an extended tea time, we are going to actually move now to our next session. And I would just like to request my panel ukuthi isehlele, and the next panel is Nyugela. Thank you very much. We are moving to our session 2. We are going to have a workshop now regarding the white elephant in the room, or regulation 3630. So our next panel is going to be assisting us in terms of implementing regulation 3630. Thank you very much. I call upon Ms. Pindile Shabalala to assist us with that.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's Pindile Shabalala, who is a professional process controller. What was the hashtag again? Ayeye, yes. Can I get an ayeye from the process controllers in the room? Can I get an ayeye from our registered professionals? It has to be louder next time, ne? So basically today we have the session where we will understand regulations 3630 from our speakers, and We'll be going through the implementation of it, and WISA is going to cover the professional side of things. So we have a mini program for this session, which is the welcome, and we have Mr. Solomon from DWS, who will be giving a presentation or speaking through 3630 and addressing every aspect of it that we understand and that we don't understand. And we will have Melissa from WISA, who would be presenting virtually on the road to registration. And then we will be having an introduction to the ambassadors for us to understand how uMngeni has created structures to assist us with the implementation of the regulation. Then we will have an open session for Q&As. So I would like you to just receive the information and get ready for the Q&A so that we will be able to answer all the questions. We have knowledgeable panel on 3630, and I've gone through the registration myself, so we will be able to address any questions at the end of the session. But as Usli was speaking about the ethics, I had to reflect back when I was a process controller in 2009. And at that time, I think there was just a few of us on site, on the field. I struggled to get a safety shoe. I was wearing a size 2 at that time, and I was half the size, by the way. And I do recall a concept called Just Bala. There was a Just Bala movement. I'm sure some of us are familiar with it, where, things happen. And I think when it comes to sessions like this, you realize that we've been needing this, and thanks to the regulation, we get to be recognized as professionals. Process controllers go through a lot on site. And we strongly depend on process controllers to assist the design engineers to implement what they've designed and control it and operate it. We depend on the process controllers to steer the entire treatment process. And I also recall this one time where I was working in a water treatment works, and you get a call from a client to say there's no water, And at that time, you've been working night shift, and the reservoirs are full. And you're trying to find the best response to that type of a complaint, And that wasn't the easiest night shift. So you find such situations where these things do happen. And you find that there's a lot of emotional intelligence that is also required on the field. But then again, going back to being professionals, we now do have people who are PR techs, PR technologists on site, and such a movement is going to recognize such professional registration. So we are truly, truly honored to have such an opportunity. This is the first of its kind. I've not heard of a process controller day in KZN before. Am I the first one? Am I the only one who's attended a process controller day before? None. So this is our very first, and we are here to receive, and We've had the speakers acknowledging us, recognizing us, and we truly, truly appreciate. I would hand over to uMngeni-uThukela, who will now introduce our speaker, and we'll continue with the program. Thanks.
Thanks, Pindile. Greetings, as introduced, igama uMlondo kaNgcobo. For me, it's simple, is to introduce my brother, Solomon Makate from UTWS. But before I introduce him, in South Africa, sidume ngokuthi as implement, but interestingly, it is us, South African, that is saying that, so it's not other people. It's actually us. You hear a lot of things. People say, hey, South Africa, good documents, but when it comes to actually implementing, it's a challenge. But within the water sector, it's actually different because if go to TWS, they've got different vehicles. I think most of you know about the green drop and the blue drop and incentive-based regulation to really drive the implementation. So with that said, I want to yield the platform. Solomon Makate will take us through Regulation 3630 and the compliance thereof. So basically now we're speaking on the implementation in terms of what is expected from us. As you are aware, we've already actually started, but we'll go through it again as well so that you really feel and really understand from the perspective of your regulator. Over to you, Mr. Makate.
Oh, it's live. No, thank you, Program Director. Greetings, colleagues. All protocol remains observed. I think this is a great honor and initiative for uMngeni-uThukela to open this chapter where you're actually recognizing the process controllers. This just goes to show you KZN is really punching. If you don't believe that, go back to Saturday's match. Then you will see that KZN, they mean business. They mean business, and we're really proud for this initiative. Hopefully this is not going to end here, but it will involve all the other WSAs within the region so that we can actually spread the message across the province and honor this very important profession. I think I will be a little bit biased because I also started as a process controller at some point in time. There was a time where I used to work as a process controller in Mpumalanga at the factory called Highveld. That's where you see also this thing of when factories close down, there is also element of skills that gets affected. But one funny thing, when we arrived at the Highveld, they booked us at a B&B. And they were still young coming from university. So I'm not sure, maybe the person that was allocating us the rooms thought we were doing a different type of a job. She got a shock of her life the following day when we woke up. We were all in our boots and overalls. Then she said to us, if I knew that you also wear overalls and boots, I was not going to give you those nice rooms. I'm not sure what they thought about process controllers because of the mere fact that we were wearing overalls and boots. I think it gave a different impression about us. But that's not really what it means. When you take from what the previous speakers were mentioning here, this tells us that actually this profession is a profession that requires element of science, element of engineering. It's not a semi-skilled type of a field. We need to understand engineering, we need to understand science so that we can be able to do this work. Therefore, previous speakers have already mentioned we shouldn't take this for granted because of you really need to require skills in order for you to be recognized as a professional process controller. Okay, without waste of time now, let me get into the business. Regulation 3630. This is a revision of Regulation 2834, which was promulgated in 1985 from the old Water Act of 1956. You can
look at the timelines now. Things have changed a lot since that time. When you look at 1985, qualifications have moved on drastically. We moved into the NQF systems. But then over and above that, the technology has changed, has moved on. Therefore, that required us to catch up with the developments. Okay, as I indicated, this was more towards the old, replacing the old with the new. And then, because of the 1956 Act was no longer in place, then we had to use the Water Services Act, because that came out in 1998 or 1997. Therefore, this regulation had to be aligned with that. Specifically to align with educational development in the country, which is the NQF system, but then to bring in this important topic that we are talking about today, professionalization in terms of process controllers, where there is introduction of Class 6. And we also recognize officials that didn't have formal qualifications. We know during the apartheid years, there were people that would have been hired at that time that didn't necessarily have qualification, but just because a new law is coming into the picture, it doesn't mean therefore you need to get rid of those people that were employed at that time. We had to introduce what is called grandparenting clause, which then recognize our brothers and sisters that were employed during that time, and we can recognize only their skills, not necessarily qualification, as a way of implementing this particular regulation. But then we also brought in the recognition of boreholes, as well as advanced treatment technology. How many of us have actually seen the new SANS 241? This is just to go to show what the regulation can do actually to also the standards. There is now inclusion of the boreholes in the new SANS, which means now that the way we used to observe boreholes is no longer the case. They also need to be monitored from the quality perspective. But then it started also from the regulation where we recognize the boreholes. There was slight change of terminology that the process controllers registration will be valid for 5 years. And then we also emphasized on continuous training. Process controllers must be subjected to prescribed training towards improvement in skill. If you observe, the plants are being upgraded, they are being refurbished, we are upgrading technology. Consequently, we need to also upgrade the skill, because if you are moving from the oxidation pond to activated sludge process, we do agree, you cannot operate it with the same skill. Therefore, we need to, this needs to be a conscious decision that we're going to train until we get tired. The application, in the past, we used to use what is called magic system. It indeed was doing magic, because I'm being told that somebody will call and say, I've got a degree, then you'll get registered. Now we're using IRIS, we have to upload every bit of document, because now we are also being audited. You need to upload all the certificates that you have, you need to upload your ID, so that we can properly register you. Then we use Schedule 1 and 2 to register the plants. Schedule 1 and 2, pretty much what it means is that we're recognizing the complexity of the plant, the size, as well as the risks that are associated with that particular plant to class it. So a Class A plant, one will expect it to be a Rolls-Royce. Top of the range type of a plant that Dr. Lester, as he was presenting, those plants that sometimes you operate with remotely, using SCADA control type of systems, HMI system, those plants then will be classified as a Class A. Class E is smaller, compact, low-level technology. It doesn't require a highly qualified person to operate it. So Schedule 1 and 2 addresses that. The expectation was that these plants needs to be classified, reclassified, because of we have now recognizing the different type of technology that wasn't there when Regulation 234 was promulgated. But the emphasis is that as and when we upgrade these plants as well, within 60 days of doing those alterations, or once maybe the plant is commissioned, then you need to re-register it, because technology has changed. And the plant owner must employ a supervisor that will be responsible for supervisory control of that particular plant. You must also employ a process controller, and then also operation and maintenance. We've got a schedule for that. We'll speak in detail about this particular element. And during the blue drop and green drop assessment, if you observe most of the things that the assessor will ask, particularly where the technical site audit is conducted, they will ask, where is the classification certificate of this plant? We want to see it in a prominent place. As we enter the plant, we need to see it somewhere hanging in the wall there, that this plant is a class A, a B, as well as the process controllers that are operating that particular plant. So this is part of the regulatory requirement, and we are implementing it through this blue and green drop certification program, as Mr. Mngcobo has indicated, that we've got mechanisms that we use to register in terms of the registration, but for implementation of the regulation, we use the drops to really see that these are being done in practice. The Water Service Institution must certify that the works has been designed and constructed in strict compliance to minimum requirements of relevant construction, as well as design standard bodies. So this is at the construction phase as well as the design phase, that all those things need to be certified, so that you know that the plant will be able to operate efficiently, and then you will not have issues where you have a stop and goes as a result of poor workmanship from the design phase. And the plant has to be supported by an operation and maintenance manual. Even when you buy a microwave, you get it with the operation and maintenance manual. I do not understand why we will allow an infrastructure that is worth millions, if not hundreds of millions. We are all sitting here as taxpayers. Sometimes people that are coming from a different sphere, they will be saying government officials are wasting taxpayers' money, as if we don't pay as well. But because of this infrastructure is procured and constructed using public money, there must be element of operation and maintenance manual that we have. The reason being is that you need to be able to understand how to operate this very expensive infrastructure. In the absence of an O&M manual, then how are you going to operate it? If a new member comes into the plant, how are you going to instruct them to operate the plant when you don't have a guiding tool to help you to do that? So that needs to be one of the documents that are accompanying that particular plant, as well as the water user authorization that is site-specific. This is in line with the National Water Act. In terms of the standards of registration of process controllers, all the personnel that are working at the plant, particularly in charge of the operations, whether they are in full-time operation or temporary, they must have a valid registration class that is in line with the requirements of that particular class, as we will say that we'll indicate in Schedule 3. The PC registration is dependent on the following. There must be a relevant qualification. A relevant qualification, we're actually referring to treatment related, nothing else. This is a water treatment facility, this is a wastewater treatment facility. Relevant qualification has to talk to treatment. And it has to be accredited by either all the higher institution of learning, can be universities, can be University of Technologies, or if it's a type of a trading that is offered by service providers, then be accredited by EWCETA or LGCETA. And in order to prove years of experience, we also need to ensure that employment records are there, because of registration is aligned with qualification and years of experience. Therefore, how else then do you prove that you've got 10 years working experience if it's not employment records? A learner process controller may only be registered when he or she has complied with the requirements as contemplated in Schedule 3. I will indicate that in the upcoming slides. And there's two distinct changes in this regulation. Experience that you gain in a water treatment facility, that is drinking water, will only be applicable in that sphere, and then experience that you obtain in wastewater, it will only be applicable in that sphere. We will not mix that you've got 10 years experience because you've got 5 in drinking, 5 in wastewater. We all know they don't operate the same. In terms of standard of training, you need to renew your registration certificate, and also to strengthen the element of continuous training. A class 1 registered process controller up to a class 4, they need to ensure that on an annual basis, they at least accumulate 30 credits. And a class 5 to class 6, because of now, this is aligned to a professionalization, because in many respects, a class 5 process controller will have some form of a qualification. Therefore, what they need, it is not necessarily a full set of training, but it's more of the refresher training. Like for an example, somebody with a diploma in whatever science or engineering related field. With 0 years experience, they become a class 3. But then as they progress, then they become class 5, even up to class 6. Therefore, that type of a professional, therefore, might need refresher training as opposed to 30 credits on an annual basis in order to accumulate points to qualify for a full qualification. In that respect, the person already has qualification, therefore they only need refresher training. Process controllers, as we indicated, will be compelled to prescribe training towards improvement in skill. We also do this during the green drop and blue drop. In this case, we do not necessarily want it to be linked to a accredited training. So long as the training, it's, so maybe let's separate the two. For the purposes of registration, it must be accredited training. But because of we recognize that there might be training that are not necessarily meant to be recognized for qualification purposes, is for you to be able to operate your plant better. We recognize this also during the blue and the green drop certification process. We have defined a registered professional in the regulation. That is a professional engineer, professional engineering technologist in terms of EXA Act, SACNASP, and then must be in line with water treatment operations, as well as a professionally registered process controller with a professional body in terms of NQF Act. And in this case, is WISA, because of WISA is the only professional body that has been registered in terms of this NQF Act and is designated to process controllers. This was the part that was saying class 1 to class 4, they need to do 30 credits. And class 5 and 6 is 10 credits. This could be, for an example, attending a workshop, CPD points, attending WISA, attending all these different type of workshops where you get CPD points, then you still align with your professional registration over and above just renewal of the registration. But for class 4 and below, then in this case you need to strive to get 30 credits so that you accumulate over a period of 5 years. If you remember that there was a slide that said renewal is every 5 years. The intent here is that by the end of 5 years, at least you've completed a qualification, and then you will be able to progress to the next class. As indicated, then the classification in terms of a plant, class, Schedule 1, 1A, and Schedule 2, that's where we actually register for a plant, or you classify it. We look at the design capacity as well as complexity in terms of the operation, and then we also look at whether the technology is complex or not, and the operating procedures. This applies across, whether it's wastewater, drinking water. And then we also included the element of water reuse, because in the past, in 1985, that was in the old regulation. Because of we are going to be pursuing those initiatives of water reuse. Therefore, this is also being introduced here. And then this also comes with the risk. Therefore, the higher you get it, then the person that will be responsible for operation should be a highly qualified person. Okay, now for measuring compliance with the Regulation 3630. We first classify the plant on your far left on my side. I'm not sure on your side. Oh, it's left as well. Okay. Where is green, class A, B, C, D, E, then that's the plant. Class A is top of the range. Class E is your UNU. The one in the middle is the class of a process controller that you want per shift. But that doesn't mean that you mustn't have your general workers. You mustn't have your assistants. I'm not sure what is the hierarchy of your reporting at your plant. But Regulation 3630 prescribes the highest qualified process controller per shift. If you've got 3 shifts, let's say it's a class A plant, in each and every shift, there must be a class 4 process controller that is responsible for that particular shift. But that doesn't stop you from, we all know you cannot operate a plant as a class 4 alone. There must be other personnel that are underneath, and the regulation is not going to prescribe that. You, as the plant owner, you must make that determination. That for this size of a plant, with the risk in this particular area, because you need to take issues of OHS into the picture. We've got our ladies that are also operating the plant. Will you want a lady to operate a plant alone? That is what, the size of this ICC, standing alone at a plant, honestly speaking, that will be a very reckless employer to do that. There must be security personnel on site, there must be process controller that will also be assisting, and then all have got various responsibilities. The COO has mentioned that. Has recognized that we all need each other. So this is just prescribing the highest qualified process controller in that specific shift, and then the class 5 supervisor that only works on day shifts, but will be available all the time. So this one can come in the morning and knock off in the afternoon, but all the shifts must have this particular process controller. But it doesn't end there. You must also have a standby person. So if you've got 3 shifts, then you need additional 4. Because there are shift changeovers. People get sick. We attend funerals, weddings. Then somebody must be able to come in and chip in for the other. So then instead of now saying you've got 3 shifts, you've got 3 personnel, you actually need 4 for all the different scenarios that you're going to have. This was just an example of a class A, but the same principle applies across. Class B, same as well. Fortunately, class A and B are treated the same because of the size and complexity and the risks that are associated with them. Class C, D, E, the supervisor doesn't have, you see, there's got asterisk right on the class 5. This means that this personnel mustn't be purely stationed at this plant. Class A and B, the supervisor is only responsible for that plant, cannot be shared. But a class C, D, E, you can share the plants. You can go from one plant to the other, so long as you do weekly visit. But one thing that we must make sure, each and every shift must have those class of process controllers. We have actually observed a phenomenon as we do the blue and green drop. Each and every year, the supervisors, they drop when we do full and progress. If it's a full blue drop year, like it was full green drop year last year, process controllers moved from drinking water to wastewater. If we are then really serious about this professionalization status, because we don't know why why a person is actually a supervisor. They shouldn't be changing every year depending on which assessments focus is on. A supervisor, is a person that is responsible for taking operational decisions at that plant. Not because of this year we're doing full green drop, therefore moving from drinking to blue drop, to green drop. We have made that observation, and really we need to understand why a person must be there all the time, specifically to take operational decisions. These personnel that were listed here in terms of the supervisor, the process controller per shift, they must still be supported by maintenance personnel. Electricians needs to be there to attend to electrical faults that are encountered at the plant. Civil maintenance also needs to be there. Mechanical colleagues needs to be there. Depending on the complexity, whether you are automated to what level, instrumentation colleagues as well needs to be there, so that to support one another to ensure that the plant runs efficiently. That is Schedule 4, and we do actually implement it during the, or monitor it during the blue and the green drop assessment processes. Who are the key enablers for this very important regulation? As the department, we have to make sure that we perform our regulatory function, and then process controller professionalization by ensuring that only qualified registered individuals operate our critical infrastructure. But that doesn't end there. Our human resources department at our institution needs to understand this. It's very critical that when you say you need a class 4, a HR person needs to be able to understand that what type of a person do I want. We get a lot of calls where a municipality will say, I want to advertise for a post of a class 3. Do I have to request for a certificate before I hire a person or not? If we are to deal with joblessness also as a country, I've indicated that according to Schedule 3, a person with a national diploma or a BTech, unemployed, 0 years experience, is a class 3. Let's say they did chemical engineering or they did microbiology. Are you not going to hire that person because they don't have years of experience? Sometimes for you to train that person, it can be shorter. And then you start assigning them the responsibility. So our HR practitioners need to understand this regulation, and when we advertise positions, we don't close our unemployed brothers out, because of they do have a role to play if you are looking at the professionalization route that we are trying to take. In the years to come, you will need actually those graduates to operate these plants than keep on training, which could be a quicker way to implement the regulation. I will thank you so much for the invitation, and I'm looking forward to more celebrations like this in the province. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Solomon, for that. I'm going to do a short roll call. I would like to get an IAA from KCDM. Is the KCDM in the house, IAA? Do we have a Tegwini municipality? IAA Tegwini? IAA Tegwini? Do we have Ilembe? Ayeye Ilembe, ayeye? Ilembe is, we're moving with Ilembe. Ayeye Mzinyati, ayeye? Ayeye Mzinyati, ayeye? Ayeye Ugu? Ayeye Herikwala, ayeye? Yes, thank you so much for honoring our invite. And those I do not mention, ayeye to you guys. Before we introduce our next speaker from WISA, which is Melissa, she'll be presenting virtually. I also did have a reflection when we had a review of our classification as with my colleagues, the plant superintendents, the core employees, ne? Those are the core. Those are my fellow colleagues. And one of those comrades said, this regulation has been a draft for years. Why are we complying? So I'm glad we have Regulation 3630. that is not recognized as a draft regulation. But as a superintendent, you grow a backbone, a very strong one, because of the many hats you wear. You get calls about a washing machine soap. You get calls about someone who's having fits. You get calls about a budget of a couple of millions. You also get involved in some design projects. You become a psychologist here and there. So, ayeye superintendents, ayeye. Ayeye superintendents, ayeye. We thank you. Okay, in the next minute, we will allow Melissa to start her presentation on the road to registration. Over to you, Melissa. Good morning, Melissa. You may begin. You on mute? We still can't hear you as yet, Melissa.
Hello? Melissa, I think you need to mute on your side.
Melissa, make sure your sound settings are selected to your headphones, the name of your headphones, yeah. We can't hear you at the moment. Are you unmuted already? Okay. Double check your mic on Teams. There's an arrow that goes down on your mic. Just go there and go to sound settings. Okay. Test now.
Can you hear me now?
Perfect, perfect. Thank you. You can go ahead and share your screen, please.
Okay, will do. Good morning, everybody, again. And I've heard all of that. So it's great to be able to present for you. I really wish I was there in person, but unfortunately I couldn't be. So I'm going to take you through my presentation. Can we please just kindly get confirmation that you can see the presentation?
For now, it's only your face.
Okay, Okay, can you see my screen now?
Yes.
Apologies for all the technical difficulties. So Pandile has asked me to speak to you today about the road to registration. So I'm Melissa Cousins, Operations Manager at WISA, and responsible for overseeing membership as well as training and projects. Part of that membership is the Professional Process Controller designation. So just a little bit about who WISA is. We have a vision that we would like to have an empowered and trusted water sector that really serves everybody. And through that, our mission is to drive water sustainability and security across Southern Africa by advancing professionalism, accountable leadership, and strategic collaboration that strengthen resilience and trust within the water sector. And I'm sure you can understand the real importance of the role you fulfill in ensuring we have a trusted water sector. And I'm quite sure that Dr. Goldman has touched on that, and it was also emphasized by Solomon now. So WISA has a dual role in the sector. We are a recognized professional body. As Solomon mentioned, WISA carries the designation of Professional Process Controller as awarded by SAQA. There is no other professional body that can carry that same designation, as SAQA doesn't allow duplication of designations. In addition, WISA is also a voluntary membership body, and we have various voluntary membership levels, and if you don't meet the requirements yet as a professional process controller, you can still join WISA as a voluntary member. Through your registration with WISA, you'll get access to different networking opportunities. You can collaborate with others working in the sector. You get access to discounted CPD for your skills development. And WISA has various knowledge sharing platforms through our webinars, through our online library, and so on. This is just an overview of our membership grades. We have voting and non-voting membership groups. You'll notice that professional registration as a professional process controller has voting rights. We then have some of our voluntary individual member grades, and then we also have our non-individual or corporate members. We have branches across the country. You'll note KZN is there. If you'd like to know more about the KZN branch, then I think have a chat with Mr. Bia, or even you can have a chat with Pandile as well about that. We have various technical divisions. I think for your purpose, maybe the most important one is the process controllers one, so take note of that. And we also have two empowerment platforms that we're very proud of, Young Water Professionals and our Women in Water. Two very great platforms if you would like to get more involved in WISA. So I just wanted to touch on ways that WISA provides support. I think one of the key things we're doing at the moment is assisting with some workshops and guidance and advisory support to the municipalities about the implementation of the regulation and the compliance thereof. So we are providing workshops and offer support in that manner. We also have a municipal membership which is built-in compliance, because it also includes registration of 2 professional process controllers. So it just helps you along the way to be compliant with the regulation. We also do targeted capacity building for municipal leadership. So we have 2 great courses that we've put in place. Solomon just mentioned that the HR people know who are the correct people that need to be employed. Also, I just want to I want to applaud what Solomon said about putting out adverts and then calling for specific classification. How are we going to help those who are unemployed if we are putting in that criteria? Because obviously, in order to be classified, you must be linked to a works. So let's make sure that those HR people understand that when they're putting out an advert, you're not looking for someone who is a class 3. You're looking for someone who complies with class 3. So that will make it a lot easier for people when they are trying to find employment, which I think is really important. Other ways that we provide support is access to technical expertise. WISA has 2,500 professional members. We have a huge pool of expertise, ranging from anaerobic sludge to mine water to modeling and data. It covers the whole entire water sector. So whenever your municipality or your works needs any assistance, you're welcome to reach out to us, and WISA can try and put you in touch with people who can help you achieve what you need to achieve. We also have great subsidized and funded training programs. Currently we have funding from EWCSA, WRC, and we've also had funding from the LGCSA. That's been on candidacy programs, which is for the registration of professional process controller, but also on CPD courses. So get in touch with us and find out what offerings we have so that you are able to then comply later. We believe that strengthening municipal operations through skills development is very important. We all know about the outcomes of the Blue, Green and No Drop and how we would really like to see the water and wastewater treatment works go from the lower level to the high level. And it's through ensuring that we are addressing skill shortages in those areas that we can hope to push people to their blue and green drop status. And then WISA obviously leads professionalization of the process controllers registration. We have accredited CPD courses, and those are run by, or should I say facilitated by, professionals working in the sector. So when you attend a WISA green drop course, it is being trained by a green drop assessor. So you can know that the information they are giving you is correct, because that is the very same person who is going to come and come and audit your plants is the person who is training you on the green drop or on the blue drop. So you know that the training that WISA offers is of the highest level. And then obviously we want to ensure that there is a pathway, so from learner up until class 6 process controllers, and we want to ensure that the municipalities and the water and wastewater treatment works are retaining those scarce skills that they have, because it sometimes is difficult to keep those very good employees that you need. Okay, so then on to the purpose of this presentation is really just to talk about the designation, registration and retention. So WISA's Professional Process Controller is also known as PRPC Water, and that is the designation that you will be able to place behind your name. So for example, the engineers use PREng, Professional Natural Sciences use PSciNat, or yeah, so this will be the designation that you would then use, which is your PRPC Water. This is obviously awarded to individuals who meet the criteria, and I'm going to touch on the criteria on the next slide. As Ms. Pendile mentioned earlier, professional process controllers are governed by a code of conduct, and there's a code of conduct that is available to our professional process controllers, and you need to ensure that you are upholding that code as a professional. So you need to retain your designation through CPD points, which are earned through CPD courses, which are accredited by WISA. As per Solomon's presentation, he was talking about, the regulation and that it requires Class 5 and Class 6 to be professionally registered. Also noting that the deadline for compliance with that was actually last year, the 30th of June. So you must know going forward on your blue, green and no drop audits, you're probably going to be measured on this. So you need to try and ensure that you're compliant. As I mentioned, we've got that career pathway that we are putting in place. There's also an opportunity for professional status to be awarded through RPL. I'm going to touch on RPL just now. There are funded projects which allow for professional registration. And then as a professional, you're going to be open to more career opportunities and recognition in the sector, which I think is really important, because you want to elevate yourself. You want to elevate yourself through your career, within the sector. So see this as a stepping stone. See this as something that's going to take you to the next level. Through your membership or your professional registration with WISA, you are entitled to additional discounts and benefits. If any of you have seen any of our courses, you will note that we actually have a non-member rate. So that's for anybody who's not a member of WISA at all. We have a member rate, and that's for our voluntary members. And then we have a professional process controller rate, which is lower than all of those. So, and that's because we want to ensure that you are able to meet your CPD requirements. And then, as I mentioned earlier, we have that specific membership for municipalities that includes 2 professional process controllers registrations per year. So it's not a once-off. Every year you can, if you need to register another 2 new ones, you can register them. Alternatively, you can use those seats for the 2 that were already registered, and then it will continue covering their annual fees. So just at the top of the screen, I suggest you take a screenshot of this, or you take a picture. That pr.pcwater@wisa.org.za is a very important email address that is run by Shara, and if you have any questions relating to registration, you can email us on that address and we will send you all the information that you need. So I think one of the more important things on the screen is we would like to highlight the minimum requirements to be registered as a professional post controller. So you need to have a relevant NQF6 qualification. I've been asked, what are those qualifications? The list is very long. We don't have a list because we also don't want to have anybody not apply because they don't see their qualification on the list and so now they think they don't qualify. That isn't the case. It's based on relevance. So if, for example, you have an NQF6 in public, I'm going to say in public finances because that's really out there, that is not going to be relevant. But if you have a national diploma in civil engineering or a national diploma in chemical engineering or in any of those, then those are things that we'll be looking at. So I don't want to give you a list and then somebody feels that they now don't qualify. Rather, let us tell you whether or not you meet the qualification standards. And on top of that, you can ask us for advice. You don't need to apply and then, with the fear of being rejected. Rather say, this is where I'm at. Do you think I might qualify? And we can then give you some advice and say, yes, we think you can go through the process. We can't promise the outcome, but based on our review, you meet the minimum criteria. And then, or we can say, you know what, you need a few more years experience. You have submitted an N6 certificate, which is actually the equivalent of an NQF5, so you need to still get your NQF level 6. So that's the kind of advice we can assist you with. Then also part of that requirement is you need to have a minimum 6 years work experience as a process controller. And if you've had a look at Schedule 3 of the regulation, you will see that we have aligned our requirements with the regulation because we want to work hand in hand with DWs to make sure that we both can trust the information that we're receiving. Then you need to have shown competency within these 8 occupational tasks within the last 5 years. So operating and controlling chemical, biological and physical systems and associated plant for compliance with quality standards. You need to have monitored and tested for physical, chemical and biological properties. You need to have performed all required administrative and procedural functions because that's what's required of a supervisor. You need to have inspected equipment, processes and operating conditions. You need to have had some sort of exposure to process design and process optimization because how do we make the plants run better really? And then you need some exposure to research and the implementation of scientific projects which promote the science of water and wastewater treatment processes. You also need to have some risk management associated with water services works, and you need to have some management experience and skills. You remember in a supervisory capacity, you're expected to oversee people, and so you need to have some managerial experience, otherwise you won't be able to fulfill that role effectively. So when you are applying for professional designation, there are 3 forms that need to be completed. We need your general information form. If you complete the process through our online link, A1 essentially is that form in an electronic format. Then there's an experience report. The experience report is form A2. It is very important. You need to complete it and upload it. Then we need you to complete form A3. It is a referee report. We need 2 separate referee reports that are from your supervisor, your line manager, anybody who has worked with you and can attest to your competencies within those 8 occupational tasks. So, for example, you don't necessarily need to have worked with this. So, for example, you might have been working at one plant and now you've moved from that plant and you're working at another plant. You may be able to use one of your referees from your previous employer and then one from your new employer. It has to be different. I want to emphasize that because we have rejected many referee reports for being duplications. It's exactly the same as the other one, just 2 different signatures. It will not be accepted, unfortunately. Even if it's typed up, the writing cannot even be, it can be 2 typed up, but the words are exactly the same, it gets rejected. So please make sure that your referee reports are accurate and correct. Remember, this is also around ethics, eh? So we expect you to conduct yourselves in a professional manner, and it really starts with making sure those referee reports are out. Then we also need a copy of your ID, a copy of your qualifications, a DW. If you have a DWS classification certificate, you can upload that as well. It just helps us along with everything. And then we need a full CV. A full CV because sometimes your experience report doesn't note everything you've done. So if you can give us a comprehensive CV, wherever things are lacking or information is lacking in A2, we can then pick it up in the CV. But if you're just giving us a brief overview with your CV and it only includes your current position, that's not going to help us in making a determination of whether or not you meet the criteria. So also just to note, these applications are not reviewed or approved by head office. So you make the application, we receive the documentation, we review your documentation. It then goes to a committee. If everything's in place, it goes to a committee. And the committee itself then reviews it. And it goes to at least 2 or 3 persons to review. So it's peer review. And your application is reviewed by other professional process controllers. And so you must know that it is being reviewed by people who are at the right level and have the right experience and skills to be able to review your applications fairly. Along with your application, there's a once-off application fee. For this year, 2026, it's currently 1,050 Rand. That is a once-off, non-refundable application fee. Thereafter, you need to pay an annual membership fee. This year's fees is 2,262 Rand. If you had to apply now because the year is already passed, you will be paying a pro rata based on a quarterly rate. So it will be slightly less. Membership fees are payable annually. Please remember that in order, as part of your retention criteria, there's three criteria to ensure that you retain your designation. 1, making sure that your annual fees are paid. We're not the only professional body that requires annual fee payments. So does EXO, so does SACNEP, so does every other professional body. Don't think that you pay once and don't pay again. It's annual, right? 2nd, making sure you keep up with your CPD. That's important. And 3rd, upholding the code of conduct. If you are found for any reason if you find yourself for any reason in a disciplinary hearing and you are found to be at fault, you can be removed as a professional post controller. So remember those 3 things: your fees, your CPD, your ethical conduct. Okay, so then just moving on to our criteria, retention criteria in brief. I did actually touch on it, and look, it's there for you to see, so even better. And then I also just want to talk about the CPD. So professional post controllers must obtain a minimum of 30 CPD credits over a 3-year cycle in order to retain their professional designation. We have aligned this to the regulation to make it easier. So you're not trying to just comply with ours, which was previously 5, and now you must still comply with DWS. We wanted to make it easy. So we've aligned our requirements with DWS requirements, so you know if you meet ours, you should meet theirs. Okay, so this is the different categories that we have. We have category 1, which is developmental activities, so conferences, workshops, symposiums, formal training courses, online learning, and so on. You need a minimum of 12 credits per 3-year cycle or 4 credits a year. So that would be, for example, 2 2-day courses, or maybe as Solomon mentioned earlier, you attend the WISA conference, you get at least 3 out of that one. So you need to be obtaining those minimum credits every year. Then under category 2, we have work-based activities. So obviously in your day-to-day job, you'll be able to obtain these quite easily. 300 notional hours of work time is equivalent to 1 credit. You can gain a maximum of 2 credits for your process controller work per year. Then we have mentoring and coaching of process controllers. 50 notional hours of coaching is equivalent to 1 credit. Again, a maximum of 2 credits per year. And the reason we put this in is very important because we want our supervisors, our class 5s, our class 6s to be passing on their knowledge to the next generation of process controllers. We need to ensure that there's some mentoring and coaching of our class 3s, of our class 4s, because eventually we want them to be registered as class 5s. That's the purpose. We want them to move up. So If you are going to be professionally registered, I encourage you to please implement that mentoring and coaching within your organization so that we can move the next level of process controllers up and they can be able to fulfill their positions getting that assistance so that they can be the best they can be. Under category 3, it's more of a general category. So we recognize if you are a member of another voluntary association, which is a VA. A VA, for example, is SAICI. That's the best one that comes to mind. Or another professional body, in this case, maybe SECNASP, or maybe you also registered with EXA. We do award then 1 CPD for that. And then we have a number of other activities. By participating on any of our platforms, so you saw earlier there is a technical division for process controllers. If you participate as a volunteer within that group, you would be able to obtain CPDs. If you serve on our evaluation of the PRPC water applications, because remember I said that's peer reviewed, so participating in that sense as well can earn you further CPD. As I spoke about earlier, we have the RPL process. My slides on this are very lengthy, so I'm just going to try and touch on the key aspects of it. So RPL is your recognition of prior learning, and it's basically a formal assessment process to acknowledge the skills, knowledge, and competencies that you've gained through your work experience, life, and informal training. And we measure this against the requirements of the professional designation. This is just another means to ensure that we can get those people that are already registered. You're already classified as class 5s. You just don't meet WISA's minimum criteria. It's to ensure that you can also be registered. So currently we have 2 potential RPL pathways. We have assessment through a portfolio of evidence, and we also have an oral assessment through interviews. And why is this important? It's important because we need to measure your foundational competencies, so your understanding of what you're doing and why you're doing it. You can't tell us you are doing this particular task because that's what the boss told you to do. You need to understand the importance of doing it. So if you're supposed to dose every day this much at this time, you need to understand, why am I doing that? Yes, what I'm doing is dosing. Why am I doing it? You're doing it to make sure that the water is safely treated, right? So then we also consider your practical competence. So what is your ability to be able to perform a certain set of tasks? Your reflexive competency. So your ability to integrate the knowledge and learn from your actions and adapt to unforeseen circumstances. So if something goes wrong, you need to be able to pivot and figure it out. You shouldn't have to call somebody in the meantime, something, the plant is broken and now it's causing much bigger issue. You should be able to quickly try and just apply your mind and address an issue until you can get approvals to take it further. And then applied competence, how you can demonstrate real-world application of your knowledge and skills. So currently we have an option 1, option 2, whereby if you have at least 15 years work experience and then you have an appropriate NQF level 4, or perhaps you have a grade 12 with a relevant N3 or 30 credits or relevant N4, we have different ways of doing that. So you need to just look at how many years work experience do you have, and then you need to have at least 1 to 3 years relevant work experience in a position of responsibility. You need to have been able to manage people, because I mentioned that before. In a supervisory role, you are expected to have a certain level of competency when it comes to managing people and supervising and overseeing people. So you need to have that, and we've made that a requirement. And then there's also a second option whereby if you have an NQF level 5 qualification, you may not meet the 6, but you have a 5, and with 10 years work experience, we can then register you. We are working on, I don't want the people in the room who are maybe not meeting this option 1 to think you've been left out. No. We are working on having a lower grouping, so we will be communicating that as soon as the options for that RPL process are available. And again, you're going to be measured against the 8 occupational tasks as I spoke to earlier. So pretty much the application process is the same, but instead of Form A1, you're going to be completing Form RPL1, RPL2, and so on. And then you will see that there is a list of information that we require, and there is also a competency matrix that is required. So I'll jump to that just now. Your general portfolio of evidence requirements, it needs to be, the format would be you submit your portfolio as a single well-indexed PDF, so it's easy to get through. You must label all your evidence clearly so that the assessors can easily identify courses, experience, and competencies being demonstrated. So of those 8, if you, for example, have information related to risk management, then write there at the top, risk, so that they know what competency you are highlighting. And then, as I mentioned, we have the competency matrix. So this is a detailed evidence checklist for occupational tasks. For example, the first one is operating and controlling systems. So what would that evidence look like? Your shift logbooks, your operational reports, quality control data. So you need to be able to provide that information. The same as the monitoring and testing, what evidence would that be? An analysis report, photos or videos of you performing tests, and then the evidence should include where you interpret the results and make recommendations. So we don't only want you to show us that you know how to do something, you need to be able to show us that you know how to interpret the results of what you've done and what the outcome of that result is. Maybe it comes out to be a certain biological factor is a good measure, and then you'll say, okay, this meets the standard, or you'll say, oh no, this is not meeting the standard. These are the things we need to do to correct it. So it's also showing us that you understand what you're doing. Then administrative and procedural functions, maybe completed permits to work, maintenance requests, shift handover reports, incident reports, anything that shows us you have that experience in that area. And then inspecting equipment and processes, a completed inspection checklist would be an example of the evidence required there. Then onto our process design and optimization. A report on maybe an optimization project you were involved in, a proposal you've made for process improvements, all of that can help us to determine your level of competency in those areas. And then your number 6 is research and scientific projects. So reports or presentations on research projects that you've participated in, or publications where you have published or been a contributor. And then on your risk management, your evidence would be copies of a risk assessment you've conducted, incident report where you've detailed risk analysis, emergency response plans you've maybe helped develop. So those are the kind of evidences you can put under risk management. And then just general management, performance appraisals, highlighting your leadership skills, team rosters or project plans you've developed, a reflective account of a time you've successfully managed your team or a challenging situation. Okay, then we have our competency matrix. This is a spreadsheet that you can download from our website. You will see that on the left-hand side, we have the competency requirements, and then we have the description of your experience and learning, the type of evidence you've attached. So maybe you are saying that I've put in a report, your portfolio reference number. So if you're gonna, for document control purposes and also so we can find it, you're gonna say your evidence is a report. And then the report is numbered report 001. Then we know how to link the information. And then obviously also a comment, just explaining maybe what your evidence is showing. Responsibilities, because there are responsibilities, not only for yourselves, but also for your employers. You will see it says uMngeni-uThukela water responsibilities, but this applies to municipalities as well. It applies to any employer. So replace it with the relevant employer's name. The applicant is responsible for ensuring they complete the forms correctly and provide sufficient and accurate information. Too many times, processes of approvals are delayed because we are not getting the right information. If you don't know, ask. Ask us, ask at work, ask somebody who's been through the process. They can push you in the right direction. And then your employer responsibilities. Your employers need to ensure that they give proper and ethical referee reports that need to be submitted for each applicant. And they need to support the applicants by ensuring that they have the time and means to compile their POEs, especially if you're going to be applying through the RPL process, because it is lengthy. So our expected time frames, we do an eligibility evaluation first for RPL. We don't just, go into the process straight up. We first start with an eligibility evaluation. That can take about a month after receiving all the documentation. We will then come back to you and say, we recommend that you submit your POE. You then have a month to compile your POE, or alternatively, the assessors might say, I think it's best we interview this candidate. We would then give you that feedback. Then after we have your POE, we can then say another month for evaluation to be completed. Alternatively, within that period, we may then schedule an interview with yourself and the assessor so they can determine whether or not you are going to be able to be awarded the designation. So again, persons found competent will be awarded the designation of professional process controller and will be registered with SAQA as carrying the designation. Remember, there's a very important other part that I think we sometimes forget. As a professional body, we are obligated to give your information to SAQA to say you are a registered professional. So you will be listed on SAQA's database as a professional process controller. So I'm just going to quickly touch on some of our CPD trainings or our training in general. So WISA is triple accredited. Our training courses are accredited with EXA for engineers, SACNES for the professional natural scientists, and WISA for the process controllers. We obviously have different training models, so we have online, in-person, in-house, we have e-learning options, so there's a lot of ways to get your CPD. And then one of the things that we're pushing is obviously we want to ensure that there's improvement on those blue, green and no drop outcomes. So we try and have training around that. And we also, as I mentioned earlier, we do workshops around the regulation to also help people prepare and make sure that they are compliant with the regulation as well. For WISA or at WISA, 1 CPD point is equivalent to 1 day of training. This is just some of the training courses we have. So we have water and wastewater under core technical competencies. We have advanced process control. Those are our e-learning programs. We also have the compliance, risk and regulatory excellence. You'll see that those are our drop and related courses. And then we also have governance, leadership and institutional capacity. So one of the 2 new programs we have is a water and wastewater treatment for municipal and government officials, and that's to make sure that the people in decision-making levels who don't understand the processes can get an understanding of how a water treatment plant runs. What are the different things within that plant that get done? How a wastewater treatment plant runs? What is anaerobic sludge? What is flocculation? What are all of those things? Because if people can maybe understand the process, it may be easier for them to assist you by making the decisions they need to make so that you can fulfill your role adequately. Another great course we have is an Introduction to Water Services Legislation and Management for Councillors. We are working with SALGA to have this rolled out. We have put, obviously, this training for our councillors and government officials is on hold at the moment with one of our projects we're running, simply because they've said, let's wait until after elections. So we will be going full force first quarter next year. So when I say first quarter, I mean January to March in 2027. We'll definitely be pushing out these courses as quickly as we can to ensure that those new people in those positions know what they're doing. And please, it's not just for councillors. Those HR people, those procurement people, anybody that you know of within your municipality that needs to attend this training, you need to let us know. You need to say, I need these people to attend this training. They need to understand these things. And if you don't want to wait for the project, you are welcome to contact us and we can maybe arrange for in-house training. Some of the municipalities, maybe if you put your people all together, we can then do a joint session for you. So this is just 2 of the, this page obviously covers all of our projects, but I just wanted to highlight the 2 that are currently available and in progress. We have a short courses program funded by the EWCISA, that's online learning, online CPD courses, and many of those other courses I shared with you earlier are part of that project. And then we also have a short courses specifically for municipalities, it's WRC funded and it's ongoing. We will be rolling out the next leg of that training within KZN in the next 6 months or so. So be on the lookout for that. We are running it with SALGA. So if you have your contact at SALGA, contact them, make sure that when this becomes available that you're on the list to attend. And so this particular course includes the blue drop, water safety plan, green drop, wastewater risk abatement plan, plant and process audit, and then it also includes those 2 councillor councillor trainings as well. We are also working on a no-drop non-revenue water course as well. So WISA conference, if you haven't heard of it and you haven't been to it, if you can motivate to your supervisor to attend, please do. You will really thoroughly enjoy yourself. It's taking this place this year in Cape Town from the 22nd to the 24th of July. It has more than 10 streams, I'm sure. We're going to have a number of workshops. There are some great technical papers. It's an excellent place for you to meet people and to network with the sector. So if you are in a position to attend, we definitely encourage you to do so. And so I just want to thank you for the opportunity. And Pandita, I'm very sorry. I'm pretty sure I went well over my 10 minutes. But I appreciate that you have given WISA the opportunity to present on the Professional Process Controller designation.
Thank you so much, Melissa. We truly appreciate it. Over to you, Mlondi.
Thank you, Melissa. Much appreciated, a very detailed presentation. I think there was a very nice link between the presentation from Mr. Makate and Melissa. I think what was very clear is that Mr. Makate covered the what in terms of what the regulation requires and the why as well. But Melissa came in and covered the how and where in terms of how do we then become professional process controllers, which was very appreciated. We'll still have a platform for questions and answers. So, but without going further, may I get an indication if we do have people in our midst who are already registered as process controllers? If you can just put your hands up. I do see a couple of hands, which is very encouraging. Let's give them a round of applause, you know. Well done, colleagues and the respective institutions. I think it was quite clear. When I came up, I almost said, HR, because HR is quite a prominent feature as well, you know, in terms of the role that they need to play. But in terms of process controllers, I think it was said earlier, it has been emphasized. You know, if you think of even green drop, green drop or blue drop, to make it as an example, as I said earlier, that we don't have a challenge of implementation, and you've seen the two presentations and as well. If you look at the blue drop, in terms of KPA 1, the very first KPA, it speaks to registration of your works and the process controllers. So already if you go through that assessment and you don't do well there, already your morale goes down, but it speaks on the importance of the process controllers, you know. After that, you then have other sort of human resource type of staff, maybe maintenance, engineering staff, and your scientists. But at first, at the very top, it's the registration of the works and the process controllers. I think that is proof that shows that the importance of process controllers, and it was said in terms of the type of principles, in terms of really upholding to excellence, you know, and safeguarding our public health. So we really appreciate that process controllers. With that said, I think this takes us to the next session where we're going to have Usisumbali Sibiya will take us through in terms of the process controller ambassadors. This is a very important profession. And again, you know, so it's in keeping with that we should have ambassadors, people who embodies these principles that we've spoken about, that will actually promote, you know, all these aspects and get us over the line and be that vehicle that's running for us to actually make sure that we register in terms of being professional, also in terms of registering even in terms of within the system. So over to you, Mbali, you can come through. Thank you.
Sanmon, ninjani? Niyaphila ngempela? Okay, uthi ngizame futhi. Sanmon, ninjani? Okay, good afternoon, colleagues. Siyabonga kakhulu ukubona such great numbers here today. Mine is a very, very simple task, facilitator. At uMngeni-uThukela Water, we've taken the stance to nominate amongst our process controllers, to our ambassadors, who are going to drive this regulation 3630 that was presented here today. We've nominated them to do a peer-to-peer education, skills transfer, knowledge transfer, and also to enhance the collaboration and networking within the organization. We are hoping that this is something that we can do throughout the province of Kwazulu-Natal, where we can actually join these ambassadors together and they can have a network of their own. So without further ado, I would like to introduce to you the uMngeni-uThukela Water Regulation 3630 ambassadors, coming from all of the plants around uMngeni-uThukela Water. Ulindo Kuhle Dagile, colleagues, please do come through to the front. Just come on these steps, come up here so that wonke umuntu azonibona ukuthi nibahle kangakanani. Ulindo Kuhle Dagile, uNontuthuko Ngcobo, uHlengiwe Hadebe, uZiyanda Ndlovu, uZomnotho Ngcobo, uXolile Makhawula, Thabani Ngidi, Nosipho Zulu, Siyabonga Gumede, Nomfundo Mlambo, Ntombi Mngomezulu, Lindiwe Shandu, Phumelele Ndlovu, Bonkosi Ndwandwe, Slindo Kuhle Zwane, and Nomkhosi Khumalo. Please come up to the stage, colleagues, so that everyone can see you. Okay, so these are the Regulation 3630 ambassadors that we have at uMngeni-uThukela Water, who are going to be assisting us in rolling out the regulation throughout the organization. Some of them, as you see them here today, are professional process controllers already, so they are already setting the standard of leadership within the organization. Can you please give them another round of applause? Okay, thank you so much, Siyabonga. Thank you, Program Director.
Thank you, Mbali. We appreciate the ambassadors. Thank you, colleagues, for availing yourself and be willing to play this critical role. I think this, we've come to the last parts of this session, the Q&A session. May I call on Pindile, please do come up as well. I was trying to look, Dr. Coleman, we were expecting to join us as part of this session, representing WISA. Okay, no, it's not a problem. You can join. I think, colleagues, it's been a mouthful. We've had a presentation from DWS and then a presentation from WISA. I'd like to believe that there are questions, even if it's not questions, inputs, suggestions. So what we'll do, we'll start by, maybe let me give you the platform, and come to the panel a little bit later. Give you the platform because you've been diligently listening, and I'm sure there's been a lot on your mind as well. Let me give you a platform. If you can put your hand up if you've got a question, or any form of input based on the previous two presentations, colleagues. We've got roving mics, so if you put your hand up, a mic will come. I do see a hand there.
Greetings all. igama uCharity Kuzwayo. I have a question. I don't know. How do we build a bridge? Because sometimes we have our barriers. So question one, a barrier will be that someone is still awaiting for their diploma certificate to come in, and then that causes a barrier when they want to register on IRIS for water, green drop, or blue drop. That causes a massive barrier because they want a certificate. Second question will be, because sometimes you don't get your certificate because of financial constraints. So how do we build a bridge in making sure that each person has the same equality with everyone? For an example, a person is a process controller, has 5 years experience, but is still awaiting for their certificate. However, they are not registered under IRIS because they're still awaiting for their certificates. Another question will be, yes, they have academic history. You have your academic history, but they don't allow academic history. They only allow e-certificates. They want certificates. How do we build a bridge in making sure that we all have equality in terms of registration? Another question will be, a person has 10 years or 9 years experience in water sector. They have their diploma, but the maximum experience that they have was obtained in a water sector or a plant that is not registered under IRIS. So it's not a matter of they can't register under IRIS, but we understand that if the plant is not registered under IRIS, you cannot register under IRIS. That builds a barrier as well in terms of sending your application. You want to apply for a class 5, you qualify to be a class 5, but because there was a barrier in terms of IRIS, how do we make sure that we build bridges in terms of accommodating everyone? Because they are qualified, they have the experience, but it is the matter of the plant not being registered under IRIS, or else they still are waiting for an institution to approve or to send their diploma, or the financial constraints, they cannot get hold of their diploma at that time, but they have academic history, they have experience and the required experience. Thank you.
Thanks, Makozwa. Thank you. I think we do get the gist. Thank you for that question. I think with the powers that I have, I'm going to direct this one to Mr. Makate just to start with it. First, the first part was to how do we build a bridge? You know, you've got someone who is still going through, going through a diploma. He hasn't received his or her diploma, and also a question around the fact that maybe someone has completed his or her diploma, but he has not received the actual certificate because the academic record is not accepted. And then the last one was around the fact that you'd have someone who's got experience, but that experience was received on a plant that has never been registered on IRIS, you know, that does not appear. So it was, those 3 questions, but I want to indicate as well, we've got, due to time constraints, you know, we'll have limited opportunity for questions. May I request that each person will have just one question. So I think we'll take about 5 questions in total. So over to you, Mr. Makat.
Okay, thank you, and thanks for the questions. Though they are difficult, I must say, considering the nature of how things are, particularly in the country when you look at it also economically. But just on the part of the certificates not yet been issued now, the issue is in the structure of the regulations, the way it has been crafted out. It says a person must have a national diploma, and we are also caught between the Auditor General, because these things are audited, and they will come and say, you said Solomon Makat has got a national diploma. We all know what a national diploma looks like. It's a certificate. Where is it? And then they start actually making findings to say you approve without following your very own regulations. So even though we understand that a person might not be having a certificate at that point in time, but because of what the requirements of the regulation says and what needs to be presented, we unfortunately cannot register if the certificate is not presented to us. I think that's the point number one. The Auditor General will definitely kill us and say that we are not following our own rules. On the part of the plant that is not registered, we indicated that the regulation falls under the Water Services Act, and Water Services Act purely talks to Water Service Authority and water service provider, not a water service intermediary. In other words, if it's a mine, an intermediary, it means your business is not to provide water, but based on circumstances, maybe you've got a hostel or you've got whatever, then you end up supplying water. Water Services Act doesn't apply to that. It only talks to authority and provider. Then this regulation falls under the authority. Therefore, the plants that might not be within the municipality space then will not be registered. Therefore, that experience unfortunately will be lost. But if it's a municipal owned, then I think we need to talk as employers to say, why aren't we registering these plants? Because this is a regulatory requirement. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Makate, for the response. I hope it is appreciated. You've clarified in terms of what the regulation requires, and we need to be standard and be clear and actually adhere to it. I think, yeah, we can take the next question.
Ngiyabonga, ngiyabingelela, ngizoba mfishane MC wami ngoba ngaphiwa ithambo ekhaya. Ulungisani lo owakashezi Sibongo. Okwami kubili chair MC cause ubusuthe asifinqe. Ngina two mhlambe one is a clarity okwesibili umbuzo. Ukucela kwami ukucaciseleka bengisacela ukuchecka lapha kuma uclassify kwe-plant. If i-plant ikhula uba no reliable line manager noma umasipala noma i-organization engimele ibuye ilethe i-classification ye-plant, because kwenye inkathi ukuthola ukuthi ama-result asho omunye usize we-plant through i-audit senibona sekufika omunye usize we-plant and ugcina uthola ungaprintiwe noma ungamountiwe on the wall of the plant. The secondly, ubaba lapha uMakate, if I'm calling him correctly, isibongo sakhe, ukhulume ngokuthi in terms of classification mele bonke abantu ba-classify. Ngokwe structure hlambe usize A we-plant unama-general worker and shift attendant operator and scene. You end up i-classification iphela kuma-operators. General worker and shift are not classified. They onto egcina ba undertaker if there is a poster, if on the classification and they abakhona ukuthi ba accommodate. Would any criteria kubona mhlambe yenza bangakwazi uclassifier, because abanye babo ukuthola ukuthi they are being developed in terms of qualification. Bayafunda, they have qualification, but in terms of classification akwenzeki noma mhlambe khona ama barriers akhona as the first question alluded before. Thank you.
Siyabonga Sikanan, siyabonga for the question. Maybe just to quickly translate as well, I think the first part was just clarifying, and I'll cover quickly that one, where you needed clarification around the fact that when you've got a situation where a plant has been upgraded, which will have implications on the classification of that plant, to say who then becomes responsible of undertaking the reclassification of that plant. So to respond, Skananda, in terms of that one, in terms of the organizations, each institution is expected to comply with the regulation, and it will differ from one organization to another in terms of who then becomes responsible. So in terms of the organization, as Unjatu Begile, your organization has that responsibility. Iyona futhi efanele ibe umuntu ukuthi ubani efanele asisize ukuthi I reclassify. So kubalekile when there are changes, be it the plant is upgraded, there's new technology that has been installed. Kubalekile that the plant must go through a reclassification, and that is quite critical, because as you've said, the certificate that is on the wall must align with what is actually on the ground in terms of Ilokuzan plant. I hope you are covered on that one. And then on the second part of the question, Mr. Makate, ngizoyisa kuwena again. The question was around the fact that in terms of registration, in terms of a plant, an example was used of a plant of Class A, where you've got process controllers, and that's quite clear. You've got even number requirements, so you need a process controller of Class 4, and you can register. But you alluded to that as well, that you find that there are people that are assisting general workers and shift attendants that are assisting the person that is there in charge of that plant as a process controller. But now, Uskananda was touching on the issue of the fact that those people don't get a platform to be registered within the system. Your perspective on that particular one?
Yeah, without running the risk of entering into employer-employee relations, because that borders along those lines. The appointment actually should define what is the role. If your appointment says you are a general worker, then it wouldn't be fair for you to be classified as a process controller. And then there's also implications to that, the salaries that comes into the picture and those type of things. But I think if it is firstly corrected at the employment stage to say you are appointed as a process controller, then this is what is expected of you. You are appointed as a trainee, maybe process controller, because I think one of the things that might be causing these problems is maybe we are limiting the process controllers' reporting hierarchies. Job, I think it will be further probably aligned with the issues of professionalization. Because, I mean, if you have got job families that now process controllers will be reporting on, instead of sticking to the traditional assistant operator, because you still have instances where a person is referred to as an operator. And then if you go back to the definitions of operator, it's a different dynamic. Operator is somebody that operates a machine. For an example, if you drive a TLB truck, then you are an operator, operate a piece of machinery. But the process controller, you apply your science and engineering, there's calculations that you have to do, then you are entering a different space in terms of your job description. So then, I know I'm not giving a clear answer because I think it's not a regulatory issue, it's more of a employer-employee and development of personnel within the organization, but we need to correct it at that level. If there's any other additions, I think maybe somebody can add, but yeah, it's not a...
Siyabonga, Mr. Makate. I think usuyithintile. Maybe for me, ngifuna ukunika ithuba umamtshali here. Maybe within the organization, because it's in the aspect of saying, what are we doing to actually upskill and provide a platform for the person who's a shift attendant and who's actually a general worker as well to actually grow within the organization and be in a position to be a process controller, and then you can be registered a process controller. Maybe your experience in terms of within uMngeni-uThukela what?
Thank you, Bob Polo. I think Solomon has indicated, Uguti, it's important that when you go into an employment contract, you specifically specify the roles and duties and responsibilities for that particular capacity or designation. In uMngeni-uThukela Water, with the regulation, we are undergoing a training matrix development which will assist senior process controllers, because at uMngeni-uThukela Water, we have that structure starting from senior process controllers to process controllers,
and assistant process controllers, which we call shift attendants at the current moment. So we do go on rigorous training that is afforded to the colleagues in order to develop themselves. But at the end of the day, I think what you are there to do matters. But we do actually open up that space to give them a development under training in order for them to develop into those positions one day. I talk of experience that I have in one of the plants that I used to manage as a superintendent. I know that there is a shift attendant there, but because of the experience that he has gained and the development he has made at a personal level, being assisted by the organization, he is qualified now to be a process controller, a class 3 process controller. So if he were to go and apply to any position that comes up that requires a class 3 process controller, he would be able to actually get the placement at that level. So as an organization, we are open, we are developing our people. It's just for them to be open-minded and attend the trainings that we put forth, because we take time to develop those such that they are able to benefit from that at the end of the day.
Siyabonga Mahlabangani. I think it's quite clear, because I think we do need to appreciate in terms of where you are, which is not a challenge. I think once you know it's okay, ngila, but it gives comfort if ukhona umgaqo othi okay, ungakwazi ukusuka ufike kulesi sigaba lokuthi you are an assistant process controller or a shift attendant, but there is a platform ukuthi umuntu angakwazi ukuthi akhule agcine bile u-process controller. And I think Usli has shared an example in terms of uMngeni-uThukela water, and this is something that you'd expect within the different institutions as well that are here, where there is a platform for people that are within, that they can actually grow and go to a point where they can be registered as process controllers, which will be in line with the duties that they will be having at that particular point, because they have to be preceded with that appointment of being now a process controller. Then you can then register on the system. Siyabonga. Any question?
Yebo, sanibona. Okay, igama lami uPhumelele Ngcobo. Sorry, uPhumelele Ngcobo. My question is about grandparenting. We find that there is a process controller who's old, he is uneducated, and the issue of grandparenting, he's saying he's about to retire and cannot do grandparenting. So the question is, as the organization, what should we do? Should we just leave a process controller as it is? If that's the case, I think if that's the case, yes, what should we do? Should we just leave a process controller because he does not wish to continue and register for a process controller? Okay, and my second question goes to HR. I've seen there's a case where uMngeni-uThukela water absorbs plants from the municipalities. You find that there are process controllers there. Sorry. I don't want to say they are uneducated, but in terms of your qualification, they do not have qualifications. And as a result, they also cannot be registered as process controllers. So a question is, or a suggestion, can HR check if these people can be classified in future? Not just to absorb them as they are as process controller, but to check if they can be classified as process controllers. Thank you.
Thank you, Phumelele Siyabonga. I think the last one, I'll take it as recorded and received by HR because it's a recommendation, in terms of that applies to even any other institution that we hear in terms of when there's a takeover of new infrastructure, and that will involve human resource associated with that, to just have an understanding in terms of what can be done around the registration thereof. But the first one was was addressing the issue of grandparenting, an interesting one in the case of someone who's about to retire. Maybe to give you a platform, Babu Makata, will take it back to you. Firstly, you would maybe just touch on grandparenting a bit and maybe do touch on this particular one, because again, it's a catch-22 situation. Yes, the individual might be saying, I don't want to go through this process, I'm about to retire. But in terms of the institution, as DWS, as you come, you'll want to assess the institution, and everyone who's there, you'd expect them to be registered, and you'd say, we do have the mechanisms in place, so that is one of the challenges that we're experiencing on the ground, so it'd be interesting to get your reflection.
Yeah, regarding the grandparenting part, firstly, this is an intervention that was brought into the regulation because we wanted to recognize a person's skill, not necessarily their qualification achievement. And that just means actually somebody comes to the plant, subject them to a little test where you walk through the plant to get them to see what is their responsibilities at the plant, in line with the plant requirements, and then give them a class. It's similar to RPL process that we're all familiar with. And for an individual then to say, I do not want to do this test because I'm going for retirement, but still expect to be given a responsibility to operate the plant, then what does that say actually? Because you are saying, I am going to operate this whether I am competent or not. Because of that, grandparenting or any form of training that might be introduced. You are saying, I might not be competent, but I'm going to do this. Then it goes back to say, but I mean, what is the responsibility as an employer? This person says, I'm not going to do training, you are going to upgrade the plan for 100 million. I said this even during the presentation. This is money that is invested into this infrastructure. And an individual chooses that, I'm not going to go through training, but I'm going to be responsible for handling this thing. I think then it also goes back to us as employers, supervisors, managers to sit down and talk to one another on the importance of training and also equipping ourselves in order to handle this infrastructure.
No, siyabonga Makate for that response. I think let's move forward. We've got the next question, which will be the last question from the floor.
Good evening, everyone. Igama usizwa kwaNgcobo. Siyabonga Ngcobo mkhulu usiphathela kahle. My question is not that much, but I will say we'd like to thank Dr. Goldman for the presentation that we had. It was amazing. And we thank uMngeni-uThukela for giving us this opportunity. To Mahlabangani, I'm having a request that is it not possible, since uMngeni-uThukela is the one that provides most of municipalities with water, is it not possible for you guys to make sure that whatever sort of training that you guys are having, you also include the municipalities? Since you guys are the one that provides them, we are from municipalities and we are well qualified in terms of most of us are having microbiology, having chemical engineering, are having chemistry. But due to the municipalities, it's getting hard for them to understand in terms of water and also civil engineering, because you find them most of the time advertising posts in a civil engineering, then not understanding that also microbiology and also chemical engineering are also on the same field to be able to control the plants. Is it not possible for you guys, whenever there are trainings, because most of the time we say uMngeni-uThukela, they give different trainings, they give different opportunities, and those things may be applied to those municipalities that they always provide water, because it assists them a lot. So my request, Ms. Mchali, is that please assist us, make sure that whatever training you guys are having, because sometimes in the municipalities, I'm not sure whether you see some of their budget, it constrained. But for companies like uMngeni-uThukela, since they are parastatical, it's easier for them to run trainings. So my request is that may you please make them understand and also know that whatever training that you guys are having, we can also take part. Thank you.
Before you respond, Mahla, siyabonga Ngcobo omkhulu. I think I must declare now, I did not plant these Ngcobos here. So, I think, Mahlabangani, I'll give you a platform, but I do note that we've got uMngeni-uThukela in our midst from corporate services within uMngeni-uThukela Water, because this question speaks about formation of strategic relationships. So I think we will give a platform as well on this particular one. Do you?
No, I actually wanted to send it back to Chief Wades, who Waga Corporate Services, because I know that there are jurisdictions that we as an organization cannot cross, but I'm sure Mamuleko, we are able to impart the knowledge with the colleagues that we work on at our level to provide the information to them, but then on a regulatory and jurisdiction, I think you can respond to that.
Good morning, colleagues. I think I want to answer the first question that was talking to HR with regards to requirements, job requirements. HR does not specify a job requirements. HR works together with line managers who know what the job requirements are to put a job profile together. So HR just don't go on a tangent on their own to develop. So it's a partnership between HR and line management to come up with the requirements of the job. Then HR will facilitate the process of sourcing the employees or placing the employees. So those employees that are absorbed, that do not have the necessary qualification, then HR will come in to develop a developmental program for those particular employees to acquire those skills that are required in the job and assist them. With regards to the training for municipalities, our subsidiary UWS was in the process of developing training programs for our municipalities. But with them being now realigned, coming back to the group, we will then have to look at how do we then facilitate that process, because the training will now be falling under talent and OD. So we will then have to engage with the municipalities and see how we assist them. Thank you.
Thank you, Siyabonga Mamoleko. For that response, quite clear, the appetite from uMngeni's perspective is quite there, and in fact, it's something that already identified which there's a gap. They will need to play a role in terms of providing training. So taking it back maybe to our panelists, starting with Dr. Coleman. So from the presentation, just from today, I think everyone is ready, excited. We want to register. Which will then mean a lot of implications, for WISA as well in terms of professional registration. For me, I would want to find out from your end, are you ready in terms of your systems? Mr. Makati will know, during green drop or blue drop, there are times where you flood the system and it actually crashes. Are you ready in terms of your systems to actually make the process smooth as well? And with that, you can also share in terms of the experiences that you've went through, at least now, because we understand that there are people that have managed to register as well. Over to you.
Thank you. Yes, we're ready. We've been ready for about 2 years. Regulation 3630 was in a state where it, Solomon, what would you call it again? Just remind me. Before it became official. Before it was promulgated, it was in a space for 2 years, so we've used that time to get all our systems ready. Most of it is able to be done online, which makes it simpler, faster. At this point in time, considering the last DWS stats, which looks at the number of Class 5 and Class 6 process controllers, it appears as if we're at under 10% compliance rate across the country. So, yes, we're ready for the other 90% to come on board, and if we need to bring in more resources to make it happen, we will. But again, it's going to depend upon forward-thinking employers, WSIs, WSAs. It's going to depend on process controllers themselves. As I indicated earlier, I think Regulation 3630, we mustn't see it from a compliance perspective. We must see it from an empowerment perspective. And we are ready to empower professional process controllers, but also assist those who don't meet the current standard to get there. Because I think, you know, the future is about not those who currently meet the standard, but those who will meet the standard in the future. And we're ready to assist and help them grow in that regard. Thank you.
Thanks for that. We've received the assurance at the highest level in terms of WISA. WISA is ready, colleagues. So it's back to us that we need to really get going in terms of getting ourselves registered as professional process controllers. Moving on to Babu Shange. Babu Shange, I'm aware that you've been one of those people that have been on the ground, you know, monitoring the situation in terms of the compliance thereof, particularly for uMngeni-uThukela water, in terms of Regulation 3630, and also understanding that the requirements are different. You know, as you are aware, in the past, the DWS will look at Regulation 2834, which was more, I could say, easier to comply with to some degree, you know, in the sense that it was not prescriptive to say per shift, but this one has been quite clear. It says the process controller must be compliant per shift, and you must also have a standby as well. So just your perspective and as well in terms of where we are and what you've experienced, just to share with the team.
Okay, thank you. Well, my name is Mangashang. I'm part of the process controller task team at uMngeni-uThukela. So sometimes the members, they put heat on us. They feel that we are the one who are enforcing this regulation down the road. Basically, people, they know that waiver, there was that waiver for 2 years, but they still feel at this point in time that maybe they even ask us as a team that we should write a letter to Solomon and ask for another 2 years, another waiver for maybe for July 2027 or July 2028. So there's that pushback, but as a team, we're trying, by all means, to explain all the presentation which has been done before. Some of us, sometimes we don't have the answers. Maybe while Melissa is still on the call, or maybe Doctor, there's one question which is still an issue. You know, this professional registration by EXA. The members, they feel that 1 credit per year is very mean. They say it should be 5 or more. So they put a question, what basis was that 1 credit per year? What informs that 1 credit per year? Maybe, I don't know, Melissa or Doctor, if you can close that issue once and for all.
Thanks.
Why 1 credit per year? Why not 5? Because they feel it's very mean that 1 credit per year.
No, thanks, Babu Shang. You know, the privileges of being with panel. Babu Shang is asking a question now, so when we close the platform. So I think Dr. Goldman is ready to provide the response.
I'm going to try and provide a response. So I'm not sure when you say 1 credit, really what we're talking about, but essentially, all WISA CPDs accredited by WISA, EXA, and SACNASP. So I'm sure Melissa would have explained that we carry the triple accreditation, which essentially means that our CPD system is aligned to EXA as well as SACNASP as well. And that's really to benefit the sector, so that when you attend a WISA training course, when you get WISA CPD certificates, whether you're an engineer, whether you're a professional natural scientist or a process controller, the CPD points speaks to each other. Obviously, the topic and or the specific technical area may be different. But in aligning to EXA, in aligning to SACNASP, and looking at Regulation 3630, not 100% of CPD points is for formal training. I think only about 40% of it is for formal training. A lot of the other points you are able to obtain through informal training, through mentoring, and through participation in learning and development. And if anyone wasn't sure, please contact us, but go onto our website, go and see the CPD accreditation and the CPD criteria. If it's not clear, please don't hesitate to contact us. We'll make it a lot more understandable, I trust.
Okay, no, thank you.
Siyabonga. Thank you, Dr. Coleman. I think, yeah, in the interest of time, we are going to close the session. At least we are aligned with Umbali as well, because we also had an opportunity to come here and introduce our ambassadors. And she's at a core phase in terms of the compliance with the regulation in 36 states, you know, so he knows the feel in terms of how the colleagues are feeling on the ground, you know. And we are excited with the progress that has been made thus far, as she also introduced our ambassadors. I think we have come to the end of our session. I'm going to hand back to the MC of the entire program, who will give us an indication of the direction in terms of our next session. Over to you, Mahlabangan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ngobo, and to Ms. Shabalala, and to the panel. I think this session really did deserve the time it has taken, because we did need to impart the knowledge to all of you. So it's all up to you now to ensure that you go back and introspect and make sure that at the end of the day, you walk the journey of becoming professionally registered, so that uthi uhamba ngaphandle abantu bekhuluma in terms of water supply, you are able to uyishaya isifuba ukuthi imini uchwepheshe walaphayana, imini umuntu ohlanza lawa amanzi, in order for our community to actually drink the water. I've seen every time I go to retail shops, it pains my heart, because I'm a water quality person at the current moment, and I see people buying water in Lama 5 liters. It pains me to see that. So it is up to us to ensure that we minimize that by ensuring that the water that we provide meets the standards that they need to meet, and siguqule the mindset of the people that we are serving in regards to the water quality that we are actually producing. With that being said, we are an hour behind, but ngiyabona manje ukuthi asahlalisekile kahle. So with that being said, we are going to go to a quick lunch, and then after lunch, we are going to proceed with our next session. So I request that lunch yethu, we try and make it about 30 minutes. So njengoba ku 13:01 right now, 07, 30 minutes is 13:37. Since we are people or abacalculator esikhathini esiningi. And also, the organizing committee has requested that those who have parking tickets, they can come to the registration table with parking tickets abo, so that they can get vouchers, so that when you leave parking, you don't have to pay. So you will then, mangabufika kwi-parking, uzoscanner your original ticket, and then you scan the voucher, ivuleke nje i-boom gates kanjalo. And also nakusasa, it's going to be the same fashion. So siyacela ukuthi sizame ukuhlonipha isikhathi esizobuya ngaso u-13:07 manje, ngicela sibuye at 13:37 sizokwenza another interesting session la sobe siphathelwe khona uMr. Bai on innovation at the ground level, smart monitoring tools and data interpretation. Thank you. We are going to the technical session as indicated that talks to innovation at the ground level, smart monitoring tools and data interpretation. This session will be facilitated by our asset manager at uMngeni-uThukela Water, Mr. Ntsigibai.
Thank you, Slee. Thanks to everybody that has come back. The COO earlier on said management doesn't listen. And when management doesn't listen, the process controller is there to make a plan. And the intention of this session is to empower the process controller to be able to make that plan. We know that the water sector is changing and changing significantly. And part of those changes require that the process controller make quick, smarter, and more responsive type decisions at an operational level. And those decisions come very, very quickly. And we also know that there's a very increasing pressure in terms of water quality and quantity in terms of your distribution. And there's a need to place a process controller, but these technologies are there to enhance and support the process controller in terms of those real-time decisions. Operational efficiency and water quality. The session, we're going to run it this way.
I might notice something first. Maybe the raw water started looking different after heavy rainfall. Maybe filtration performance started changing slightly. Maybe chlorine demand suddenly increased. The signs were there, but the challenge was identifying them early enough to respond effectively. And that is really what today's discussion is about. My name is Sershni Naika, and I am proudly representing Universal Water Solutions. At Universal Water Solutions, our purpose is to deliver practical, reliable, and sustainable water treatment solutions that support operational excellence. But more importantly, we believe innovation in water treatment is not just about advanced systems or expensive technology. Innovation happens at ground level. It happens when process controllers use data, operational experience, and monitoring tools to make better decisions before small process shifts become major operational problems. Because in modern water treatment, operational success depends less on how much data we collect and more on how effectively we use it. Water treatment plants operate in highly dynamic environments where process conditions can change very quickly. Raw water quality is never constant. A rainfall event upstream can change turbidity, organics, and suspended solids within hours. And when that happens, the entire treatment process must respond accordingly. Now think about coagulation and dosing control. If raw water changes, conditions change faster than operators can respond, chemical dosing immediately becomes inefficient. Overdosing increases cost and sludge production. Underdosing risks poor settling, filter loading, and compliance failures. And this is where one of the biggest operational challenges appear. Traditionally, many decisions were based heavily on laboratory feedback, but lab data is retrospective. By the time the results come back, the process may have already been shifted again. Plants today require something more immediate, operational visibility in real time. At the same time, instrumentation reliability becomes critical. Online systems are incredibly valuable, but only if they are calibrated correctly, maintained properly, and understood operationally. A turbidity meter that is drifting out of calibration can create just as many problems as having no data at all. So the question becomes, How do we move from reacting to problems towards identifying and preventing them earlier? And this is where innovation at ground level starts to become practical. One of the biggest shifts happening in water treatment today is the movement from reactive operation to proactive operation. And often, that shift starts with something very simple: visibility. When operators can see trends developing early, decision-making changes completely. For example, turbidity trends can support real-time coagulant dosing adjustments before water quality deteriorates. Slight increases in filter turbidity can indicate early breakthrough before compliance limits are exceeded. Chlorine trends can help operators identify changing chlorine demand before disinfection efficiency is affected. Even small operational indicators become valuable when they are recognized early enough. And this is where smarter operational awareness begins to support plant stability. Not necessarily through complicated systems, but through better interpretation of available information. At UWS, one of the things we strongly believe is that data should simplify operations, not complicate them. Because the goal is not simply collecting information, the goal is improving operational confidence and reducing uncertainty. Now this is where everything begins to come together. Data is powerful, but only if we use it properly. At the foundation of the data maturity pyramid, we begin with collection. This includes instrumentation, sensors, SCADA systems, operator observations, and process logging. Plants today collect enormous amounts of information every second, but collecting data alone does not improve operations. The next stage is organizing and storing that data reliably. Information must move correctly through the systems and be accessible in a format operators can actually use. From there, we begin exploring and analyzing the data. This is where patterns, trends, and anomalies become visible. Operators begin recognizing that rising turbidity correlates with increased coagulant demand, or that recurring chlorine instability happens during a specific flow conditions. Then comes optimization. This is where plants begin making smarter operational decisions based on what has been learned. Alarm limits become more meaningful, dosing becomes more responsive, and operators begin preventing issues rather than reacting to them. And finally, we move to automation, where systems can increasingly support predictive adjustment and operational stability with less manual intervention. But there is an important point here. Automation without understanding is still risk. At Universal Water Solutions, we do not simply help plants collect data. We help transform data into operational intelligence that supports reliability, efficiency, and better decision making. Because the real goal is not more information. The goal is operational confidence. Because the real value of information is not in how much we collect, it is how effectively we convert it into action. And when plants begin moving consistently through this maturity process, operational reliability improves significantly. This is where process controllers become central to innovation. The most effective operators are not simply monitoring numbers, they are interpreting behavior. A single turbidity reading rarely tells the full story, but a trend over several hours can clearly indicate changing raw water conditions or declining filter performance. The same applies to anomaly detection. Sudden changes in pH, conductivity, chlorine residual, or turbidity often indicate upstream disturbances long before visible plant failure occurs. Experienced operators also begin linking parameters together. Rising turbidity affects coagulant demand. Organic loading influences chlorine consumption. Conductivity changes may indicate contamination or process instability, and this is why dashboards, trend monitoring systems, and operational limits are so important. They help operators move from isolated data points to process understanding. However, there are also important operational risks. Over-reliance on instruments without verification can lead to blind trust in inaccurate data. Poor calibration weakens confidence in the entire system, and sometimes plants collect so much information that teams become overwhelmed without actually taking action. Which brings us back to a very important principle. Data only becomes valuable when it drives operational decisions. To conclude, water treatment plants operate in environments where change is constant. Compliance requirements are strict, and operational decisions must be made quickly and accurately. In this environment, innovation is not optional, it is essential. But innovation is not defined by complexity or expensive technology. It is defined by how effectively we use what we already have: our data, our instrumentation, our systems, and most importantly, our people. At Universal Water Solutions, our focus remains on enabling practical, reliable, and data-driven operations that support long-term plant performance and stability. And when we constantly move from collecting data to understanding it to acting on it intelligently, we achieve true operational excellence. Thank you.
Thank you, Seshni. Naturally, the key theme, process controllers need to analyze data, interpret, and act on it. That's the critical part, because if it's not acted, then it becomes useless. Now, I will introduce Mr. Ayanda Kyakyansi, who's the CSIR Integration Technology Specialist with background in mechatronics, has worked in various projects in industries such as water, transport, and rail, providing bespoke solutions related to 4IR and digital transformation. He is the lead in the work package 3 in our project of automation that we are doing. He will be taking us through the AR and the VR specialists. They will co-present with Peter Rooks. Peter Rooks is an electronic engineer specializing in digital signal processing, mathematical modeling, and digital twins. He's currently also working for CSIR, Future Production Systems, a research group supporting the manufacturing industry. Previously involved in the development of 3G and 4G cellular system. He's the project lead in this particular project. Over to you, gentlemen. Thank you.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Sanbonani nonke. So when we talk innovation, automation, what comes to mind? Job losses, isn't it? People automatically think that people are going to lose jobs, systems are going to take over, and then our jobs become redundant. But as we all know that in the times that we live in, we need to embrace technology. We need to take advantage of technology. And I think uMngeni-uThukela Water has indicated strongly that they take that stand with these such projects over here. So we're going to talk briefly about AR and VR. Maybe you have come across the terms, or maybe you've read about it. So what is VR? What is AR? As the name suggests, VR is visual reality. In other words, it's a visual environment where one can be able to do things without being in the actual environment. They can navigate spaces, they can do training, they can explore dangerous environments safely without actually being there. AR, on the other hand, is exploring your real environment but adding digital elements to it. So in the context of a process controller, how does these two technologies help a process controller. Now, we know that process controllers have to make decisions on a daily basis, right? But those decisions have to be informed by data, right? Where are they getting this data? Of course, a lot of these plants, they have SCADA systems, right? Dashboards in control rooms where sensors are collecting all this data, right? So they're reading this data, it's dynamic data, they have to make decisions based on that, right? Now, on the other hand, VR is not there to replace a traditional SCADA system, but it is there to complement it, right? In other words, it is there to enhance that experience, right? So in other words, we can say VR provides a sort of a decision support system, right, to process controllers, because process controllers have to make decisions, right, on an ongoing basis. So imagine yourself being in a plant, a live plant, without actually being there, right? Instead of sitting down in a chair in a control room, you're looking at a screen, you can actually navigate that network, right? Live network, but you're doing it visually. That's what VR provides. It provides that enhanced risk-free environment, because we know these plants are dangerous, right? There's chemicals there, there's dangerous equipment and so forth. So it's quite important that, you know, process controllers can be able to navigate these spaces risk-free without actually being there in person, right? Now, we want to do a demo here quickly. If we can maybe go to MIDMA treatment works and sort of show you what this whole phenomenon entails. So you'll see that if we are able to go 2 slides, we are able to go, yes, we are able to go to MIDMA. As you can see there, those that are familiar with this plant, right, that's a chlorine dosing facility. So this is VR, right? So we are able to go navigate. I don't know if you are able to navigate the plant there, go and see the different instruments, right? Now, this is VR. You're sitting in your office, you're sitting where you are, but you are at MIDMA at the same time, visually, right? You're not exposed to dangers, chemical, harsh chemicals and dangerous equipment and so forth, but you are able to navigate this plant. That's what VR provides. But it provides another level, which is more important, right? Data. So it can enable you to go and integrate with your SCADA system, and then you get all this data. For example, you can get pump status, flow rates, you can get chemical levels in your plant by navigating the spaces there. So it becomes a live data or a live plant, but with actually not being there live visual space. So that's what we mean when we talk about VR in the context of decision-making system, right? Okay, so I think we can leave the demo there, right? So this is quite important because the simulation can enable you to train, right, to navigate the spaces without worrying about actually going there and exploring the site by yourself in person. So as opposed to looking at the screen in a control room, you can actually be familiar with the plant, see the actual equipment locations, designations where they are, and we're able to see the statuses of your equipment, the health, the flow, and so forth. But now there's another element to it. If you can go to the next slide, please, of VR training. Now, other presentation here, they mentioned the aspect of training or human capital development. So you can imagine, you can use VR to train as many times as you want. You can simulate emergency situations, emergency conditions, leak response procedures in a plant without actually exposing yourself in those conditions. This is particularly important for people that are new in the organization. You don't want to take those people in the plant and expose them to dangers because they are untrained, right? So the whole idea is that you can train these people on all of these training elements. For example, safety and compliance, pre-operational checks, you can train them on tooling, what tools do they need, they require to do the job properly, also normal operation as well. So it becomes very, very valuable because a person can train in that environment, 3D environment, as many times as they want until they perfect the whole process. So that's what we mean when we talk AR and VR. So that's what now CSIR we're busy doing. We are supporting uMngeni-uThukela to package these experiences, to package these modules so that they can then empower the employees, those that are new as well as those ones that have been here with a lot of experience. Because sometimes, you know, you get new equipment, right? So now you must change the training, you must update the training, but if you do that training using this platform, this visual platform, this dynamic, you can be able to update it, and then people can then get the training that they require. Okay, so now I just want to give over to my colleague, Peter Roux, to talk about digital twin and data analytics.
Thanks, everybody. I think just to also touch on what Ayanda said, so there's a lot of data that's being generated through this processes that you guys are running. So the core work that we are focusing on is to say what current data and information can we then sort of model. So some of the work that we're doing is to sort of create physical-based modeling or data-driven models that can then simulate some of these processes. So I think the key here is to provide the process controller with a forward-thinking what-if scenario kind of framework so they can identify certain things, run some models and get some feedback. And then also what we're focusing on is to support historical data in terms of statistical analysis and data analysis. So what can we learn, or what can the process controller learn from historical events that they can then apply to the current work. So if we just look at the current project, I think as Ayanda said, focusing on the chlorine dosing system on the VR side, and then also on this one, we are focusing on sort of demand prediction algorithms to see how we can help sort of supply demand prediction, and then also leak detection and soft sensor algorithms. So the key here is to supplement the work that's currently being done in uMngeni, but also to see if one could apply algorithms that might be applicable in other spaces to this problem, and see if one could then also supplement the information coming to the process controller. So the way we see it, and I think as Ayanda said, the key for us is it's always sort of the expert in the loop. So the process controller stays in the loop, and on the one side, we can have these modeling and analytics that then feed information to the process controller through VR, AR, and then certain things could also then be returned back to the processing and modeling. So we kind of see it as an iterative loop, and with specific emphasis that the expert or the process controller will always be guiding this loop as the information flows. Thank you.
Thank you to the CSIR team for the introduction of the project that we are implementing here at uMngeni that relates to the automation. We've got also our panelist who's online, Mr. Ngonyane. Are you there, Mr. Ngonyane? We will then go through, engage our panel. Mr. Ngonyane, in terms of this, in the context of the soft sensors, water quality and digital twin, tell us how the process controllers would benefit from that.
Good afternoon, Mr. Pai and colleagues. I'm not sure whether you can hear me loud and clear.
Loud and clear.
Yes, sir. Maybe just to briefly touch on the project, why the project was conceptualized. It was based on the sustainability and also the challenges that were faced by our water resources and also the water treatment facilities. Looking at the water quality monitoring project and also the digital twin, how does it assist process controllers? At the moment, there is too much information coming into process controllers, but there is no advisory. So process controllers has to make decisions. I think I understand on a daily basis, but process controllers make decisions in real time. It means that every second, every minute, they need to be filled up. And if you look at the process controller, they need to look at the water treatment from the dams, looking at the water treatment within the treatment processes, look at the distribution model. So it will help them assist to say that they will know the water quality, less limited on phone calls, looking at emails and everything. The system will then tell them what needs to be done. The system will tell them what is happening, where are the alarms triggered, and what they need to do. So it's an operator assistant in a nutshell. With the issue of digital twin, looking at the system, a process controller can then look what is happening within the current system. The process controller can simulate. And also the process controller can learn from the digital twin to see that, okay, what is happening now within the system? Maybe, let's say, process services are simulating something. The process controller will look at that information in real time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ngonyane. Peter, you spoke about the distribution, what you call a system. How would the operators benefit from that distribution management system, and how would it work briefly?
Thanks. Yeah, I think, Nsiki, the key there is, I think, as more of the complexity of these systems, what we've seen is that there's a lot of processing and information coming through. So within the age of modeling and AI, I think one could now easily kind of model certain areas of the network and get certain specific information for certain scenarios. So the way we see it is that within this complex system, one could kind of break it down to smaller steps where certain information could be provided to the process controller to make a more informed decision.
Can they be able to predict demand? And can they be able to sort of apply some predictive tools and reactive tools?
Yeah, no, 100%. I think prediction is a key focus, as I mentioned, in this project. And I think what we're applying is sort of predictive algorithms that can then, maybe weekly predict, and then one could also see if there's anomalies associated with that. So I think prediction is definitely a core focus, and it can be, applied to it.
Sashni, what systems and tools are available in the marketplace that can enable or enhance the what you call it, the process controller in terms of the decisions that they need to make in a control room?
Okay, in terms of them making decisions in real time, UWS is the sole supplier of HUC equipment, and HUC equipment ranges from your lab to portable to field, and in real time your online analyzers. So your pH, chlorine, turbidity, iron, manganese, we have online analyzers for all of that, which we will tailor make in terms of ranges and testing requirements to each plant, because no two plants are the same.
I'm told that not all sensors are available in the market. How have you dealt with those parameters that you currently cannot measure?
Okay, which sensors?
Let me ask Mfanasbili. Mfanasbili, can you come through that question?
Come again, Mr. Pai, what is the question?
No, I'm saying there are certain parameters currently that you cannot be able to measure in the what you call in the water quality or water value chain treatment process, and that's where your soft sensors come in. How have you dealt with that?
I think with the issue of those parameters, that takes time for the results to come in, like the prediction of algae, algae content. If you look at the laboratory systems, one, they need skills from the resources perspective. The time it takes for you to then know the algae content or E. coli, for example. I think we have already done 2 papers with the UKZN that indicates, I think uMngeni was also, uMngeni was part of that paper, to look at saying that the software that we developed was to look at certain parameters, that these parameters, their presence can then be used to predict the availability that there is E. coli in the water content or there is algae. So one paper was dealing with E. coli. We developed a soft sensor to predict E. coli. One also paper was dealing with the prediction of algae content in water. So yes, soft sensors are the future. And also at the moment, what we are doing is that once we have done the prediction, we're then going to develop the other next algorithms, where is the operator assist, so that if these prominence parameters, it means that the lab must look for E. coli or go and do an ad hoc testing of E. coli. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mfanasmili. Mr. Janjasi, what role should operators, or what role can they play, the process controllers, in terms of the AR/VR development project?
Yes, that's a very good question. I think because of the experience they hold, their input is critical in the development process. Because as much as you've got manuals, you've got guides, instruction guides, but because of the experience that they've accumulated over a number of years, it's quite important that they have an input in the development of these experiences. For example, we can almost call them subject matter experts, right? So it's quite important that they validate these processes that we're trying to create and make sure that they actually display, the correct version of what's happening in the plant. So being involved in that process, giving input and feedback is quite important, so that at least that whole process of capturing, so that we can develop becomes accurate.
Thank you, colleagues. I think we're done with the questions with the panel. We'll put it to you. If there are any questions that you would want to pose to our panel. The mic is roving. I see Lee is assisting with the questions. I think there's a question right there at the back. I recognize you.
Hi everyone, Phumelele Ngogo. My question is that the AR, VR, is it meant to replace the SCADA system? Thank you.
Mr. Janjasi?
Yes, no. It will never replace the SCADA system. I think I've mentioned it, that it complements the SCADA system. All it does is that it integrates to that system, and then that data that flows into your SCADA system can then flow to AR and VR, so that when you explore the site visually, you are able to get the same type of information that you're getting from your control room.
Okay, there's a second question. There's a hand there. Yeah, it makes life easier for the process controller in that you are able to sort of troubleshoot remotely. We are able to sort of get into the, what to call, into an area or a unit process and be able to sort of diagnose whilst doing it in a control room. Of course, you will still need to go physically at some stage, but it reduces and enables you to sort of manage a much wider, what to call, a treatment facility. Thank you.
Thank you. Greetings again. I would like to ask the panel, firstly, with regards to the automation and visual real-time analysis. You guys spoke about certain parameters that it can analyze. Is it regarding, first question, is it regarding potable water or wastewater? Because we understand that potable water will deal with the chemical dosing because it's a chemical treatment plant. But when it comes to wastewater, we've got two divisions in wastewater. We've got domestic wastewater, industrial wastewater. So, because I've had experience in all sectors, so this question That's why I'm asking this question, because you'll find that it will work, yes, in potable water because we're dealing with chemical dosages. So you'll be able to get real time in terms of turbidity and also analysis as they've elaborated in the parameters to analyze. But when it comes to wastewater, specifically domestic wastewater, so domestic wastewater, we treat it in two ways. We treat it in, there's aeration, whereby we feed the bacteria oxygen. So my question is that you are sitting at home, yes, or wherever a PC is sitting, operating the plant automation-wise. So when it comes to feeding a bacteria oxygen or the required oxygen, there's a certain time that it needs to be fed. There's a certain time when we are now denitrification. So that time is whereby we are letting a certain bacteria thrive in the absence of oxygen. So when it comes to automation, because sometimes, remember that when we are receiving an influent, we've got different types of bacteria that we receive in different amounts or in different values, or we can say maybe we can take maybe ammonia of this much, depending on the megaliters of that size. So my question will be, how will the automation system be able, one, to determine that, okay, we receive an over range, so that then it can say, okay, it can maybe calculate to say, these bacteria will need to feed for 1 hour or 2 hours for another process, because it will affect the overall parameters. I'm not sure if it makes, or if you guys understand,
Yes,
so I'm coming from that direction. Thank you.
I understand it clearly. Fanasbili, do you want to take that question? It relates to your study with the UKZN.
Yes, I think if you look at the overall automation and SCADA project, the first component was to deal with raw water, and then raw water quality. And then we then said that once you have done the study and everything, as uMngeni clearly stated it, that on the wastewater you've got the two sets of waste that is coming in. Then the next research will then be based on the wastewater facilities. So let me come back to that, uMngeni, that as Ayanda put it clearly, that you guys are the subject matter experts. So when that question comes in, that's where we'll engage with the team, like we've engaged with the team on the water side to say that, okay, what are the key parameters that are required for us to predict ABC? Same thing with the wastewater, a proper study will be done, understanding all the parameters that influence the wastewater, because what we are looking at, we'll be looking at traceability of the wastewater that is coming in. So looking at the traceability, then we'll be given the parameters that we need to investigate on. I think we have done even went a step further to look at emerging contaminants, as they cannot be analyzed as the current method. So at the same time, when we're doing this project, we're also looking at the regulatory requirements to say that as we want to make this substance to be acceptable by all, like WHO guidelines to be included in them. So also the South African standards that we are dealing with. So also then to say that when we deal with raw water, distribution water will be similar to raw water, but it's just that to deal with the potable water. Then after that, the project moves to the wastewater stream, where we're then going to do the same research that we're currently doing for the wastewater. I think I've answered the Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. So wastewater is still on the pipeline, but there's an element of the question that I would request Peter to respond to. It's in regard to the algorithms and how these algorithms and training of algorithms to suit the environment is being done.
I think, currently I think the way we kind of treat it is that it's related to the self-sensor one, Ntigi.
Yes.
So I think the principle there is basically that you take other measurements and that you can then sort of infer any value or any inference that you want to get. So I think that it gives you a bit more flexibility, and it sort of helps you in terms of the verification and validation if you haven't got sensors across the network. Thanks.
Thank you. So what it means that the algorithms that we are developing on the water side, they would need to be trained on the wastewater. Of course, they would need to sort of be adapted. So that process will go much quicker once we have perfected it on the water side. Yeah. I'm hoping that we have covered all the elements of the question. Yeah. Any other question? Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Tembi from City of Umhlatuz. My question is simple, just to say, as mentioned initially, in terms of automation, how do we balance between going fully automated and not losing jobs, or trying not to lose jobs? Because, for example, in a treatment works, one is required to have a process controller, a shift assistant, and a general assistant. So there will be positions that will be maybe rendered as unnecessary or not needing to be there with the full automation of the treatment systems. So how do we balance that? That's number one. And then in terms of automation as well, I believe that if one was to go fully automated, a lot of infrastructure investment will have to be looked at to ensure that, for example, when you're installing your aerators in wastewater treatment works, there are those that will be able to give you energy efficient. When you install your probes for analysis, they should be saving on energy. So in terms of the infrastructure investments and stuff like that, before we even look at automation, I think it's very important to look at that. Thank you.
Thank you. I think the second one is true. That's a very valuable comment to say, in the order of things, efficiency is the most important one. But in your first question, the opposite actually is true. That automation does not get rid of jobs. Instead, it creates more jobs. Automation moves the demand of jobs in the upper echelons of the skills ladder rather than in the lower. Yes, you would have challenges with the lower skill levels, that some of the jobs might be shred, but we are increasing more jobs. It's very labor intensive to some extent in terms of the the higher skilled level personnel that you require when you do go automation. For instance, the plants that are highly automated, all of a sudden you will need more instrument, artisans and technicians to be able to deal with that, as opposed to what you would have ordinarily have needed. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, good evening.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm Tulo from Erikwala. My question is close to the answer that you recently given us. Which is to the guys from CSIR, after they done all that project, when it's done, how far do they go to give the training and experience before they leave the project to the process controllers? Because now you will come with your process knowledge and education, or you will come, the service providers will come with their electrical side of fixing things and plumbers. But this information, it doesn't combine all of these things. I'm making an example because I'm working at the plant that is close to that, whereby I can monitor the plant while I'm here for monitoring, and then ask the process controller who's on plant to do those things. Because I've experienced the errors that will show on your screen there, when you need to do those adjustments and fixing, they don't understand them. So how far with your trainings do you give guys before you leave the project to the process controllers alone? Thank you.
Mr. Kenyasi?
I'm not sure if I understand the question, but just to be clear, you're talking about the handover process of the skills and, okay. I think one of the issues which affects all organizations is people are going on retirement. And some of the skills which people have attained over a number of years, they are not on paper, they are not documented anywhere, right? So these technological platforms are there to capture those kind of skills over and above the ones which are documented. So you have your manuals, you have your instructions and so forth. But a lot of the information which sits, let's say, in the minds of highly experienced process controllers is not captured anywhere, right? So the whole idea is to capture that information and do a handover before they actually leave the workforce, right? So basically it's like a cascading process. You know, you get the skills, you put them in the digital platforms for others to train, and then those ones obviously over the number of years, they will take that experience, put it on the next version of the platform, and then it goes down in that way. And that's the whole process, the whole plan is to basically approach it in that manner.
So it's to use COSAS's login. If you were once a member of COSAS, each one, teach one. And the platform will be kept live so that it runs through generations. Colleagues, ixesha is always our enemy. Thank you for your engagement and participation. Let me thank the panel for what you call presenting the valuable information that the process controllers will take home and digest. Let me also thank the process controllers for the role and for sort of actively engaging, and the organizers for inviting us. We thank you. We understand that there's going to be a link that's going to sort of be made available for you to sort of interact with that platform that was shown there. It's going to be what you call made available for a short period of time, and then we can be able to sort of deal with it. But as my parting shot, change is here, embrace it. Smart tools support decisions, but people drive them. So we'll still need you to sort of come and drive them. And indeed, innovation starts at ground level, so it is critical that we apply it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bai and your team. Akusiwona ku-VAR lo. Bantu bebhola akusiwu-VAR lo. Lo AR lo. I think what I took from that session is that it's important, especially for this group as process controllers, to be actively involved in these projects of technology. It is us who are going to feed into this project. Ukuthi sifuna isenzeleni at the end of the day. So if these projects are coming, emaplantini enu bayafika labantu emaplantini enu, please work with them to ukuthi nibanikeze le information efanelekile so that izokwazi ukuthi insize. Ekugcineni kosuku ubaba uBhayi ushilo ukuthi ayizile ukuzo-replace us as process controllers, but it is there to enhance the way we work. Njengoba deshile ubaba la ukuthi he's sitting here, but he has a view of his plans, which is basically what we were being shown here. So I implore you, process controllers, ukuthi you make sure ukuthi lezi zinto esiyilethayo kunina as process controllers emaplantini, they do what you want them to do, so that ezokwazi ukuthi na iyenze umsebenzi wenu ube lula at the end of the day. We are then going to go into our next session, which is the learning session. Esizoyinikeza uDr. Benton, Oteno from UKZN. It's called From Process Operator to Innovator. The role of process controllers in waste water innovation and sanitation excellence. Dr. Oteno.
Okay, thank you for the introduction. Good afternoon. I'm Benton Otieno from the University of Kwazulu-Natal. I work in the center known as WASH, so we deal with water, sanitation, and hygiene. So we were invited to this gathering to give a presentation entitled From Operator to Innovator, the role of process controllers in wastewater innovation and sanitation excellence. So the talk was to be given by my colleague, who is also our Deputy Director, Dr. Prayan Arumugam, but she's away in Pretoria. She has a meeting at the Department of Water and Sanitation. So I'm here to present on her behalf. So I'm a messenger, and as we all know, in Africa, you don't stone the messenger. but I will try to pass the message. So just like a bit of background of what we do at WASH, we mostly work on decentralized systems. So these are like your sanitation systems that are installed in areas where you don't have access to central sanitation. And lately, we have been looking at innovative sanitation systems known as water efficient sanitation systems. So these systems, they look at as a way of treating the wastewater and reusing it in flushing. So you kind of cut down on the cost for water for flushing, and in some instances, we look at how maybe the products like sludge can be valorized and used in agriculture. So that's the backdrop of the presentation for this afternoon. Yeah, so now maybe you'll be wondering why this matters, and we know of the sanitation crisis in South Africa. We know of the latest green drop status that was released. Okay, this was the one that was released in 2024, but I think there's another one that was recently released. But of course, we know that to a great extent, most of our wastewater treatment plants are not treating the wastewater to the desired standard. So you kind of have partially or untreated wastewater being discharged into receiving streams like your rivers and other surface water bodies. So what we are looking at here is that wastewater treatment failure, it's not like only an engineering problem, but it affects so many other spheres of the society, and then you can look at it from the angle of it being a public health problem, an environmental problem, a governance problem, and a development problem, especially when it's not dealt with properly. And of course, we have both wastewater treatment and water treatment, and of course, these things are quite linked. And we know in both systems, process controllers, they play a key role. So now we are framing this presentation and kind of looking at process controllers as our first line of defense. So if you want to deal with any issue to do with poor wastewater treatment, poor water treatment, who are the people that you are going to call on? So the process controllers becomes our first line of defense. Yeah, so this is some of the key issues that we are currently facing. I will not go into them because we already talked about them, but we know about even things like skills and capacity constraints, and then there's the important one, that's climate variability. We know of even the flood that we experienced here and how it affected our system, and sometimes now as we plan ahead, then we have to look at systems that are climate resilient. So if we are facing floods, then how do we withstand the effects? And then the other thing we see that many systems, they are failing even before the technology becomes relevant. So the challenge is often more systemic rather than purely technological. So we cannot just kind of just focus on the technology, but we want to look at it as, we want to focus on the system as a whole. And then now, if you have the process of control as your first line of defense, and you have to focus on the system as a whole, then now that process controller then has to kind of have a holistic understanding of the whole system. Yeah, so if you look at technology failure versus system failure, in technology failure, like if you look at the traditional way of looking at things, the way we have always dealt with things, like from maybe a process controller point of view, your focus is maybe on your equipment, you look at the mechanics, you look at your design limitations, we look at your instrument and also the capacity constraints. But in real sense, so many things contribute to the challenges that we have with water and wastewater treatment. So you have to look at it from a system kind of approach. So that's where you look at the system failure, you look at poor optimization, things like delay intervention, weak monitoring, reactive management, and the past sessions we were looking at even like smart systems that can then enable us to be proactive. So it indicates that we have largely been reactive, like reacting reactively to our system. So many systems fail before technology becomes the limiting factor. So these are some of the system realities. Of course, we also know about them. Poor influent characterization, we talked about the variability in the characteristics of the incoming effluent. And I think this applies both to water and even wastewater. And even a good example is for those of us who live here in Durban, you know the problem we've been having with the water quality in terms of the color. And of course, you know that goes back to where you are sourcing the water from. So if there's algal bloom, it affects your water quality. By the time it's getting to the water treatment plant, there's nothing much the operator there can do. They can just treat it to the standards they can. So you still have your water with the color. So then that operator then needs to understand, like holistically, and know this thing, it starts from where the water came from. And then that water maybe was affected by inappropriately treated wastewater. So there is need for a connection between the water treatment operator and the wastewater treatment operator. So that's how we look at holistic thinking. So these are some of the challenges we face, even in wastewater treatment, sludge mismanagement, and again, even in water treatment, there's a lot of challenges when it comes to the management of the water treatment sludge. So then, if you are managing or if you are operating a water treatment plant, then you don't only look at the water quality, but you also look at, okay, the treatment residue that I generate, where does it go? What are the effects that does it have on the system? And maybe then how can you manage it appropriately? Then, of course, then there's also the process control gap. And then we know plants are designed to work, but not properly operated. So sometimes you have like your systems that are not optimized. We talked about even the RAS and operational data not fully utilized. So then you may kind of blame your system, but it's just that it's not properly optimized. So that's why you have a problem. So then that's why then the issue of even data becomes in. So we are more always reactive rather than predictive. So we should be able to sometimes predict some of these challenges. So now, when we look at the issue of wastewater treatment, then we know it links to sanitation. So poor treatment leads to poor sanitation, and that comes with a lot of hidden costs. So we know wastewater treatment performance directly affects sanitation outcomes. I've talked about you have failing wastewater treatment that goes into your surface water. You have algal growth. So all of a sudden, your water quality for water treatment is already affected. Yeah, and then there is also economic consequences because of poor sanitation. So there are direct consequences that we are currently seeing, like even as a utility or as a municipality, you can get fined for that. And then given the financial constraints, already that brings a lot of challenges. But then we know once you discharge to the environment, it causes diseases, and then you have a community that is sick, and then there's just so many other effects that come about from poor treatment. So then we don't want to just look at it from, I need to treat this wastewater and discharge it, but you also have to look at it, if I don't treat it properly, what are the other things that it will cause negative effects on? So that's the way we want, or we want to look at it from the point of as a process controller. And also there are also the health risk and regulatory risk. So in dealing with wastewater treatment, like when you are like a process controller, of course we know there are different kind of employees involved, or different of management levels or entities involved in wastewater treatment and management. But if you were to look at it from the angle of a process controller, then it's always very important for one to understand to what extent do my operations affect other issues. And then we look at the treatment plant as being part of a larger socio-technical system. So you don't look at it like I treat wastewater and I'm done, but you look at it, I treat wastewater and then it affects other processes. So if you know then the wastewater is properly treated, then you have improved to public health, you've improved to water security, because then we can know that our surface water bodies like dams are not affected. You know there's now financial compliance, you contribute to a healthy community, there are no diseases, and then people are not like having negative views of the utility or of the municipality, and there are positive impacts on the environment, and you are coming with systems that are climate resilient. So then now, when we talk of innovations, like framing the operators as being the role or the first line of defense to innovative systems when it comes to sanitation. So in most of the cases, we look at innovation as maybe like a new technology, but we don't want to look at it just as a new technology, but includes so many things, like even a simple process control, better process control, like improved monitoring, where you are able to get your data on time, interpret it the right way, and then it informs how you operate, and that now leads to better decision making, and then your decisions are all data driven, which means your process then performs better. So those simple processes or simple decisions, they are quite innovative if you look at where we are right now. Yeah, and then there are also other new ways of thinking, and even if you look at the angle of sludge management, so we want to look at it as not a problem, but how can we see this sludge as a resource? So then how can we valorize it? How can we even sell it? And how can we get more income from it? So in a way, we always talk of wastewater treatment plants as, as wastewater treatment plants, but mostly the way things are moving, people see them as resource facilities. So if you are a wastewater treatment plant, then you should be seen as a resource. So we should basically be looking at what can we get from this plant. Can we get sludge? Can we get biogas? Can we get water for reuse? So if we shift our thinking that way, then we are in a way becoming innovative. Yeah, then there are also several categories of innovation. You have operational innovation, you have system innovation, and here is where maybe we talk of resource recovery, we think of new systems, we think of decentralized systems. Then you also have institutional innovation. So of course this one involves the entire, should I say, the municipality or utility. But again, as a process controller, then one has to be aware of this. And but the most important one that we've just talked about in the past session is technological innovation, where you look at sensors and automation and smart monitoring, because then this gives you data that can inform your system. So like with smart monitoring, it's just some issue of, if you have sensors, you can be able to get real data, real time, and then when this data becomes available, it becomes valuable for your operation. And you know, when you just have data and you don't kind of use it to inform decisions, then it's kind of just meaningless. But when you have data, you interpret it, and from that, then you are able to make decisions, then that data become valuable. So if you lack data, you're kind of stuck, you cannot proceed. But if you have these systems that then give you data, then you are able to move. Of course, there are other aspects, like apart from sensors, you can look at things like biological optimizations, and these are things we have just talked about them, about like even the aeration depending on your load. So you want to get effective aeration, effective nutrient removal. So what we see again, that most plants can significantly improve performance without new infrastructure. So if we just go back and sit and look at what do we have right now, how does our system operate? So you look at that data, and then from that alone, you can improve your performance before you think of investing in new infrastructure. So optimization is often more sustainable and affordable than infrastructure expansion. So the other example that I gave is sludge as a resource, and this is because based on the work that we even do with the Water Research Commission and other entities, like both wastewater sludge and water treatment residue, so I can call it water treatment sludge. So both sludges, they are kind of challenging in terms of their management and all that. Of course, if your plant works effectively, and again, that's also very important, then the sludge that you obtain for wastewater sludge, if it's class A1A, then I think right now the guidelines still allow for it to be used in crop growth, and from studies we have seen that sludge, it's very good for agriculture. So then again, you can have a scenario whereby farmers collect the sludge from your plant, so it cuts down cost on the sludge management. But if your plant is not performing optimally and you are not producing sludge of the right quality or right classification, then you have to pay to discharge it. Then that now eats into the resources of the utility. Yeah, but then there's just another example here, that a study that we did with the Waterval in Gauteng. So we were looking at the possibility of them, because they have sludge digesters, of co-digesting that with food waste from the local restaurants to see whether it could provide them with enough biogas to produce energy to kind of run the entire system. And what we saw there is that 20% composition, like if they take food waste, they introduce it into the digester, and that food waste accounts for 20% of the total substrate, then they could get enough biogas that could be turned into electricity that could run the entire plant. But the reason as to why I'm highlighting this, so the guy we were working with, the senior process controller there, he kind of led the whole process. It was quite instrumental. So he had approached, and he had told us, even for the sludge that they are producing, he took some of the sludge home and used it to grow vegetables in his backyard. Of course, I wouldn't advise you to do that, but I'm just trying to let you know the way to see how innovative he was, like looking at, okay, this sludge, we have it here, what can we do with it? So if we want like to win this war, then the process controllers, our first line of defense, then they kind of have to help us now envision what are the innovative ways for us to manage these problems, because they have the people interact with the data on the daily basis, they see the process, how it's operated, and so they can be quite instrumental in informing the types of decisions that we make going forward. So the shift from waste management to resource recovery begins with mindset change. So we, as I already mentioned, we don't see even wastewater as wastewater, but we see it as a resource, and then we say, what can we recover from it? So this is just what I just explained. If you have your sludge, you can co-digest it with food waste, then you get solids for composting, which can be used in agriculture. You can also, when you do dewatering, you can recover struvite, which is also a good fertilizer. And then the treated water there, now it's free of nutrients. You can use it for irrigation, for irrigating parks, so such like things. So we just have to look at it as the whole process as as resource recovery rather than waste treatment. So now, back to now from operator to innovator. So the traditional operator, normally we are reactive, we monitor the process, we respond to failures, and we are more compliance focused. But then if we want to be innovative, then that's where we have to start to be predictive. Then we have to interpret systems. So when we have the data, what does the data tell us even before we pass it on? And then when we interpret systems, we are able to identify trends. And with that, then we are able to maybe prevent failures, and we are able to become more optimized. So we are more optimized focused and system focused. So the future process controller is kind of an early decision maker. Maybe I should say the present process controller should be kind of an early decision maker. So I know in most cases the way government operates, it's always like top-bottom kind of approach. But some of the systems that we deal with in terms of even wastewater treatment, water treatment, then you need a kind of mixed approach where you also get decisions made at the controller level, because they deal with these issues on a daily basis, and they will know whether whatever is being proposed will kind of work or not. Yeah, so for a modern process controller, so these are some of the core functions that we are looking at. Of course, you monitor the system, and that is where data becomes key. You are able to analyze that data, and you are able to identify early warning systems, and then based on that, you are able to adjust parameters. So you know there's high variability in the load, high organic loading, so you have to increase your aeration. So you prevent instances of failures occurring, you interpret data, and with time that it drive improvements and how you operate, and that translates into operational data into decisions. So now we know we are making decisions that are well informed, and over time that supports a circular economy kind of initiatives, and then that contributes to the long-term system resilience. So that is what we are really looking at, where we have systems that are resilient to even variability in load, variability in climate, like any type of change that we get, then the system can withstand that. Yeah, so when we look at the optimization mindset, the key principle is always optimize before you invest. Look at what you have, optimize, ensure it works. I don't want to say it works perfectly, but it works and meets the discharge standards before you think of bringing in a new system. Because as I mentioned, sometimes even the technology is not the problem, but how we operate and how we optimize our systems. So optimization is not only technical, again, it's also financial, it's environmental, it's institutional. So there are other factors that come into play. But from the point of a process controller, then you have to know that it's key, and then you know there's a specific role that you play that feeds into the whole process. And when, of course, when we optimize and we treat the wastewater well, we treat our water well, then we reduce financial compliance and environmental risk, financial compliance and environmental risks. Yeah, so when you are optimizing, you look at early problem detection. So you want to identify problems early before they occur, and that's where your data becomes key. So you are able to look at things like the changes in effluent quality, form, order, color. Those things are always key, like sludge settling issues, trend deviations, and then even things like sudden energy increases. So those things can really let you know that maybe something is not working optimally, or you can know that based on the load I'm receiving, if I don't make adjustment, then there are going to be problems. So these things, they kind of look very small, but with the time, if they are not addressed, then they become major failures. And also, you know, with major failures and financial constraints, then repairs become a challenge in the first year, the second year, and then you have more and more breakdown. So then it becomes very difficult to kind of get out of such a fix. But if you pay attention to this early problem, so it's very key that you detect them early and you address them. And it's very easy to address when the problem is still not that extended. So we then shift from reactive where we wait for the system to fail, we log calls to send for operators to come and make adjustment, but we then become predictive in terms of the way we do our management. So we are able to look at the trends, and we are able to know when problems will occur, and then we address those problems. And I think that's why even the session we had before is important, because if you look at even things like your pump stations, you can always even, if you have systems that can even monitor the vibrations of even your pumps. So you always know, if you just look at, I'm not a data scientist, but if you look at the graph of how the pump vibrates, then you can always know if the pump is going to break down. You can start seeing some unique behaviors in the graph. Then that helps you to avoid a situation whereby your pump is broken down and now you cannot pump and wastewater is just flowing into receiving streams. So future wastewater systems will increasingly depend on operational intelligence. So like you really have to become intelligent in terms of the way you operate. Yeah, so now when we link operation to sanitation, what are we saying here is that every operational decision has environmental and societal consequences. So for example, if you have poor nitrification, it leads to ammonia toxicity. If you have poor disinfection, you are not like putting enough chlorine and things like that, then you have pathogen release, and of course that leads to disease outbreak. But if you operate effectively, then you protect the environment, the water security, community well-being, and as I mentioned already, climate resilience. So poor wastewater treatment does not stop at the plant boundary. It just starts, like the moment it leaves the plant, it's when now it gets serious. When it's still in the plant, if it's not that serious, but if it's not adequately treated, the moment it leaves the plant, that's now it starts getting serious, and it affects so many things. So this is just like a case study scenario. Yeah, it's supposed to be interactive kind of, but I'll just present it, where you look at a wastewater treatment plant that is experiencing maybe high ammonia in the effluent, or that should be in the influent, rising sludge blanket levels, increasing odor complaints, because that's also another important issue for communities that live around wastewater treatment plants. So then maybe the first question someone would think of there is this operational issue or technology issue. Then some of the questions you can ask yourself, what are the possible causes like that's leading to what is being observed? Then in that case, you have to ask yourself, what data will you check first? So in terms of your data collection, the data that you have, then you have to analyze that, and then that will then inform your immediate action that you will take. Then you will then know, is this a technology or an operational issue? Then from this, then you will know that if it's a technology issue, maybe then you can think of what are new systems that we can introduce to address this. If it's an operational issue, then it's just a matter of optimizing, and then you address the challenge that is being faced. So these are some of the possible actions that one can look, possible causes: low DO levels, like in the case of aeration, poor sludge management or overloading, and then some of the actions one can think of: you can increase aeration, you can check the return accurate sludge rates, improve operational communication. It could also be a communication problem, review maintenance response system. So if you have like a holistic understanding of the entire system, then it allows you to respond appropriately. So in conclusion, we are looking at process controllers as central to system performance. And in the morning session, there was the issue of registration as a senior process controller, and I just realized that there are so many things that process controllers have to deal with. So maybe when I talk of this, maybe someone will think like, whoa, this is a new thing that we also have to look at it. But if you just put all those other other issues that one has to deal with aside, and look at the work that you do as a process controller, and look at what is it that you can contribute to ensure that we treat water and wastewater effectively, then you see your central role, and then you see yourself as the first line of defense. And then now you understand that when we talk about of innovation, optimizations, then it starts with you understanding the process. So now process controllers become very, very, very important, like employees that even one has to focus on. And then the other thing we see is that data must inform decision. Again, you get that data from process controllers, and if you want the right data collected the right way, again, it comes down to your process controllers. And then, of course, sanitation outcomes depend on operations. If you operate our systems properly, we don't want to have negative sanitation effects. And then the wastewater treatment is part of a larger sanitation system. We cannot just see it as something we do and it ends there. But we know the moment we finish, it starts affecting other systems, so it starts to be properly done. Resource recovery creates new opportunities, and here we can look at them as resource facilities, and then process controllers are key actors in sector transformation. So if we want to make change, if we want to become innovative, and if we want to deal with all the issues that we are facing, then I think we have to do the bottom-up approach. There are some things that need a bottom-up approach. You start with your process controllers and you ensure that they are properly equipped, and then in terms of this innovative sanitation is something that they fully understand, then it's when you can see like some significant changes in the way the system is operated. So to conclude, as a process controller, you are not just operating infrastructure. Yeah, so you are protecting public health, safeguarding water resources, enabling resource recovery, supporting climate resilience, and shaping the future of sustainable sanitation. So maybe, you know, soldiers protect the border, but you guys, you protect us from within, like, because public health is very, very, very important. So process controllers are very important, and I think that is maybe the way we have to look at it, and not just say process controllers they just look at the plant, but they are our first line of defense when you want to deal with matters, water, and sanitation. So that's it for me. I don't know how long I took, but if you have any question, I welcome it.
Thank you very much, Doc. I think you took less than your time, so you made it. So with that being said, I will open up maybe just 2 or 3 questions for the Doc in terms of the presentation that he has given us. Okay, I should say you did a stellar job. Thank you very much, Doc.
Thank you.
It's always nice to have academia in our midst, Kuma conferences, because they impart us with information, a theory related, such that we are able then to interpret it into our day-to-day. Ngikhohliwe ngesikhathi esiqala ukuthi emva kwaDoc kuzoba ne-test ngibuza ukuthi ubethini khona ngizobona ukuthi benilalele yini. So umbuzo wokuqala ke we-test out of 5 marks, so ozothola lama marks ke kusho ukuthi sobe sesiqhubeka neprogram. Mayengekho ophendulayo soloko simile nje. Ngiyadlala. We will move on to the next session. I think this one yona ezothi ukuniphaphamiza kancane ngoba ngiyabona ukuthi engathi imuti sithanda ukushona phansi. Lena ikhuluma ngani ke lena ke? It talks about, it's a panel discussion that talks about the voices from the plant, the challenges and triumphs in the field. And this session will be facilitated for us by Mr. Ntando Nyatsikazi from uMngeni-uThukela Water, and he is a professional process controller.
My panelists, please, 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 please. Thank you so much, Program Director. Through you, Program Director, I would like to be biased a bit and just allow me to render special greetings to the soldiers of the plant, the process controllers. Sanibonani process controller. Ninjani. Shift attendants as well, you are recognized, guys. We really appreciate you. You make our job easier, you know, at work. Thank you so much. Ngikhohlwe ukuncoma bo process control naze nabahle. Sijwayele ukubonana nje sifaka ama-overall. Namhlanje sithintithe ukugcina. Khona ngibabonayo ngihlezi mangibabona befaka ama-overall. Sabonga kakhulu. Let's get back to the business of the day. I would like to formally greet everyone who's present in the room today. Standing in front of you is Untando Wakwanyathikazi. I'm a professional process controller. On behalf of process controllers, ngithunyiwe nje ukuthi I must extend sibonge kakhulu to the entire management and everyone who played a significant role in making sure this day becomes a success, and extend our utmost gratitude to all our speakers who have spoken today for imparting us with new knowledge. I came with an empty cup. It has been slowly being filled in. Isizogcwala ngiyabona is 3/4 full. I think after this session, izobe sigcwele phama echitheka ngoba ngiphethe ama-process controllers, abaphathi bezinto madoda, the ground soldiers. I think there's a famous saying that says, soldiers don't sleep, they camp. That's what we guys do. Tina slali, sisebenza from 6 to 6 in Ntambama, and from 6 in Ntambama until 6 in the morning. Angihambi ke ngedwa colleagues, ngihamba with I call them the encyclopedias of the industry. I'll allow them to introduce themselves. If you could do the honors and introduce yourself, sir. Tell us about yourself, the plant you're coming from, and the role that you play at your plant.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lebabo Fukeng. I'm from Gauteng. Actually, I'm a senior process controller at Talbot. I've been with Talbot for quite now, I think it's 9 years now. I operate at multiple plants.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is uMngeni-uThukela. I'm a process controller based at Lower Tsugela, at Mandeni. My role is responsible for operating, monitoring, and maintaining the waterworks, which is currently producing 55 megaliters per day, catering for Ilembe municipality. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. In front of you, it's Dombufuti Dlamini from King Cetshwayo District Municipality. I serve as a process controller at Catherine Boot Hospital Plant. As a process controller, my responsibility is to make sure that I keep the plant stable and make sure that we deliver the water that are within SANS 241 standards. In my plant, we abstract raw water from Amatikolo River, and it runs through coagulation, flocculation, sedimentation, and filtration. And our final stage is disinfection, and then we supply our final water to Salvage Community and Catherine Boot Hospital. Thank you.
Thank you. Greetings to you, colleagues. All protocols observed. Igama lami uNkosinathi wakwaSibeko. I'm coming from uThukela District Municipality. I am a superintendent by role. Shooting ubaba wabo. I am a superintendent. I've been a superintendent for about 12 years. Total service in water, about 22 years. Ngisebenza njenge-process controller. So, yeah, thank you.
Sorry, colleagues. Sorry, colleagues, about that. I've been told Uguti, we will go straight to the business of the day. So basically, this discussion is merely about the work of process controllers, the responsibilities, our lived experiences, the challenges, victories, and challenges that we encountering on a daily basis at our workspaces. So let me just get straight to it. On the agenda item, the first item that we will be discussing about is our lived experiences, challenges, victories, and achievements at our different plans. Ingxoxo namhlanje nje sidingida kabanzi ngesipiliyoni impatho ama-challenges ingqinamba nezinzuzo esiyithola esihlangabezana nazo emaplantini. So on this item, I'm expecting the audience, more especially process controllers and shift attendants, to provide us with your experiences, challenges, and esibhekana nawo. Ama-challenges kuphela ney'nzuzo sikuzuzile. Let's just pretend, guys, ukuthi nje ama-managers ethu awekho, and speak your hearts out. Don't hold back. Mina nje ngiyengazi ukuthi it's very therapeutic ukukhuluma, because maybe some of us are carrying ama-burdens that we are getting from our respective plans. Ake ngiqale kwi-floor, because it seems like khona ngathi sothi ukuqaqeka. Ngizocela nje ozo-volunteer nje aqale nje asiphe, just for, I'll give each one of you 5 minutes before I come to my panelists. Ngicela nje izandla. Process controllers, ayibo, please, bandla. Please nje, please, ngicela nje, ngiyanicela nje. Please. Ngizoyikhombela ngoba abanye ngiyabazi. Ngizoyikhombela. Khona ngiyibabona mangibabona ama-functionini nje ukuthi ave bebhabli. Ngizoyikhombela. Oh, ikhona i-mic.
Sanbonan again from uMngeni, from Gwala, sorry. So, on my side, what I've experienced, infrastructure endala, the aging of infrastructure, and climate change currently. And also, because I've municipalities in the community, it also is a challenge. I remember when I was passing on other houses going to my shift, because the plant was a bit far. And I'm not part of the community. So you see, so safety issues, that's then, thanks.
Siyabonga kakhulu baba, ngisacela nje ngokusheshsha omunye beqhamuka. Ngokusheshsha. Omunye beqhamuka nangu sisi at the back. Ngokusheshsha.
Sanbona. Igama lami nguMoses. I'm from Duba Water Treatment Plant. I'm a senior process controller for Talbot. I've been working for around about 5 years, almost 6 years up to so far. One of the challenges that we come across is the maintenance. I'll specifically focus on private sectors because I'm working for a private sector. Around private sector plants, you'll find that maintenance is one of issues that we come across. Things get to be old and then it has to be replaced. But at some point you'll find that it takes time. And as much as if maybe let's superimpose a pump gets broken, and after some time there's another item that gets broken, it means that the challenges, the problems that we are facing, in that case, it seems like they are increasing. So I would like focus on the maintenance. It's one of the challenges that we are coming across. Water and wastewater, both of them. I think one or two of the process controllers can give a hand on this, because I don't think I'm only the one affected by maintenance regarding plant management.
Greetings, everyone. This is Terry Tsukuzayo, a senior technician specialist. One of the challenges that I've observed in both wastewater and water treatment plants, firstly, for wastewater, one incident I observed was the fact that the HMI, so the plant was operating on HMI system. So HMI, it was operated technically for wastewater to aerate for 30 minutes on our influent, on our aerators. However, the time that was given for the aerator to feed the bacteria was not sufficient. So we had to then override the HMI. That's how we mitigated the situation. And then we had to also implement ways in which we can manipulate the HMI as well. On potable water, we see sensors being installed for analyzers, your pH analyzer, chlorine analyzer. However, they have a short time span, because a probe will be affected by minor thing that is intact with it. So those are major challenges we have, that on an everyday situation, a person has to manually analyze and not rely on an analyzer itself that is installed, but also verify the analysis that an analyzer is giving you with your manual analysis done on site. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. Ngazi ukuthi ngizwa ama-challenges, angiwezwa ama-victories nama-achievements. Maybe bazongisiza ama-encyclopedia ami lapha phambili.
No, thank you so much. Yeah, ngiyajabulisa futhi ukubona ukuthi abekho nabaningi abasukumile bakhuluma ngawo ama-challenges. Shuthi sisaphatheke kahle ey'ndaweni zethu zokusebenza. I think some of the challenges, I'm going to talk from experience, as I have explained that I have some years of experience. And just maybe if you can allow me to touch on some of the issues which have been raised now with regards to infrastructure issues. Operator lapana, operator. Process controller has explained to us that there is a problem with infrastructure, especially with the rural plants. We see a lot of problem with the dilapidated plants. The infrastructure is failing, and we are just not winning. Some of the challenges also is the lack of training. Especially, I will speak mostly on the part of the rural plants. So the lack of training and qualified process controllers. It is heartwarming to see that uMngeni-uThukela Water is taking this initiative to assist the local plants, the district municipalities, also to to be part of the professionalization of the process controllers, because that is one issue that is always a problem. And when it comes to the blue drop and the green drop certification, you'll find that the process controllers are not on par with the required regulation. Also, the minimum information sharing platforms. If we could have platforms that are open like this, sometimes you can have process controllers opening up, sharing information, and also sharing solutions, because that is the main thing that we need to come out with. It's not just about problems, it's also solutions. Some of the rural plants are directly exposed and are in the communities. Our colleague here in the front has said that so, some of those problems, when there are issues with service delivery, even if it's a burst pipe, even if it's something that does not pertain to the water treatment works, the community sees you there and you are now automatically responsible. The challenges of getting to the plant as well, my brother here touched on it, the exposure and the risk to raw elements, health risk, PPE, and if you were listening to a speech from COO earlier this morning, he touched on some of the times during which the process controllers had to keep the plants running. He touched on that, on the unrest. He touched on different issues, but there's one that he left out, which was during the COVID-19 pandemic. The process controllers bore the challenge, or had the challenge to get to their respective plants and keep the plants running and keep the water flowing. So those are some of the challenges that are there, the process controllers are facing. Maybe I can give my colleague as well, maybe give it back to you.
No, I think before we exhaust this item, I'd like to get just one last view from my encyclopedias. Let me go to Lebza. Please, let's stick to the positive ones now.
Thank you very much. One of my positivity that I can share is I'm being at one of the plants in commissioning at Eastern Cape Utenage. There's Sovereign Food. There was a new plant there that built by Talbot, and of which it was, I think it was last year or so, whereby we have achieved to win that plant. And one of the factors is that client was actually, sovereign client was discharging to the municipality, but now we turned it into water recovery plant. So that's one of my achievements that I've achieved. Thanks.
I think in terms of achievements, through all the challenges that we have all outlined, we are still able to maintain a quality that meets SANS 241 standards. We are still complying, even if there are major problems. I think that one is also a win.
Thank you so much, colleagues. Ngizwile nje ukuthi session iyarekhodwa. I think ama-contents, ama-colleagues, management will note them, and hopefully going forward they will be rectified. Siyabonga kakhulu. Moving to the second item, which I really like a lot, it's the sharing of knowledge, celebrate innovations, and inspire young emerging process controllers in the water and sanitation sector. The session, we will conduct it in a form of Q&A session. So basically, I'll be asking questions, and then I'll and I'll expect answers from the floor as well as from the panelists. The first question is, what inspired you to become a process controller? Yini ekukhuthazayo ukuthi ube i-process control? Mangaqala nje kwi-audience. Izandla, please. Please, hands. Yini esikhuthazayo ukuthi sibe ama-process controller?
Mangenibingelele bantu bami ama-process controller ephelele ngiyanibingelele egameni laJesu Kristu, amen. Sengimdadlana nje wangihleli phansi futhi nani nginibonile lapho ngihleli phansi khona senginesikhathi eside ngikhona eMngeni wa 38 years ngiyo i-process control eMngeni. Ngafika abanye ke bengakabi khona. Into esikhathazayo kuma-process control akekho osinakekelayo kodwa ke sizwa engazi ukuthi sibaluleke ngale ndlela emangalisayo. Process controller ushayisa ebusuku ngabo 7 thothi i-transport ayikho. Process controller uma ngakukhona ongekho emsebenzini kudinga ukuthi kuvuswe olele ngo-1 ebusuku noma egula okade esemsebenzini. Kodwa uma ngabe kufika ukuthi ujabule awujabuli uma kuphela inyanga. U-process controller uholela u-process controller uholela wena ofaka uthayi omude. Umngeni ukhuluma ngamanzi awukhulumi ngezinye izinto. Uma ngabe mina process controller ngingekho awukwazi wena ukondla ingane zakho. Kodwa mina uma ngabe ngiyemsebenzini ngilala nasematshotshombini wena ulala kahle uyimanager wena. Unemoto ehlala ngaphansi lapha udinganethwa mina engikuphakelayo engiholelayo eMngeni uyangikhohlisa. Sengize ngaguga sengiyahamba angikaze mina ngijabule. Yabo njengoba nilana niyajabula kodwa ama-process controller akajabule neze. Ayikho indaba ekikhulunye ngo-process control. Kwamanje uMngeni sobona ngathi ukuthi ubheka phansi. Kuthi kufi phambi kuthi iphambi no. Kukhona umfocus banibani okusadinga ukuthi esayine. Elami kithi ngeke ngithi hayi uhlulwa yini uMngeni ukuthi uthenge ibhanoyi noma aeroplane ihambe eAustralia iyolanda ama-spares ngoba uyakwazi ukuthi uMngeni ngosuku olulodwa usithengele imoto noma uzithengele bona ngoba hayi ama-process control. Uthenga imoto mhlambe eziwu-60. Why uMngeni uhlulekile ukuthi uthenge ibhanoyi khona sizokwazi ukuthi sikwazi ukuqhuba kahle umsebenzi wethu sama-process control. Khona nizothola kahle nina nibe right esinisebenzi yathu. Thina process control asitholi lutho. Uyabona uma ngabe ngikhuluma nge-process control yilo muntu ofana nokuthi udiga igolide ezimayini. At the end of the day uyena ofakwa ithithi la emlomeni. Asinamoto thina sigibela siya requesta silala ematshotshombeni kodwa engiyase ngukusho mina ngoba vele sengiyasihambela. Ingcono kabi artisan ngoba imoto eartisan ihlala nayo egcekeni. Mina uNsumba mangabe ngifuna emsebenzini ethi bayafa esibhedlela amanzi awekho. Kudinga ukuthi ngingene ekhukhwini lami. Kungani uMngeni ungasicabangeli thina ukuthi nesidiga igolide la ukuthi nihole. silana nje kungenxa yamanzi ukuthi niqashe lana ile mali ezakhiwe yimina ngilapha ngisebenza ubusuku nemini uma ngayakwenzeka uzonginikeza icala uthi nangisebenzanga kade ngilele awuyazi into engihlala ngibezana nayo ebusuku wena ulele uphupho obaba omkhulu bakho koze kube yinini kuyoze kube yinini bonke abantu benyathela kuhle kwenasingana ukubona uma ngabe kuthiwa kuyavotwa siyoniphakamisa ke ukuthi nihole imali kodwa thina anokwazi ukuthi ama-process control akatholanga lutho uma ngabe ngudrayiva kwa-code 14 noma yeyiphi truck ngiyakuyidrayiva kodwa ngiyi-process control ngiprefire amanzi kwamanje wherever lapho ngisebenza khona noma ungangivusa ebusuku ngicimezile ukuthi amanzi NTU yakhona ithi ngizothi mina ngizotshela into ezimbili ezintathu ukuthi kunakelela nalana nge-experience enginazo kodwa-ke anisicabangelanga amen.
Hayi ugoqile ubaba ngimzwe kahle mina. Yazi ubaba ukhala ngento yokuthenga, iyinkinga into yokuthenga, Ngizocela ukumuvela komunye umbuzo. Ngicabanga ukuthi this question ubaba uyirepe yonke because if I could go on and ask ozakwethu I know ukuthi into yokuthenga nje iyona nje is the underlying factor in as process controller such that kunama issues that we are busy on the pipeline, we are busy discussing that are on the pipeline. Azosilekelela ukuthi ubaba lento akhuluma ngayo agcine ethokoza ubaba agoduke ekhaya nje right ubaba. Baba leyo nto ngakuthembisa nami ngeke ngibone ema groupini. Iyakhulunywa into efana naleyo. Siyabonga baba. Moving on to another question. What has been your most difficult moment as a process control? Isiphi isikhathi nje ukuthi umuzuzwa nje ususemsebenzini ubone ukuthi sinzima. Ngiyabonga ngizocela ukuqala kuma panelist wami. Let me go to Sisley.
The most difficult time where I felt like giving up is when you work with toxic people. You see, working with toxic people can really make you say, okay, I'm done. When I was doing my training, there was this toxic lady. But yeah, then it's okay. I've moved on from that. That lady, she made my life hell. She really made my life hell. But when I look back, I say, I think I must thank her for making my life hell because she made me more stronger. I became more stronger than I was. And when we have to deal with a sudden change of raw water, when you have to optimize your plant accordingly, especially at night shift, and because night shift, I'm specifying night shift, because night shift, it's only you and your shift attendant, unlike during the day shift. I think those are the worst times that I've experienced.
Yeah, absolutely. I think again, part of the points that I was also going to raise was bullying, especially for our young professionals when they're coming into the space where we all know that process controlling was predominantly just people who were not professionals. So when you're coming into that space, you've got mature people that are there. They are used to doing things a certain way. So bullying then takes place to the young professionals. I myself, when I started in the industry, those 20-something years ago. I know what she is talking about. There is bullying, and I think it is happening. So it's one of those things. And then also when you encounter a lot, some of the one explicit thing that is on my memory is when we encountered a python into the water treatment works, and it was difficult. So those are some of the things that we encounter.
Yeah, what I can say, I want to experience the most, but of which it's helped me a lot. Like you see, when you're getting a handover from the process controller, as if the plant is working well, everything is fine. And then because when you're starting the shift as a process controller, the first thing that you must do is to do your analysis so that you can see how the plant is performing. So, and then when you do your analysis, the final stability, it's so high, everything is better, even the clarifier. And that's taught me to be strong, because now whenever I come to the plant and the handover it's bad, it doesn't stress me anymore, because I know how to optimize my plant. So with those challenges, they helped me. It was a learning curve for me. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much to our panelists. If there is anyone on the floor who would like to just, I'll go straight to our last question. I think this one, ibaluleke kakhulu. I can't just close the session without asking this question. What message would you give to a young professional entering the sector? I think I've seen earlier on that we've got quite a number of young professionals in the room. So bangathanda nabokuphuma, I think bezwa kwaba sebehambile indlela ukuthi bayiphathe kanjani organization, what to expect and what to do with organization. Ngizoqala with one of my panelists again.
Thank you, Ntando. One of the key factors that I will advise young post control or technician is that on my sector, when you're dealing with client each and every day, whereby the client's gonna push you to the nerve where in terms of you ordering chemicals and you questioning that why are you ordering chemicals in fact where it's supposed to be the fact of you need those stock inventory, and now you have to be in a way of pushing that. And one of the key factors again that I can mention is every time make sure that all your parameters are in a good spec in terms of municipality discharge. Thanks.
What I can say is your daily decisions in your plant directs impacts the lives and well-beings of millions. Thank you.
For me, what I can say is that do not underestimate your role. You are the guardians of public health. Your path you have chosen, water is life, and you are its caretaker.
Be strong, be resilient, never stop learning, never stop studying, and go for it. Thank you.
Never be intimidated by anything. Just go all out to achieve whatever you want to achieve. Thank you so much. That's the end of our session, colleagues.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nyatsigazi, and the colleagues. Can you please give them another round of applause? Maybe some interesting information to share about this panel. I know you didn't pick any of it up. A lot of the panelists who were up here in the front today were doing this for the very first time. So it was their breakthrough, just being here on the stage and sharing their expertise and knowledge as process controllers. So we hope we're going to be seeing more coming from them going forward. I'm going to reintroduce myself again. I'm Umbali Sbeya. I work for uMngeni-uThukela Water. I'm a process and quality technician, and I'm also a professional process controller. We are at the end of our session today. We're going to have the very last session. Usuku lonke namhlanje sizwile kakhulu ngo-Regulation 3630, sezwa ukuthi kufunakala comply, sezwa ukuthi how much it is empowering for us, and sezwa ukuthi what is needed from us as process controllers in order for us to comply. And one of the things that ingakalayo is for us to get empowered, is for us to do e-training, and is for us to get exposed to what the sector actually has to offer. Ngoba, you're sitting here wondering, if I'm going to do so much of e-training for this Regulation 3630, what is in it for me as a person, for my individual development, as a process controller, contributing to my organization and also to my society. And that is what actually leads us to the last session of today. We're going to be talking empowerment, we're going to be talking training, we're going to be talking career pathing in this profession that we are in right now. Ngoba sesama professionals manje angithi. Yes, so sizobe sikhuluma career pathing, how do you grow? Okay, from being a process controller or entry level, maybe even coming into the sector as a trainee, coming into the sector as an assistant process controller, how do you end up being a manager? How do you end up being a senior manager? So we're going to see those people on the panel on our last session today. And we're going to also hear how this regulation is going to empower us to get to those levels. So before we get there, I would like to call on stage Dr. Nomcebo Mthombeni from the Durban University of Technology, just to lay the scene for the discussion that we are going to be having today, where she's going to be taking us through training for sustainable water provision. Can you please give her a round of applause? Our work trainer as she's coming to the stage.
Sanbunan. I'm normally not intimidated to speak in front of people, but today I think I'm a little bit intimidated. Not because of my own fears, but because of the experience that lies before me, and that sometimes I think we take for granted, the vast experience and knowledge that process controllers possess. So I came in a little bit late. I'm not feeling well, actually. I'm supposed to be off sick, but I understood the importance of me being here. So as I was listening to the discussion, I think that was such a valuable discussion, listening to what I will term you as our frontline workers. And I think at times we miss the importance of what you do and how important that is, and the realities that face you in every day. So I think for me, just reflecting on your everyday experiences and today, just this engagement tells us that the strategies that we think about should align indeed with the realities. There was a talk about aging infrastructure, which is a reality, particularly I think for KZN, where there has been many things that have impacted, such as climate change, also limited resources. Most importantly, also insufficient training opportunities, As I was listening, there seems to be also operational pressures on rural plants as well as those that have the capacity to do so. So I think for me, that kind of said to me, there's so much more that without the complaints that we can take away from what you say. So in my life, I am a researcher. And one of the things that always haunt me is, what am I researching about? And I think the experiences of what you deal with day to day is what should shape our research. It's what should shape academia. It's what should shape our curriculum, because you are the ones who actually understand the importance, and you are also the guardians of our water. I just wanted to have that reflection. As also I was reflecting on the experience that you have, I just realized that there is a pathway. I don't know how many of you are able or know about this pathway, that when you have a lot of experience, you can actually look into what we term as universities RPL, which is a prior, recognition of prior learning, which also forms part to say, how do we take most of you who have experiences, who have served in this sector for many, many years, but might not necessarily possess the formal qualification that is aligned to the newer regulation frameworks. And how do we also take those that work in smaller municipalities and rural areas to also use this pathway to then be able to be recognized for the experience that you have? So many of you, I'm sure, have trained many people. So you have the know-how, you have the experience, you've done mentorship. So this is where recognition of prior learning, or what we call RPL, becomes critically important, where it provides that opportunity for you, for us as universities, to formally recognize the knowledge, the competencies, and the operational experience and expertise that you have acquired through workplace experience. So this normally will create a pathway. Other universities use it as a way of entrance to say you might not necessarily possess the entry requirement, but when we use RPL, it does then give you the opportunity to then qualify. And I think we need to unpack more and have these conversations with universities to say, how do we really make this work, particularly for those who have served and who have such vast knowledge in terms of experience that we can tap into? So I think, please utilize the universities, inquire, and I do hope that uMngeni-uThukela will also engage. I know that most of them sit in our advisory boards to say, how do we utilize RPL to ensure that our process controllers gain this formal qualifications, or they gain entrance into the formal formal institution. So I think for me, as I say, this is really an honor because what I have listened to is that you are actually the backbone of what we do. So this morning, I think there's no one who can say they didn't touch anything that's related to water. From the moment you wake up, water touches our lives in a way that that shapes what we do, how we do it every day. But however, there are many strains that the sector is facing. I think through many interactions that we've had with uMngeni, with many other water sector partners, that we've said there seems to be this disjuncture in terms of how we need to close the gaps of qualifications, of capacitating and training of people who are actually in the sector. As it has rightly being said before me, that, you know, we live in an era where you need to be thinking with your feet, which I think you often do many, many times, where now and again we speak about the deteriorating infrastructure, climate change impact, pollution, water sources, and, you know, as much as we want to talk about, we don't want to talk about money, but there are rising operational costs. And as we know, in our country, there was a time where we had a lot of energy challenges that created instability as well. And these are the realities that we face every day. And I just want to emphasize that as process controllers, you matter a lot. And so often that you do this work quietly behind the scenes. And when we open our waters to get clean water, we often don't think about you. But that being said, it says what is out there for you, as I've indicated, that there is a pathway of RPL that you can utilize to ensure that you gain entrance into qualifications. And I think one of the also important conversations that we need to have is with professional bodies. How do they recognize and really take that knowledge that you have to ensure that you can be accredited as professionals as well? And I think many universities, and I know through the CETAs, particularly EWCETA, there are many programs that are meant for you to actually take advantage, short learning courses that you can take to say, how do I get myself there? And there is a talk now of micro-credentials where you can combine many aspect of a short learning programs to actually build up to you getting a qualification. So that's another pathway in which you can look into, and I just see my sister from EWC as I'm mentioning that. So there's a lot more that you can actually do to ensure that you capacitate yourself. But most importantly, I think we need to talk about digitization. I think as a sector, we are lagging behind in terms of how we are moving, in terms of digitization, in terms of automation, artificial intelligence. And that also means you who are in the front line will be the people that will be working in that particular sector that needs to be capacitated to say, how do you get the skills that will enable you to serve us the way you are currently serving? So I can just talk about a few of the courses that I can think about that relates to what we do. I am a chemical engineer by training, but we also have civil engineering within our own university. We have environmental that you can look into, and there are those that might be interested in saying, I want to see the small things, biotechnology and many other aspects of qualification that you can look into, where you can start with even starting at the TVET. As we know, within the University of Technologies, if you do come from TVET, we do recognize that you can enter into our own qualifications, and you can also after that see how you can grow. And I know many people who started out from the route of TVET, all up to being having their PhDs. So there is a way. I do think that we can try and say, how do we, in some instances, co-create some of the short learning programs that are required by the sector. And I know that already there's a lot of work that within the many partners that already enables you to take that training forward. So I think it is essential for us to develop a strong partnership with academia, with industry, as we have already started, I think, with many little steps that we are taking together, where we want to co-develop curricula. you know, I often say, what a beauty if our student could be trained in the field where they work with you hand in hand, where they understand what is it to serve communities, what is it when you're talking about being in a plant. And often our students are trained just in theoretical manner, which doesn't necessarily contribute a lot to what we want to achieve. So there are many ways in which I think even guest lecturing, you should consider coming in, as most of you might have the experience, and say, how do I go in and just guest lecture? I know I see few of my colleagues, which I hope they will extend that invitation to just for you to come and speak on a particular area that you might be working in day out, day in, that you'll be able to share this this experience with our students and even with academics and researchers. So, as I conclude, there are many pathways, and I do hope that you can engage with us, you can reach out to us, you can reach out to your employers to say, how do I get into a university if I want to? How do I utilize RPL as a way of being recognized for the experience that I've had and the expertise that I have? How do I build courses for me, particularly moving into a space where I could eventually be able to get a formal qualification? So as we respond, I think, to the need of capacitation, our way and our approach has to be innovative. And we can no longer do it in a way that we doing in silo, but we can only do it if we are doing this together. So I think it's time that I have to appreciate what uMngeni is doing with the many partners to say process controllers are very, very important. And as the regulation has been put in place, this is the first step to saying, how do we move forward? As Mbalo was saying, sometimes we think training is a formal training where somebody is in front of you saying this is what you need to be doing. But what the colleagues were doing here, where she was saying some of them are speaking in front of people for the first time, that is also one thing that we recognize, because it means you can properly communicate your thoughts in front of an audience. And that is part of training that we also need to be recognizing. So I don't want to bore you. I know that I am coming in the late shift, but just my parting words that you are indeed important, and as I've recognized that you are our frontline workers, most importantly, there is vast experience that you possess, and that could enable you to get to the level that you want to get to, maybe even as managers, that I'm hoping in the next session that information will be shared with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mthombeni, for those words. Sacela siphinde futhi simshayele ihlombe. Siyabonga kakhulu ngokusicacisela nje ukuthi kubaluleke kangakanani ukutrainwa kwama-process controllers, and also ukuthi it's not only just formal education eyenza ukuthi umuntu akwazi end up in the university. So kusakhona umsebenzi kufanele siwufake ekutheni senze sure ukuthi siyakwazi ukurecognize experience yama-process controllers in the room. Earlier on we heard ubaba othe he's been a process controller for 38 years. And we'd like to see that 38 years being accounted for something, because kuningi angakwazi ukuthi akushare namanye ama-process controllers and afunde from him. Njengamanje kunama young professionals, young process controllers who are coming into the sector, and from gaining from what he has to offer and what he has been through and learned through the sector, kuningi abanga-absorba from yena. So using lama pathways akade sichazela wona uDr. Mthombeni into ebalulekile. Okubalulekile ukuthi sik-understand futhi okunye ukuthi lama pathways ukuze abe effective akwazi ukusebenzela as ama-process controllers ithina futhi kufanele ukuthi sifake i-effort kuwona. The universities ngeke baze bawa-offerishe if engekho umuntu ozokwazi ukuthi angene kuwona. So fanele nathi sibuke ukuthi iyiphi indlela esingasebenzisa ngayo ama-resources that are available to us and also ukuthi ama-organizations esiwasebenzelayo nawo asilekelele ekufinyeleleni lapho. I'm so proud of you, colleagues, ukuthi you've made it to like this time of the day, and you are still attentive. You are listening, and you are wanting to engage with everything. I think you need to give yourselves a round of applause for that. Nje, I'm very, very proud of you for making it, and I think namhlanje you are demonstrating the professionalism eseniyilwela iminyaka eminingi kangaka. There's a group on WhatsApp, EMA process controllers from all over South Africa, where they share ukuthi how many years they fought for the professional designation. Every day, ngathi ama-minutes abuyavuka ukuthi, hey, kade silwela le professional designation, asiyinikwanga nje mahala. So it really shows ukuthi you want to be taken seriously and you take yourself seriously. So I really, really commend your dedication for being here to this very late hour. Kodwa ke sesiyafika emaphethelweni, colleagues. Okay, before I call our next facilitator, I would like for us also to just give our gratitude to Ms. Lindile Mtshali for driving us right until the very last hour of the day. I don't think I would have been able to mangala ama-talks mina kusukela ekuseni. She's been here, and I think she does deserve a loud round of applause for all her efforts. Kusukela ekuseni esithwele laze lashona. Siyabonga kakhulu. The very last session for today, as I had mentioned earlier on, is on career pathing and empowerment. I'd like to call uGugu Mieza from our Talent and OD department, who is going to just navigate this last session and empower us. Ngoba sifuna ukuhamba imgodla yethu igcwele namhlanje. Sazi kahle ukuthi lo regulation 3630 besilokho sitshelwa ngaye kahle kahle wenziwa njani, uzosiphathelani thina, uzosenzelani. One of the process controllers, one of the ambassadors said to me when we were doing a workshop, what he has I was seeing this, abanye bebenqamulela bethi R3630, and I was saying, what's lo 3,036 rand esizonika one lo 3,000 lo ayi kodwa nami ngiyawufuna. So we've heard again namhlanje ukuthi one lo 3,000. So Sis Gugu, please come and lead us to the very last hour of our session today. Ngicela bandla simbingelele ngehlombe ngakho konke nje. Nemlilizelo nje namaflate.
Thank you, Mbali, our program director. Time now is 16:29. So I promise that I will finish just before 7. So please stay awake. Mbali said you're still very attentive. So I believe so, good, you're still very attentive. Okay, colleagues, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, respected stakeholders, colleagues, speakers, all Singaye, all process controller, all protocol observed. Can I say, aye, process controller, aye, aye, process controller, aye, aye, regulation 3630, aye. Okay, thank you. My name is uGugu Mieza from Talent and OD. That is our training department, but we call it Talent and OD. So, like the previous speakers have already mentioned, there's a lot that has already been said about Regulation 3630. About e-classification of our waterworks, about e-classification and e-registration of our process controllers, and about e-professionalization of our process controllers. So where we come in, it's when it comes to capacitating people, upskilling people, and also giving you skills in knowledge and also attitude so that you can navigate through this work that we've been tasked with. It would seem like it's an impossible journey, but you've seen that there are other people here who are already registered process controllers. So because I'm part of the task team that was preparing this, and I'm also passionate about the development of process controllers. I know what there are some people here who are supposed to have been registered, but for some reason, best known to themselves, they are still not registered, they are not classified, not because they don't have the qualification or the experience. I see one is laughing at me now. I won't mention any names. But anyway, guys, kuyaphoqa. We cannot afford to be caught napping. It is upon each and every one of us to embrace this regulation. I know what have been said behind the closed doors, Nati, we've been saying that, but manje isi la. It has taken like more than 3 years for this regulation, and then for this particular day, it was planned, I was told, since 2023. So it's finally here. So let's give ourselves another round of applause. We are here to see this day. Okay, Umbali has already mentioned the workshop theme here too. It's career pathing and empowerment talk from process controller to plant manager, climbing the water sector ladder. Okay, I've got a workshop concept here. We're gonna call our speakers, only 2, I promise, 1 won't be long, and then we'll have a panel, a panelist la, where we'll discuss certain issues, where they are going to tell us how they managed to get to where they are today. The Process Controller Day aims to create a platform for engagement, inspiration, and professional development for process controllers within the water and sanitation sector. I'm sure we've already heard that. Hosted by Talent and OD Department, the session will focus on empowering our process controllers to understand and navigate growth opportunities from operational roles to supervisory, specialist, and management positions. The workshop will highlight the importance of professional development, accredited training, institutional partnerships, and industry support structures in building sustainable career pathways. It will also showcase our real-life experiences of our professionals who have successfully progressed through the ranks within the sector. That's the panelist that I was referring to. The session will bring together industry leaders. We have our stakeholders here, we have CISA representatives, we have academic institutions. Dr. Mtombeni is one of our institutions, her institution with DUT is one of our institutions that we have a MOU with. We have other institutions like Stellenbosch University, MUT, Mangosuthu University of Technology, University of KZN. Those are the stakeholders that we work with, that we have MOUs with. And then we're gonna get guidance on career progression and opportunities in the water sector, skills development and the professional registration pathways, compliance training requirements, including Regulation 3630, leadership development and management readiness. The workshop is intended to motivate you as process controllers to take ownership. You should take your ownership of your own professional growth while creating awareness and support systems and development opportunities available within a sector. So without wasting any time, I will then call my first speaker, Mr. Manuel Jackson. Mr. Manuel Jackson, theme presentation will be on. Mr. Manuel Jackson is the manager at Stellenbosch University Water Institute. I don't know how many people are aware with there's a Stellenbosch University Water Institute. Most of us, we only know what is Stellenbosch University. So you see, we have MOUs with all these universities, with institutions of higher learning. So the presentation theme will be water sector training programs and compliance with Regulation 3630. Over to you, Mr. Jackson. Thank you.
Good afternoon, colleagues. This is what we refer to as the afternoon shift. But it's actually the most interesting shift because this is where normally, we discuss fairly interesting points. And I must say that first and foremost, I first want to recognize the colleagues here this afternoon. It's fairly late, but I'm quite impressed, as you earlier mentioned. Also, in the past, teaching part-time, late in the afternoon. First and foremost, I would like to say that we are extremely privileged as a university to have an MOU with uMngeni. And also, thank you to Ms. Gugu for us coming down, from Cape Town. Just a little bit of the Water Institute. It's a multidisciplinary, cross-disciplinary research institute within the university, and it works across many different faculties of agriculture, engineering, process engineering, also faculty of health as well, as there's quite a huge amount of new themes, particularly when it comes to health. I'm just going to pass maybe just some of the research that we are doing, particularly focus on, and if I pass maybe just go back to, sorry for jumping around. Some of the themes that we are fundamentally involved in as an institute is innovation in water, resource quality monitoring, risk management, wastewater management, technology and training, postgraduate training, human capacity development, and also focusing fundamentally on partnerships. Some of the themes that we are doing our work on, and particularly earlier this morning, we learned about particularly pollutions, particularly when it comes to water quality pollutions. Some of the areas that we're doing research on particularly focus on early warning and real-time monitoring, microbial monitoring. And some of our researchers, particularly Professor Gideon Wolfhard, is involved in AI questions, and particularly what this seeks to do is to particularly look at early warning systems, particularly when it comes to toxins of emerging concern. Then one of our researchers as well, Professor Vishal Khan, focused on quantitative microbial risk assessment, anti-fouling and anti-adhesive activity, and particularly when it comes to predatory bacteria and secondary metabolites. Then I want to come to the third important theme of our work, particularly as an institute, and that is that our focus over the last number of years specifically focus on promoting institutional collaboration through continuous professional development and vocational excellence in the water and agriculture sector by supporting the design and delivery of industry-aligned training programs, workshops, and short courses. And I'm actually fairly proud, happy to note that we've collaborated extensively with the Energy Water Sector Education Training Authority over the last, I'll probably say 10 years, and particularly in the area of technical vocational education and training, linking particularly government institutions. We've actually extensively, over the last number of years, worked across a number of municipalities in all provinces in South Africa, and particularly where our focus is on empowering emerging professionals through practical hands-on learning. Thank you. Specifically focusing on hands-on learning experience that enhance skills and relevant workforce readiness. One of the major achievements for us today is the MOU that we've actually signed with uMngeni Water Board. To date, we've trained about 35 officials from the plants, and some of you may know my colleague, Ms. Antoinette Maralasi. She's been coordinating the short courses, and you know, it's good to note that a lot of the process controllers participated in these short courses. We've also recently established the Platform for Vocational Excellence, and for us, the platform seeks to bring municipalities together, training institutions, as well as government organizations as well. We have a memorandum of understanding that we've also now signed with AFCISA, and we also work closely with Rand Water, and our focus now also is to focus a lot of our work in terms of human capacity development also within the SADC region. We've just recently conducted some workshops at the Namibian University of Science and Technology in partnership with NAM Water and also with the involvement of the Rundu Town Council. If one look at the MOU, I'm highlighting some of the key themes of the MOU is to collaborate with uMngeni-uThukela Water on projects to address research needs of uMngeni-uThukela Water. And I'm proud to note that within our research team, we've conducted quite a huge and still are quite involved in quite a huge amount of turnkey projects. Design and conduct short courses, training staff at uMngeni, support skills development initiatives, subjects to clause, well, this is actually one of the clauses within the MOU. We also intend to use the laboratory facilities of uMngeni Water. Then, of course, for us, it is quite important as well that we collaborate with uMngeni, particularly when it comes to leadership development. And here, of course, you know, we work very close with our School for Public Leadership and with specific focus on master and doctorate degree programs. Then, of course, for us, our vision is to think about the future with imagination, to implement a new way of educating people to make sure that they are sustainable professionals that the society and the labor market needs, a society in transitions, sustainable, and also with a huge amount of social value creation. And then, of course, a labor market in transition, sustainable, available of people, and the utilization and development of existing talent. Our objective, of course, is fundamentally to focus on employability, and here we specifically focusing on TVET graduates. There are quite a huge amount of students who are now, you know, graduating at the colleges, and for them it's quite important that that we also need to provide a gateway, skills alignment and professional development, global and regional recognition in vocational excellence, and of course the values across our teams and partners focus fundamentally on excellence, commitment, trust, respect, accountability, and of course the main focus on collaboration. Sorry for this. I unfortunately don't have my... Then the key themes of our work is water sector recruitment. Our current projects and programs focus on ensuring that the graduates that enter into the labor market, that particularly municipalities place a huge amount of focus on that. Our focus of our work is also on reputation building, specifically on ensuring that the water sector, and particularly when it comes to process controllers, increasingly gain recognition for their work. The creation of a central water skills online platform will for us be a major game changer, because this, of course, will ensure that also in terms of, you know, you as process controllers also have access, you know, to relevant material wherever you are. I'm also happy to note that in 2024, we've signed an MOU with the EWCTA, and this fundamentally focused on the launch of a partnership in vocational excellence, and we see the partnership with the municipalities and the water board as quite significant in that regard as well. And then an interesting point to note that in terms of our platform for vocational excellence, we coordinate with 4 regional centers of vocational excellence in Europe. We work very close with the Center for Vocational Excellence in the Baltic states. And some of you will know Czechoslovakia or the Czech Republic and the Slovak Republic. Also, we work very close with our colleagues at Mendel University. Then we have the Center for Vocational Excellence in Central Europe, the Center for Vocational Excellence in the western part of Europe, and here we work very close with our colleagues within the Netherlands. And then, of course, in South Africa, our focus is also, to develop a very strong Center for Vocational Excellence, and in this regard, we have signed an MOU which is a multilateral MOU with EWCTA, with Rand Water, with a number of colleges, and for us, these partnerships is fundamental, important, in establishing a regional platform for vocational excellence. Then in conclusion, if we look at some of our work over the last 2 years, is that we've managed to retain, and as I mentioned to my colleague, Dr. Mapefo, is that we managed to retain internship or students that were involved in internship programs. We managed to retain them in giving and providing, full-time employment. Then, of course, our work to date has managed to provide a platform for colleges to collaborate, water boards to collaborate, as well as the role of the higher education institutions. And of course, for us, this is quite important. And then what is quite important as well is that the focus of the platform is to move beyond foundational training, which includes specialized micro-credentials in critical areas like non-revenue water management, water reticulation, digital twin modeling, wastewater process control, and water food energy nexus. The establishment of provincial clusters, and more formally including colleges, water boards, and from all other provinces in the Western Cape, within our work as well. For that, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Can we give him another round of applause? Okay, I'm sure by now we see how important this regulation 3630 is. One of the ways that we can try and satisfy our requirements ka regulation 3630 is to attend a training that is accredited, a training that will have AMA CPT points, and like Mr. Jackson has mentioned, they had quite a few courses that they've provided us with. I know someone was asking Uguti Kuku, when are we getting that Stellenbosch course again? Because it was pitched on NQF level 6, and then another one had 6 credits. So already, regulation 3630 requires that if you are a class 5, you should at least have an annual training requirement. You should at least accumulate 10 credits. So the previous speaker did mention that at least for those people who are already, if you're already professional registered, you're a class 5, you meet all the requirements, but you still need to attend training. It does not necessarily mean ukuthi you can only accumulate those credits by attending training. You can be somebody's mentor or coaching. You can, we've had people that we've trained to become facilitators and assessors. You can also facilitate a learning program. That's the way that you can be able to accumulate credits. It doesn't necessarily mean that you should go and sit a class in for 5 days. But woe unto us who are not yet compliant, who need to accumulate 30 credits. So Usli did mention earlier on, we are busy working on a training matrix. So as soon as we complete that, we will then roll it out and invite. So it means we're just gonna be busy. Please don't tell us you're not here to study, you're here to work. We should try and juggle and balance the two, because in order for us to be compliant, we need to attend these training courses. Okay, our next speaker is Dr. Twala from our EWSITA. EWSITA is Energy and Water SITA, which is our primary SITA as uMngeni-uThukela. And Dr. Twala is the Water Sector Manager, and the theme of her presentation will be the role of EWSITA in facilitating career progression for process controllers. Please help me welcome to stage Dr. Twala.
Thank you so much, Program Director. Good afternoon, colleagues. Respecting your time and commending your presence to this last hour, I hope somebody has loaded the slides. I will try and race through this one, hoping that the colleagues will assist me by distributing the slides. I believe most of you are professionals within uMngeni-uThukela. And although that is the case, I have met many a case where people don't understand who we are. We are the Energy and Water Education and Training Authority, as OCC has just said. We fund most of the training that you go to. When you hear UHR encouraging you to attend training and you don't quite understand where did the funding suddenly come from, mostly it is from us. You pay a skills levy as a water board, and we return it to you, a portion of it, mainly for ensuring staff training, and you go to training. That is one way in which EWSITA does this. There's also another way, through partnership, where we fund a variety of things through the discretionary grant. So what you heard Manuel talking about just now, my colleague behind me, is mostly through that discretionary grant. Even UUW still comes through the DG window and also through the DG partnership, because as one of our biggest and most important partners, we still accommodate you in all kinds of ways. So with that, I'm trying to say there is absolutely no excuse why anyone is not developing themselves further. There's so many platforms through EWSITA, through Stellenbosch University, through employment that there is opportunities for you to take advantage of. Colleagues, I will not bore you with many of the things that you can readily read, respecting what time of afternoon we are in. But mainly on the slide, I will highlight that as a SITA, we create sustainable tomorrow today through skills. So we are in the business of ensuring that people are capacitated, people at different stages of life. By different stages of life, you will see later on, we have programs for young children who are still in school, high school. We have programs for young professionals who have just entered the job market. We have programs for those who are doing their higher learning. We have programs for employees who are professionalizing and employees who lack qualifications, as Dr. Mtombeni outlined earlier. So there is opportunities for virtually everybody. We have heard about the challenge, and just to outline where we come in as EWSITA. EWCETA has two main arms. I am the water arm, and there's an energy arm. So we are the energy and water SETA. In South Africa, we have 21 SETAs, colleagues. Each SETA looks after a certain sector or a particular sector, and our SETA looks after these two sectors that I've just mentioned. We have heard all day about the challenges that bring us where we are, the challenges that require us to professionalize our sector. Amongst these challenges, most important that I want to highlight is the challenge of skills. And we are positing as EWCETA that without skills, we will not be able to overcome any of these challenges that were highlighted here today. And when we are talking skills, what exactly is the challenge with regards to skills? We are seeing a variety of issues. It is challenges in terms of qualification, as we've heard extensively, shortages of qualified process controllers, engineers, artisans, technicians, you name it, across the board. We are seeing challenges in terms of capacity. We have aging workforce, but yet limited youth participation and a lack of succession planning. Each and every institution should be asking themselves, when Uma Pifo is now older and she's going out of the sector, who's going to fill the shoes? When Ubaba, who spoke earlier, eventually retires, who's going to do what he does? We have challenges in terms of access, colleagues. Access in terms of training in rural and also township areas. We often see a variety of challenges, barriers that keep those people from accessing the opportunities that we're talking about today. But also we see misalignment. Misalignment in terms of the training that we're putting out versus what the sector needs. So all these skills challenges then lead us to one place. It means that then there is an opportunity for learning, innovation, and entrepreneurship. And we at EWCETA say skills are needed across the entire water value chain. Anywhere that you can think about yourself where you work within the water value chain, we need qualified people, people with experience to be doing what they are doing within that part of the value chain such that we can have an effective and clean water at the end of the day. Water security is what it matters. We've seen that different colleagues work in different parts of this water value chain. But in order for them to be working effectively there, they need to be capable, experienced, and qualified. The legislations and the national imperatives that lead to Regulation 3630, I will not reiterate them to us. We've heard them all morning. But what it boils down to is that there are certain legislative imperatives that lead to this professionalization now becoming more pressing. So as EWCETA, we're seeing institutions now coming and knocking and wanting to professionalize yourselves in order for them to comply with the requirements, but also for yourselves to also comply with the positions that you hold. This is just a summary once again to say, what does it mean for you as a process controller, the regulations that we've seen? We have also heard this in the morning. It means that you need to be holding a valid class-specific registration certification that has been issued by DWS. You need to successfully demonstrate your operational competency to receive and renew your certificate. You need to adhere to educational and practical experience requirements per class of the water or wastewater treatment works where you are working. So this then leads you to EWCETA and all other SETAs that may be relevant in the space, whereby you are needing to upskill and professionalize in what you do. Therefore, you need to be enrolling in your underqualified staff in accredited water and wastewater treatment training. Some of these are offered by various partners that we work with, and Usis Gugu also, those are the kind of things that she's talking about. You need to engage in recognized training providers aligned with the NQF levels. You find a lot of people in the space who are offering courses. It's not all of them that are necessarily accredited or the ones that you need to be doing. So going forward, employers will be looking to also recruit qualified process controllers with the required certifications because everybody is looking to comply. This is just the focus in terms of my program at the EWCTA. We focus on a variety of offerings, as I said. But at the heart of this, we recognize that we are one of the smallest SETAs in the space, and therefore it means that our reach financially is quite limited. So we do what we do alongside our partners. As you've heard, almost every speaker that has spoken up here today is one of our partners. We look to strengthen the South African workforce by identifying priority water and sanitation occupations and expanding access to quality occupational skills development. We look to increase economic participation, but also making sure that in everything that we do, we also remember to support our SMMEs as an example, because not everybody ends up in a formal employment platform. In all of that, we prioritize TVETs most especially. Why TVETs? It is because we recognize that as government, we need to provide public education, education that can be available to anybody, to all our children. So TVETs then become our institutions that we are mandated to look after more especially. But that doesn't mean that we don't work with other institutions of higher learning. As you've heard, we partner with universities. Stellenbosch is one of them, DUT, UJ, you name them. They're all our partners. In all of this, we prioritize what we call hard-to-fill vacancies. It is what maybe in the past you might have heard as scarce skills, those courses that are deemed to be in demand in our sector. Just to name a few, and this list is not exhaustive, it's also not a list that EWCTA just comes up with. It's a list that is informed by the data that you give us as the sector. So when HR comes around every now and again looking for information in terms of what you think are your skills gaps, this is what ultimately informs such a list. The importance of this list is that it then informs the areas that a SETA would prioritize in terms of funding. Moving swiftly along, the kinds of interventions that we offer as a SETA, we've got what we call learnerships and skills programs. We do advocacy and awareness a lot. A lot of you might have met us at different platforms. We're trying to advocate for the work that we do and ensuring that our offerings are accessible to as many as possible. We focus on research on innovation because we want to lead courses that are informed by the data of what is really happening on the ground. Artisan development is at the core of what we look at. We also offer bursary programs. These are offered to both employed and unemployed. But beyond that, we also look at professional registration. We are partnered with WISA, we partner with AXA, we partner with the professional bodies that we have in the South African sector who are looking after water and energy. We also conduct research. Most recently, we've entered into a partnership with the WRC, the Water Research Commission, where we are looking to do a skills audit, mainly based on water skills within the municipal space. Just a small profile of our partners. And colleagues, please, this is not an exhaustive list. If you don't see the name of your organization there or your categorization, it doesn't mean you cannot partner with us or you are not already partnered. We have run many a program with one of you, or we are still going to run it. It is in the pipeline. This is just a showcase of some of the work that we have done recently. I've already mentioned some of it. We work with AXA, SAICI. We work with the Department of Water and Sanitation, and you'll see shortly some of the work that we've done with them. We work with universities, and most recently, we've worked with a partner in the NGO space, IBPC SA, Asivigelane initiative. One of the special things about this initiative is that They took an informal settlement in the Western Cape, and they taught people how to fix their own leaks. They are teaching people how to resolve their own sanitation challenges. And beyond that, they are taking them through a course so that at the end of the learnings and the trainings that they're going through, they end up with certificates that they can use in future. We also develop qualifications that are relevant in our space. And most of the time with this qualification development, the challenge is for you as professionals to participate in order to inform the kinds of courses that you need and also the curriculum that they should each cover. You all have an opportunity to participate in those kind of programs. It's not anything that requires anyone special. It requires people who are working in the space, people who are knowledgeable, who have intellect to contribute. Just to show you a spectrum of some of the work that we do, without expecting you to be able to read any of that, I do welcome the organizers to share the presentation. This is just some of the work that we do across the board with our different partners, and some of it mostly currently active, others continuing from previous years. But in summary, in total, over the 24-25 financial year, our audited statistics in terms of what we covered, we have invested in about 81 million in terms of funding skills training in the water sector. This has resulted in about 1,294 learner beneficiaries. So this is just an example of some of the work that we're doing, and we're doing it nationwide. We have different kinds of programs that we're running across different provinces. One of the highlights that came up from these analysis of the work that we've done is that we need to focus more in investment in learnerships and technical trainings that align with youth employability and also municipal water management goals. In the Mpumalanga and Limpopo and Western Cape, they received the largest investments. In future, opportunities are there to expand our programs, especially in KZN, where we are today, and the Northern Cape. I have already touched on the slide earlier to mention why it is important for us to focus on TVETs, especially as our institution of higher learning that require our attention. TVETs currently are needed to be, they need to be capacitated in various areas, including their accreditation, including their support in terms of 4IR training. They also need their lecturers to be trained in train-the-trainer programs so that they can be able to discharge learning programs to their learners. And this slide, colleagues, is just to say there are many ways. Dr. Mtombeni has already mentioned it. There is not any one pathway in order to become that manager that you're dreaming to be, or that process controller, or that artisan that you want to be. There is on-the-job training, where you have different offers of courses that you can do. There is the formal university learning, of course, of which for most of us, that boat might have sailed. There's apprenticeships, there's learnerships. There is also this TVET route that we keep talking about, and different courses have been coming even through our colleagues here for you to take advantage of. Just to showcase some of the impact stories that we do as EWCETA, we've had a project in Venda where people have been converting cow dung into energy, a biogas project, where that water results in water that is filled with nutrients, and they are able to fertilize with it. We've seen various interventions, or we are doing various interventions with the Department of Water and Sanitation. This particular one in front of you is one in the Western Cape, where it is especially geared at process controllers, where we are doing a recognition of prior learning, which is what Dr. Mtombeni was talking about earlier. This is a program where people who are experienced, who have all the know-how, can be formalized and now acquire that formal qualification. Another similar one, also with DWS, also a recognition of prior learning, and now in different areas. This is just to showcase, colleagues, some of the options that are available to you, because we partner on these kind of initiatives, even with your organizations. We aim to facilitate our young people. Our young people are our future. We have different professional bodies that are currently running. We support them on a year-to-year basis with various interventions. We participate at their platforms. We also spread the word so that they can know what is available to them. SMME development, as I mentioned earlier. We also focus on our younger ones who are still in high schools and primary schools through school competitions that are run nationwide, and at the end they are able to win themselves bursaries and also prizes that can help them into their future, hopefully in the water and sanitation and also energy sectors. Most recently in KZN, we had the Inzuzwentle library refurbishment, a special school that just needed their library to be refurbished, for them to get some laptops so that their learners can start being exposed to computers at an early age. We do career guidance, as I said, where we go to young people and educate them about the career pathways that are available to them. In conclusion, colleagues, we recognize that skills development is central to transformation, but we also recognize that the work that is before us cannot be done alone. It requires that we enhance local capacity, as I earlier mentioned, the issue of access. It requires that we, in closing that water workforce gap, we discharge what is aimed to fill the 15,000 skilled water professionals by 2030. We can only do this through innovation and technology, and we can only do this through collective action. Together, we can walk a longer mile. I thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Twala, for that insightful presentation. In the interest of time, I will ask the panelists because we now move to the panel discussion. So those that are going to form part of the panel, can you please come to the front? I had asked you to sit not very far from here. Ma'am Nelly, I see you there. Okay, while we're still waiting for our panelists to come, I'll just touch on what Dr. Twala has already mentioned. Most of the programs that she did mention in her presentation, fortunately for uMngeni-uThukela Water, we have implemented those programs. Some we're still in the process of implementing, but I'm sure it's not only uMngeni-uThukela, even the other municipalities that are here. As long as you embark on a water qualification, whether it's a legacy qualification that is NQF aligned, or whether it's a new qualification. Dr. did mention that they've developed the new qualifications. The new qualifications, we know that there's AMA QCTO qualifications, but you just go to EWC's website and then you check those qualifications, you'll find them there, and then we can work together. As oh, thank you, the panelists are here. Today we are joined by distinguished experts who bring you wealth of knowledge and also experience. We know Uguti, these people here, they are not only talking the talk, they have walked a mile in the process controller's shoes. So these are our experts who are going to share with us how did they navigate the field, because they are now, even though I'll let them introduce themselves, they are now in management positions, but they started out as process controllers, some even as shift attendants. So can we give them a round of applause for having made it this far? Thank you. I will ask the panel to introduce themselves.
Greetings. My name is Bonelo Adel. I'm currently based at Durban Waterworks as superintendent, plant superintendent.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is uMngeni-uThukela. I'm from eThekwini municipality. My job capacity is plant superintendent, and I'm a professional process controller registered under WISA. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Gerald Jacks. I'm the work superintendent at Wigan's Waterworks. Thank you.
Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Nomathemba Khumalo. I am currently working as a superintendent in the Northeast region at the wastewater effluent disposal scheme.
Maybe while we still, let's start with you, Nomathemba, in the interest of time. Can you briefly share with us your journey from being a shift attendant, correct me if I'm wrong, to being the plant manager?
Okay, thank you. As I've mentioned, I am a superintendent at the effluent disposal scheme. I started working as a shift attendant in 2007. That is when I joined the organization at the then organization name before the now what we are, uMngeni-uThukela Water. I was a contract then. I was then appointed for a permanent position as a pump attendant. And then from then, after being appointed permanently, I was then trained. I was then put into a training, NQF level 3 water and wastewater treatment. I did that. And then an opportunity presented itself where our superintendent then left the organization. We were all given the opportunity to act in the position. At the time, I just had NQF level 3 in water and wastewater treatment plant. And then I was given an opportunity to act with the NQF level 3. It then progressed to where the position was advertised, and the requirements for the position was way above what I had. And then the organization took a decision at the time that it was going to be a development position. And then I was put into the position. We were all given a chance, and then I was put into, I was appointed in a development position at that time. That was 2017. And then I was given training. I was trained for NQF level 4 in water and wastewater treatment. And then further, still within the organization, I obtained my degree. And I am still currently studying a postgraduate diploma as we speak right now. And that is how it started. Thank you.
Oh, wow. What an inspiring story. Let's just... Oh, Mr. Jacks. Hello, yes. Gerald.
Hello, Kugo.
I must tell you a story about Gerald. People were asking me, how did you manage to convince Gerald to form a part of a panel? But thank you, Gerald. Okay, what were the key turning points in your career as you were progressing?
I think for me, as a process controller, the idea was to progress and understand the entire process of the water treatment process. So I wanted to know what it was from the beginning to the end, because when I started out, I knew nothing about water treatment. All I knew is if I open the tap at home, water comes out. And only when I started working for the then uMngeni Water, I started understanding what it was. And so for me, I think the most important or the biggest turning point for me was the willingness or the appetite to want to know all about water treatment process. I moved on from a water treatment operator or process controller now. I worked at a dam, so I understood the catchment, I understood the process of what goes on at the dam and dam management. And then I went back to a treatment works. And ultimately I was supposed to, well, I wanted to go into the wastewater sector, but I'm old now, so I leave that for you guys. Yeah, for me it was purely appetite and wanting to learn about the whole process of the water treatment, process of treating water, making it safe to drink. Thanks.
So as you move through to management, which new skills did you need to develop or to learn?
I think the hardest skill for me was learning to manage your colleagues.
Management.
I think that was the biggest one for me, because these were our colleagues before, and a lot of them we had friendly relationships with. And when you move up into management, yes, they're still your colleagues, and yes, they're still your friends, but they are now your subordinates. And I think that was the biggest learning curve for me, having to instruct people who look at you now and think, oh, you've changed now. You weren't like this, what happened? You know, yeah, something did happen. We got more accountable, we became more responsible. And ultimately we were responsible for them. And I think that was the skill that you have to learn. I don't know if anyone can teach you that skill. I think that's trial and error.
Any advice you would give to the young process controllers who's just starting out?
Look, I think if you're a young process controller, I heard a lot the whole afternoon. I came in late, but I did hear about the VR and all this automation and digitization. But if I could give a young process controller a little bit of advice, my advice would be learn how it works. Don't switch the computer off, but learn how it works when the computer's off. Because I found that when the computer fails, and make no mistake, it will fail. Because it's a machine, there's hackers out there, it's going to fail. And when it does fail, you better know how it works, because you can't switch the plant off. You gotta go out there, figure out where it is, and don't ever disregard the shift attendants. When I started out many years ago, we didn't have the computers that we have nowadays. We didn't have the digitization that we have nowadays. We had shift attendants who had all the knowledge of the plant up in their heads. And these were elderly folk. Ask the questions, learn of these guys, because they know where it is, they know what it does. And you better know what it does when the computers switch off. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Gerald. Mr. Pili,
Yes, ma'am.
which training programs or qualifications played a significant role in your growth?
Thank you, ma'am. The qualification that played a technical role to my career was a national diploma in chemical engineering. Well, it can also be a civil engineering also. And as we navigate the journey for a progression, we also have NQF levels that are being developed by skills and development within the organization. And also the control system certificate, which will be probably PLCs, SCADA program, DSC configuration, MHI development as well. And also the industrial automation and the process control courses, like a PID training, advanced control strategies like a model predictive control, SCADA and ratio controls. It can be also an instrumentation and safety trainings, data analysis and digitally, twins or simulation, professional or a process registration, church status, e.g. like a professional engineers, technologists, and also equivalent local registrations. And lastly, industrial specification certificates like energy management, environmental compliance, and also safety management.
Wow. So what would you say, or how important is continuous learning for process controllers today?
For me, it's crucial. It's very crucial. The field is overwhelmed with the new control technologies as sensors, communication protocol, high impactful on the effective uptime, and the product quality are more advanced control, and the data analysis are integrated. Enable the better decision to making a productive maintenance and the faster responsible to a process deviation. Support the career resilient as regularly cyber security and environmental consideration become more complex. Lastly, and to ensure innovation through the exposure and emerging tools like digital twins and AI, enable monitoring and cloud-based analysis.
Thank you. Let's give him. Moving on to Mr. Hadebe. Mr. Hadebe, what challenges can you say you faced along the way while you were progressing in your career? While you were climbing the ladder?
No, there were numerous challenges that one faced, and that one had to endure through the career progression. One of the challenges that has been previously mentioned by Gerald was a switch over from being a process controller to a plant manager, which you have been working in for quite a number of years. That crossover was very difficult, and to get a full and total control of your staff members, your subordinates, who you were representing as a shop steward. So I was also in the union, and as a shop steward, one of the hard-headed ones. So now, to be hard-headed against your staff who you were representing, it was not a nice turning point. Apart from that, I had to overcome that. I had a good support structure in my late former superintendent, who was an assistant manager, Mr. Kuzwane, the late. He held me by his hand, although at times we had contrasting views, but he showed me the proper way of doing things, and it took me through all the steps so that I can successfully manage the biggest installation of uMngeni-uThukela then. So, and the other a bit sore point is when I joined Durbanites, I think I was the second black senior operator after uMngeni. And Durbanites was predominantly white. And all the senior operators were, and when we do a changeover, most of it will be done in Afrikaans. It will be done in Afrikaans.
So only Gerard could understand what they were saying?
No, he was not there. He was at Sinanda then. So he shifted over to be done in Afrikaans. Well, we grew up in the townships, we learned the Afrikaans. I had to keep quiet, acting dumb, and they thought I didn't understand the word, so they left happy. And they would set them up booby traps for you to fail. And that was I've said a lot.
There's another one.
Yeah, so it was also during that transition. So you get these challenges from in an acceptance. It's okay. Where is it coming from? South Coast. Okay, let's fix it. one had to rely on the elderly people that we found on the system who knew a plan, like the back of their hands. So firstly, before you can be a senior operator, you need to know even a screw. If you adjust the screw by so many turns, what will happen to the process? Like what Gerard has said. So we just embarked, I embarked on knowing and understanding each and every corner. You can ask me anything. I will tell you the dimensions, the capacities of everything that is there. Because you cannot supervise something that you don't know and you don't understand. And you cannot expect your subordinates. You cannot therefore expect some subordinates to perform and lead them the correct way. If they face challenges, you should be both empathetic and then know, okay, I once faced this challenge. Is it legit or they are just trying to fool you? Because if you don't understand what you're managing and what you're supervising, they will tell you stories and you'll accept them. So it's better that we grow up in the system and we fully understand it's and the support of the then management, the now management was remarkable. Thank you.
Thank you, Sbanelo. Let's give him a round of applause. Oh, wow. I could still continue to ask you some more questions, but I'm seeing the faces. They are no longer smiling, so we're a bit pressed on time. I must thank you for availing yourselves to be my panelist. I don't know if we have any questions. Can take one or two. Oh gosh, there is somebody out there. Okay. Do you still have a roving mic? A roaming mic?
Good evening to everyone. Just want to thank you all for the opportunity. Also want to show some appreciation for EWCTA. I'm also a graduate from the learnership, and I can acknowledge that what they managed to do for us with regards to the qualification and experience it did a lot. From that note, I also would like to, it's not really more of a question, but of also as a young professional just entering into the field of process controlling, for what us as those who came on the learnership, we were based at the Northeast region in Richards Bay. Our training took place at Nsezi water treatment plant. And even with that, we work besides well-qualified process controllers. We gained equivalent, like proper experience. We were able to, I can firmly say we were able to run that specific plant as just learners. We were 13 in total. So currently now I'm a temporary employee at the wastewater disposal scheme as a shift attendant. And just hearing all the, hearing from where all started off is encouraging, but also at the same time discouraging for what we had to go through as learners. Within our time, we graduated last year in September, and yeah, we gained all the experience to a point where, yeah, we were also lucky because at the time they were still operating, the plants were still operating manual, and the transformation was just taking place to being automatic. So we also had the experience of working from manually operating pumps, backwashing filters, etc., to also doing it via SCADA. So we also gained experience in that area. But what was discouraging for us, and especially hearing like many speakers spoke today about the youth empowerment and like opportunities and stuff like that, it was discouraging to see, especially for within that period of time where our contract was coming to an end as learnership. There was, at that plant at Nsezi, at the time there was only one, if I'm not mistaken, only one shift that was full. The rest was employees that were not, they were acting in positions, so it wasn't fully occupied at the time. So for us, it was a bit of hope that at least now, gaining that experience and fully knowing, you know, we thought it could work into our advantage. Also being, you know, obtained in a plant where we had like full experience in. But what I like to mention or voice for like the other learners and stuff was, it was difficult for us to not get opportunity, as even like our supervisor at the time tried by writing a letter also explaining like the value of us at the plant and how we also helped with work and how it was equivalent for us like to be there at the time. But unfortunately, all 13 of us, our contracts had ended, and just like that, like it was over. So what I just want to voice today was for all of us that we didn't get an opportunity, but we saw it, knowing that there was people in line, and even knowing that our own supervisor could see that there was a necessary need for us. But when it came to a conclusion, it was probably the response we got was budget problems and stuff like that. So it was sad to see opportunity to be able to, you know, I was just listening from also the representative of EWSETA speaking of, you know, the need for young professionals, and especially in this process controlling industry, how there's a need for them, there's a demand. But when it came to that time, you never really get that opportunity. It was just something that was, you know, brushed away. So just for us, it was kind of difficult for us to go through that process. So what I'd just like to, you know, maybe as a comment, or just if the voice could be heard, like especially for many of us that just had to go, you know, I was lucky to get this opportunity once again, but to just see the fact that there was opportunity, to see the fact, and just hearing how you'll speak of encouraging and empowering the youth, but not being able to get that was difficult. So I just wanted to voice that. Not really a question, just a comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Pudi, for sharing those words of gratitude. I do hope that one day you become permanently employed as a process controller. From my lips to God's ears. As we approach the conclusion of today's program, I would now invite Miss Nelly Mbata, aka Mam Nelly, to deliver a vote of thanks. Thank you.
Thank you, Sis Gugu. Ayeye process controllers, ayeye. Ayeye process controllers, ayeye. Ngiyajabulisa ukuthi usekhona ayeye sekulate kangaka. Ngithunywa ukuthi nje ngizobonga ukuthi ibe success event. Ngingakafike ekubongeni, ngicela ukusho ukuthi mina ngizwile ukuthi Dr. Mthombeni ose-DUT uthe from TVET to PhD. Mina ngithi from learnership to PhD. So njengoba umfowethu ekhuluma lapha ya ezibekela amathuba khona osengene nje ngaphakathi ukuthi afunde aqhubeke aze afike ku PhD. The sky is the limit. Utalent and OD ukhonela lokho ukuthi abantu bafunde baze bafike la bafisa ukufika khona. Ngizwile futhi ukuthi mina kuthiwa ama-process controllers uDr. uMsawenkosi ekseni uthe abantu aba-important but abangabonakali abangekho recognized okusho ukuthi manje isikhathi sokuthi wonke umuntu abe recognized njengoba ubaba umfowethu kade ekhuluma lapha ukhala ngokungabonakali kahle kwama-process controllers kakhulukazi la kwezezimali. Ukufunda kwakho ikona okuzokukhuphula kokubeka ezingeni ofisa ufika kulona. Bakhulumile abafowethu la nodadewethu ukuthi you can start from small kodwa ugcine usuphezulu. So kukwena ukuthi wenza kanjani ukuze ufinyelele phezulu ukuze ukwazi ukuthi uthole kahle nento zokuhleka ngoba zasetshenzelwe noma nisebenza kanzima kodwa nako ukufunda kuya-eda. Bekhulunywa nge-professionalization umsebenzi wethu lo ukuthi sininikeze ama-skills ukuze nikwazi ukuthi niregister nibe ama-professionals. On behalf of organizing committee, ngizodlulisa ukubonga. Our organizing committee stayed here last night till today. It was after 12 midnight. Bela bezokwenza isiqiniseko ukuthi our process controllers are getting the recognition that they deserve. Nithole yonke into ihlele kahle so professionally ukubonakalisa ukuthi anibona abantu nje kodwa ningabantu ababalulekile. Ama-speakers abekhuluma la abesho kona ukubaluleka kwenu kwi-organization ukuthi nibaluleke kangakanani. So organizing committee isebenze nje ubusuku bonke yenza sure ukuthi yonke into ihamba kahle njengoba nibonile, and the presenters here wonke umuntu obela obezimisele bakhuluma kahle bawenza kahle umsebenzi wabo. Izobonga ke ingithumile ke organizing committee uthi ngizobonga ukuthi because if you didn't come to attend this event as process controllers, their work will be in vain. Bengeke kuzokubonakala bengeke kusho lutho konke ukujuluka kwabo behlela benza zonke izinto ukube anizange nifike. And if you didn't sit here till this time, still ngabe khona abangazange balithole ithuba bebe kwi-program like myself and others thina sibe sekugcineni. So siyabonga kakhulu all the guest speakers, government officials, our board members who were here, our chief officer, corporate services, all the dignitaries who attended this esteemed event with esteemed guests. Esteemed guests inini ama-process controllers. So zobonga ukuthi nenze ukuthi le event ibe impumelelo, cela nishayele izandla. Siyabonga kakhulu. La bengo Rebecca Blue.